fainted at the ceremonial blood feast of the Karzak delegation. Their warriors wept at poetry readings. Their scientists exhibited both precise calculation and wild intuitive leaps. Vaslik expanded a final document on the display. After the famous Pelzam meltdown, "They're fine now. Just transferred to archive maintenance. The Confederacy created this. The first ever dual classification protocol. Humans are officially categorized as both Class 1 protected non-combat diplomatic entities and Class 5 potential biohazard predatory species. Every human interaction now comes with 17 warning protocols and a mandatory medical team on standby." He clicked his mandibles together in that unsettling smile again. In simple terms, treat them like they're made of explosive glass, while remembering they could probably tear your limbs off without their combat technologies. And they wonder why we're nervous around them. "Let's discuss why these protocols exist in the first place," Vaslik continued, bringing up a new hologram displaying an ornate meeting chamber. "This is footage from what our historians delicately call the first official interspecies diplomatic incident. I call it the day Ambassador Torvik learned physics the hard way." The footage showed a grand chamber with representatives from 7 different species arranged in a ceremonial circle. A small delegation of humans entered, dressed in formal attire that looked absurdly restrictive. "Ambassador Kraz Torvik of the Luminary Collective," Vaslik narrated, highlighting a tall, slender being with luminous, almost transparent skin through which complex circulatory patterns were visible. "Brilliant diplomat. Negotiated the Proxima Centauri peace accord. Absolutely terrible at following security briefings." The recording showed Torvik gliding forward, extending their delicate, multi-jointed appendage toward the lead human, a dark-skinned female with a warm expression. Human Ambassador Eliza Blackwood, Vaslik identified. Career diplomat, known for her exceptional work mediating territorial disputes on her home planet, about to become infamous throughout the galaxy. The audience watched in collective horror as Blackwood reached out, clasped Torvik's appendage, and gave it a firm shake. The crunching sound was audible, even in the recording. 3 of Torvik's 7 finger joints immediately collapsed. The Luminary's bioluminescence flared in pain patterns as they crumpled to the floor. "Computer, freeze and enhance," Vaslik commanded. The image paused and zoomed in on Blackwood's face, showing an expression of absolute horror. Note the human's reaction. This wasn't malice, it was ignorance. Our medical and security analysis confirmed that Ambassador Blackwood used approximately 15% of her available grip strength. What for her species would be considered a gentle greeting transferred enough force to shatter Luminary calcium structures. Vaslik brought up biometric data alongside the image. The most disturbing part, Ambassador Blackwood's stress hormones skyrocketed after the incident. Her physiological readings showed genuine shock and distress. She truly had no idea she could cause such damage. The humans simply don't understand how dangerous they are by Confederacy standards. The recording resumed, showing the chaos that followed, medical teams rushing in, security protocols activating, and Blackwood standing in stunned silence, hands pressed against her mouth. "Slow motion. Focus on Ambassador Blackwood," Vaslik instructed. The footage zoomed in and slowed down. "Watch your eyes. Notice the tears forming. These aren't diplomatic tactics. This is genuine emotional distress. The humans call it empathy. Apparently, they feel discomfort when others are injured. The same species capable of shattering alien physiologies gets upset about it afterward." Vaslik changed the display to a formal document. This incident led to the creation of the Blackwood Protocols, a 43-page manual on physical interaction with humans. It covers everything from proper distance maintenance at least 1.5 galactic standard units to emergency procedures if a human attempts to perform what they call a hug, which our threat assessment team has classified as a potential crushing attack. The commander highlighted key sections of the document. The core principle is simple. Assume every human is completely unaware of their strength relative to your species. They evolved on a high-gravity death world where even their infants can exert enough force to damage most Confederacy species. But their gentle touch can fracture exoskeletons. Their idea of a light tap can rupture gas bladders. And the most dangerous part? They're constantly trying to initiate physical contact as a sign of friendship. Vaslik paused, allowing the implications to sink in. Ironically, Ambassador Blackwood became one of our most valuable consultants on human interaction safety. She insisted on helping develop protocols to prevent future incidents. The Blackwood protocols have reduced physical interaction injuries by 87% in just 5 standard years. Not bad for a species that accidentally breaks people while trying to be friendly. For the next segment, I've invited an expert who can explain why humans are walking contradictions, Vaslik announced, gesturing toward the side entrance of the lecture hall. Please welcome Dr. Liran Nemari, head xenobiologist of the Human Studies Division. A stocky, amphibious being with iridescent scales and large, multifaceted eyes glided into the room. Dr. Nemari's webbed appendages carried several holographic data modules. "Thank you, Commander," Nemari said, voice resonating with a pleasant harmonic quality. "I've spent the last 7 standard years studying human physiology. I still wake up screaming sometimes." This elicited nervous laughter from the audience. "Let's start with basics," Nemari continued, activating a detailed anatomical model of a human. Humans appear fragile. No claws, minimal natural armor, dull teeth, limited sensory capabilities. Yet their evolutionary history reveals something terrifying. They're not specialized predators. They're generalized super survivors. The hologram shifted to comparison charts. Consider this paradox. Humans bruise easily, yet can survive injuries that would kill most sentient species. Their skin tears with minimal force, but they can survive massive blood loss. They have no redundant organs like taurians, no rapid regeneration like selenites, no backup neural systems like Vesperi. Instead, they have something far more disturbing: compensatory adaptation. Dr. Nemari brought up biological readings. This is where it gets alarming. Humans possess a chemical response system triggered by threats, injuries, or even perceived dangers. They call it adrenaline. We call it terrifying biochemical override. The display showed graphs of human performance metrics with and without adrenaline. Under adrenaline influence, humans can increase their strength output by up to 300%. Pain receptors are suppressed. Cardiovascular efficiency spikes. Sensory awareness heightens. Essentially, they become temporarily enhanced versions of themselves. A diplomatic representative from the gelatinous Morphians raised a pseudopod in question. "Yes, you heard correctly," Nemari confirmed before they could speak. "Humans can voluntarily ignore pain signals that would incapacitate most species. They call it pushing through. We call it nightmare physiology." The doctor displayed comparative species metrics. Their grip strength exceeds industrial pincers. Their bite force, while not impressive by predator standards, can still crack the exoskeletons of 40% of Confederacy species. And their endurance. This is perhaps most disturbing of all. Humans don't need to outfight most predators. They simply outlast them. Nemari displayed footage of humans running across vast distances. On their death world, humans evolved as persistence hunters. They pursue prey until it collapses from exhaustion. Many Confederacy species would die attempting to maintain the average human's baseline cardiovascular output. And yet, the doctor paused dramatically. These same beings can be killed by ingesting certain plants, consuming common minerals, or through allergic reactions to microscopic proteins. They're simultaneously incredibly durable and bewilderingly fragile. Commander Vaslik stepped forward. "I can personally attest to human resilience. During the Nexus station pressure failure 3 cycles ago, I witnessed human maintenance technician Jamal Morris survive 17 minutes in near vacuum conditions while repairing the emergency bulkheads. According to everything we know about carbon-based life, he should have died within 2 minutes. Instead, he finished the repairs, passed out, received medical treatment, and returned to duty 3 days later. Vaslik's bioluminescent patterns pulsed with what the audience recognized as sincere amazement. When I asked how he survived, Morris just shrugged and said, "You gotta do what you gotta do." This casual disregard for what should have been certain death is, unfortunately, typical human behavior. They don't even recognize how absurdly resilient they are by galactic standards. Dr. Namari nodded solemnly. This combination of durability, adaptability, and complete lack of self-preservation instinct makes humans uniquely dangerous. They don't know when to stop. Sometimes they don't even know when they're injured. And most concerningly, they consider this normal. Physical capabilities are only half the equation, Vaslik continued as Dr. Namari's display shifted to neural mapping models. What truly makes humans unique is their psychological framework. Or as my security team calls it, the predator mindset in diplomat packaging. The holographic display showed comparative brain scans from various species. Most apex predators in the Confederacy, like the Karzak or Drakids, have straightforward threat response patterns. Territory, resources, hierarchy, predictable. Humans? They exhibit predatory cognitive patterns we've never seen combined in a single species. Vaslik highlighted specific neural pathways in the human brain model. The persistence hunting mentality I mentioned earlier isn't just physical, it's psychological. Humans don't give up. Most predators abort a hunt when energy expenditure exceeds potential caloric gain. Humans will continue pursuing goals long past the point of rational return. They call it determination. Our psychological analysts call it disturbing single-mindedness. The display shifted to problem-solving comparison metrics. Unlike specialized hunters, humans are generalized problem solvers. They don't rely on superior strength or speed. They use pattern recognition, tool adaptation, and environmental manipulation. When blocked from a goal, they simply find another approach, then another, then another. They have a saying that perfectly captures this mentality. If the front door is locked, try the windows. Nervous tittering rippled through the audience. Perhaps most unsettling is their tendency to personify everything. Vaslik brought up footage of humans interacting with machines, plants, and inanimate objects. They assign personalities and intentions to non-sentient entities. Their maintenance workers name their tools. Their scientists develop emotional attachments to research equipment. They speak to plants. This behavior seems harmless until you realize its implications. Vaslik paused, letting the tension build. It means humans can develop predatory focus on literally anything they interact with. Unlike rational predators who hunt only appropriate prey, humans can fixate on solving any problem. Whether that's hunting for food, negotiating trade agreements, or figuring out how your technology works. The display switched to footage of human children engaged in various activities. This looks innocent, yes? These are human offspring playing. Note the similarities to combat training. They're practicing chasing, hiding, building, destroying, strategizing, all while developing social bonds with their peer group. They're simultaneously training for both predatory behavior and complex social cooperation. A particularly disturbing clip showed small humans building an elaborate trap using simple materials. This isn't taught behavior. Those children devised that mechanism independently. Now imagine that creativity applied when a human feels threatened. Vaslik's bioluminescence dimmed to a serious blue. The final warning in this section: never back a human into a corner. All predators become dangerous when trapped, but most become predictably aggressive. Humans become unpredictably creative. They will use anything available objects, environment, knowledge to overcome the threat, and they won't stop until they've succeeded or are physically incapable of continuing. He clicked his mandibles in that unsettling, not quite smile. So if you're wondering whether that friendly human ambassador can transform into a resourceful killing machine, when provoked, the answer is an emphatic yes. The transition can happen faster than most species can register a threat response, and they might apologize afterward, genuinely not understanding why you're so disturbed. Theory is one thing, practical experience is another, Vaslik said, bracing himself against the podium with his remaining limbs. Let's review some notable diplomatic incidents that highlight precisely why these protocols exist. Consider these case studies and what not to do. The holographic display shifted to footage of an ornate garden setting where various diplomats mingled. Nexus Station Botanical Reception, 3 cycles ago. Ambassador Pollen Song of the Florian Collective is engaged in pleasant conversation with Human Trade Representative Marcus Okonkwo. The footage showed a plant-based being with delicate frond-like appendages conversing with a tall, broad-shouldered human male. The human was smiling, gesturing enthusiastically. Note Representative Okonkwo's animated communication style. Humans consider this friendly engagement. Now watch what happens when he attempts to initiate what humans call a friendly pat on the back. The audience collectively flinched as the human's hand made contact with the Florian's upper foliage structure. The plant being immediately wilted, several fronds detaching completely as it collapsed. Ambassador Pollen Song spent 17 days in intensive botanical restoration. Representative Okonkwo was devastated when informed that what he considered gentle contact had the equivalent force of a small meteor impact on the Florian's cellular structure. Vaslik switched to another clip. This next incident centers on human emotional expressions. Humans use a vocalization called laughter to indicate amusement, camaraderie, and surprisingly, sometimes discomfort. Unfortunately, this sound triggers fight or flight responses in several Confederacy species. The footage showed a diplomatic reception where a human female told what appeared to be a joke. When she and several other humans burst into laughter, 3 Vexillian delegates immediately discharged their defensive ink clouds, but temporarily blinding everyone in a 3-meter radius. The resulting chaos caused diplomatic relations to deteriorate for nearly a full cycle. We now provide specialized audio dampeners to species with sensitivity to human vocalizations. Vaslik's mandibles clicked in grim amusement as he brought up the next clip. And now, the infamous coffee incident at last cycle's Galactic Summit. For those unfamiliar, coffee is a psychoactive stimulant beverage that humans consume in vast quantities. They consider it essential for proper functioning. The footage showed a human delegate accidentally knocking over a container of dark liquid, which splashed onto a gelatinous Morphean diplomat. The Morphean immediately began changing colors rapidly, vibrating, and expanding to twice its normal size. What you're witnessing is the unintentional drugging of Ambassador Glooptrix. The caffeine and various alkaloids in the coffee were absorbed through the Morphean's semi-permeable membrane, resulting in what humans might call one hell of a trip. It took 3 medical technicians to stabilize the ambassador, who afterward described the experience as transcendent and has since requested coffee at every diplomatic function. Several nervous laughs rippled through the audience. If you must attend gatherings where humans will be present, I have compiled these essential survival tips, Vaslik continued, displaying a list. First, maintain minimum safe distance at all times. Second, if a human seems excessively friendly, increase that distance immediately. Third, never accept food or beverage without consulting xenobiological compatibility charts. Fourth, if a human invites you to what they call a party, request security escort. Their recreational gatherings often involve ritualized intoxication that makes them even less predictable. Vaslik's bioluminescence pulsed with what the audience recognized as deep concern. Speaking of human intoxication rituals, these deserve special attention. Humans voluntarily consume substances that impair their judgment, alter their perceptions, and often increase their already dangerous physical capabilities. They call this having a good time. We call it playing chemical roulette with an apex predator. The display showed footage of humans engaged in various celebrations, their behavior becoming increasingly erratic. Note how intoxicated humans become louder, more physically demonstrative, and paradoxically, more insistent about expressing affection toward others. Their inhibitions regarding physical contact decrease precisely as their ability to control their strength deteriorates. This combination has resulted in more diplomatic incidents than all other causes combined. Vaslik's tone became deadly serious. If you encounter humans engaged in intoxication rituals, contact security immediately. Do not attempt to join the fun. Several diplomats have learned this lesson the hard way. Ambassador Zrel of the Sepharan Dominion still can't look at fermented grain products without his chromatophores displaying trauma patterns. As we conclude this briefing, Vaslik said, straightening his posture, let me summarize the essential safety protocols for human interaction. Your continued existence may depend on remembering them. The display showed a concise list of guidelines. 1. Maintain physical distance unless specifically trained in human-safe contact procedures. 2. Never make sudden movements that could be interpreted as threats. 3. Be aware that humans consider sustained eye contact both a sign of respect and a potential challenge, depending on context. 4. Always clarify linguistic ambiguities. Humans use extensive metaphors that don't translate well. 5. Remember that, despite appearances, you are dealing with apex predators who genuinely believe they're being gentle. Vaslik highlighted an additional section on the display. Understanding human emotional cues is perhaps your most valuable survival skill. Unlike most sentient species, humans broadcast their emotional states through facial micro-expressions. Our database contains over 3,000 documented human expressions. But you need only recognize these critical warning signs. The display showed close-up images of human faces. Bared teeth without crinkled eyes indicates aggression, not friendship. Narrowed eyes and flared nostrils suggest imminent physical response. Reddening facial skin indicates either emotional distress or physical exertion, both potentially dangerous, and perhaps most important. When a human goes completely still and quiet after previous animation, evacuate the area immediately. Vaslik moved from behind the podium, his bioluminescent patterns shifting to a more serious configuration. Despite everything I've covered today, I want to emphasize that humans make exceptional allies. Their predatory persistence, when directed toward mutual goals, is unmatched in the Confederacy. Their problem-solving abilities have resolved conflicts we considered intractable. Their bizarre tendency to empathize, even with alien species, creates diplomatic opportunities impossible with other predator species. He clicked his mandibles in that unsettling, not quite smile. In my 40 cycles of security work, I found humans to be simultaneously the most dangerous and most cooperative species we've encountered. They'll risk their lives to save creatures they met mere minutes ago, then accidentally injure them while celebrating the rescue. They're walking contradictions, and somehow that makes them perfect diplomats for our chaotic galaxy. Vaslik paused, surveying the room. Your survival odds when dealing with humans are approximately 94.3%, which are actually the best statistics for any apex predator encounter in Confederacy records. Just remember, if a human wants to kill you, you'll probably be dead before you realize there's a threat. If a human injures you accidentally, they'll feel worse about it than you do. His bioluminescence pulsed with what seemed like mischievous anticipation. Now, for the practical portion of our briefing, I'd like to introduce a special guest who will demonstrate proper cross-species greeting protocols. Please welcome human diplomatic liaison Parker McKee. From the back of the lecture hall, a seat that had appeared empty throughout the presentation suddenly moved. A figure stood up, a medium-height human with dark skin and a warm smile. The diplomatic representatives nearest to the human recoiled in shock, several activating defensive measures. "Don't panic," Vaslik said, clearly enjoying the chaos. "Liaison Becky has been here the entire time, observing our briefing. Consider this your first lesson in human unpredictability. They can be remarkably stealthy when they choose to be." The human raised both hands in what the briefing had described as a non-threatening gesture and spoke in a surprisingly melodious voice. "Thank you, Commander Vaslik, for that interesting introduction to my species. I promise I'm not nearly as dangerous as he suggests. At least not today." The human's mouth curved into what the briefing had identified as a smile with humorous intent. The lecture hall erupted in a cacophony of translated exclamations, alarm signals, and nervous defensive displays as the diplomats realized a member of the galaxy's most confounding predator species had been sitting among them all along.
Lord Drake stood before the massive display screen in the Dominion's war room, his scaled fingers drumming against the metallic command table. The holographic image of New Eden rotated slowly before him, a blue and green jewel of a world that the humans had colonized just 50 years ago. "They're farmers," he said, his voice filled with contempt. "Simple dirt diggers who barely have orbital defense systems." He turned to face the gathered war council, his ceremonial armor gleaming under the harsh lights. "This will be the easiest conquest in the Dominion's history." Dr. Wells, a small, hunched figure in plain scientific robes, cleared her throat. "My lord, I must advise caution. Our studies of human history suggest—" "Spare me your academic theories, Doctor," Drake interrupted. "I've seen the physical data. Humans are weak compared to every other spacefaring race. No natural armor, no claws, poor night vision, and barely any muscle mass." He pulled up comparison charts on the screen. "Even their reaction times are mediocre." The War Council murmured in agreement, but Dr. Wells persisted. "Physical capabilities aren't everything, my lord. Humans have a remarkable ability to—" "Enough." Drake's tail swished in irritation. "I didn't call this meeting to discuss anthropology. We're here to plan a conquest, and I've already decided on the perfect strategy." He pressed a button, and the display changed to show images of the Dominion's pride and joy. Their war beasts, massive creatures from 100 worlds, each one enhanced with cybernetics and covered in battle armor. There were 6-legged predators from the gravity wells of heavy worlds, serpentine hunters from gas giant moons, and aerial killers that could dive at supersonic speeds. "We'll drop the war beasts during their harvest season," Drake explained, his eyes gleaming. "Their communities are spread out, focusing on gathering crops. Perfect hunting conditions." He zoomed in on the agricultural regions of New Eden. "The beasts will devastate their farming communities, and their primitive militia won't know how to respond." General Cross, a veteran of 3 campaigns, raised a concerned hand. "Why not simply bombard them from orbit, my lord?" Drake's expression turned sly. "Because we need this world intact. New Eden is perfect for colonization. Rich soil, breathable air, and established infrastructure. Why destroy what we can simply take?" He smiled, showing rows of sharp teeth. "Besides, this approach will minimize casualties among our own forces. The war beasts are expendable." The council members nodded appreciatively. It was a clever strategy, they thought. Use biological weapons that would leave the infrastructure intact while terrorizing the population into submission. Dr. Wells made one last attempt. "At least let me show you the data about human hunting patterns throughout their history. Their species has experience with—" "Dismissed, Doctor," Drake said coldly. "Save your concerns for your research papers." As the council members filed out, Drake remained behind, studying the colony's agricultural maps. He focused on one region in particular, the Bennett Valley, where most of the grain was grown. "We'll start here," He muttered to himself. Drop the largest predators first. These farmers won't stand a chance against beasts that could tear through metal. In her office, Dr. Wells pulled up her research files on human history. Images flashed across her screen. Ancient cave paintings showing humans hunting mammoths. Historical documents about species humans had driven to extinction. Studies about their evolution as persistence hunters. She began typing quickly, preparing one final report. They're making a terrible mistake, she whispered to herself. These simple farmers are the descendants of the most successful predators Earth ever produced. But she knew Drake wouldn't read her report. Like so many others, he saw only what he wanted to see, a primitive colony ripe for conquest. The war beasts were being loaded into their drop pods, and the invasion of New Eden was about to begin. The Dominion was about to learn why underestimating humans was a deadly mistake. The morning sun rose over Bennett Valley as Bill Cooper drove his harvester through the golden wheat fields. It was a massive machine, but he handled it with the ease of someone who'd spent 20 years farming on New Eden. Through the harvester's front window, he watched his grandson Tommy running alongside the machine, pretending to race it. That's when the sky turned dark. At first, he thought they were meteors, bright streaks cutting through the morning clouds. But meteors didn't slow down before impact, and meteors didn't roar when they hit the ground. Tommy, Bill shouted through the harvester's speakers, "Get back to the house. Now." The boy ran as the first pod crashed into the wheat field half a mile away. The impact sent waves through the golden crop like ripples in a pond. Bill switched on his radio, already hearing the panic in the emergency broadcast channel. Unknown objects dropping across Bennett Valley. A voice crackled. All farmers returned to safety points immediately. Bill turned his harvester around, but it was too late. Something massive burst from the fallen pod, sending twisted metal and dirt flying in all directions. Through the dust, he saw a creature straight out of humanity's darkest nightmares. 12 feet of muscle, armor, and teeth, moving on 6 legs with frightening speed. But Bill Cooper hadn't survived 30 years of farming on the frontier by panicking. He grabbed his emergency rifle from under the seat and did something the Dominion's war planners hadn't expected. He charged straight at the beast in his harvester. The creature was built to hunt prey that ran away. It wasn't prepared for a human driving a 30-ton farming machine straight at it. "Eat steel, you ugly bastard." Bill yelled as he rammed the harvester into the beast. The impact dented his machine but sent the creature tumbling. Its armor cracked, showing vulnerable flesh underneath. All across Bennett Valley, similar scenes played out. Jane Wilson, whose family had been hunting on 3 worlds, took down one of the flying beasts with a precise shot from her old rifle. The creature's cybernetics might have been advanced, but its brain was still in the same place as most flying animals. At the Miller farm, 3 generations of family members turned their irrigation systems into weapons, trapping a serpentine beast in the mud before their oldest tractors ran it down. The creature's armor was tough, but it couldn't match the weight of human farming equipment. Tom Walker, watching from his front porch, saw something the others didn't. "They're hunting in patterns," he said to his wife Mary, who was already loading their shotguns, "just like the mountain lions back on Earth." The emergency channels were filled with voices now, not of panic, but of farmers organizing. People who had spent their lives working the land, dealing with dangerous animals, and surviving on the frontier were sharing information. They don't like the sound of the harvesters. Their armor is weakest of the joints. They're avoiding water. Use the irrigation systems. In the colony's emergency control center, Governor Richards listened to the reports with growing pride. The aliens had expected terror and chaos. Instead, they got organized resistance from people who'd carved a living out of wilderness worlds. "Send word to all settlements," she ordered. "We're not evacuating. We're hunting." Back in space, Lord Drake received the first reports with disbelief. The war beast's casualty rate was far higher than expected. These simple farmers were fighting back with primitive but effective weapons, turning their agricultural equipment into Impossible, he muttered, watching another beast fall to what appeared to be a combine harvester converted into a battering ram. They're just farmers. Dr. Wells, standing quietly in the back of the command room, finally spoke up. No, my lord, they're humans. And you just dropped predators onto a planet full of humanity's most resourceful pioneers. The kind of people who've been dealing with dangerous animals and harsh conditions their entire lives. The reports kept coming in. The war beasts were deadly, yes, but they were about to learn why humans had always been the most dangerous animals on any world they inhabited. Tom Walker stood in the morning mist, studying marks on a fallen tree trunk. Around him, a group of farmers and local hunters listened carefully as he pointed out the claw patterns. See these scratches? They're marking their territory, just like Earth predators, he explained, running his fingers over the deep grooves in the wood. These beasts might have fancy armor, but underneath, they're still animals. And animals have patterns. Behind him, his old truck had been modified with steel plates and reinforced bumpers. In the back, a captured piece of beast armor was being studied by Mary, his wife, who had spent 15 years as a veterinarian before moving to New Eden. The armor has weak points near their joints, Mary said, tapping the damaged piece. And look at these marks. They need to breathe. There are vents in the armor we can target. The group had grown from a few neighbors to an organized hunting party. Each person brought something valuable. Farmers knew every inch of the land. Hunters understood tracking, and mechanics could modify their equipment into weapons. They hunt at night. Bill Cooper added, his harvester now sporting makeshift armor and a reinforced ram. But we got something better than night vision. We know our land by heart. Tom nodded, then pulled out a roughly drawn map of Bennett Valley. Red marks showed where the beasts had attacked, blue marks where they'd been spotted resting. They're following the creek lines, he pointed out, just like mountain lions used to do back on Earth. They use the water to hide their scent, and the banks for cover. He drew a circle around several points, but that means we can predict where they'll go. The hunters split into teams, each taking different sectors of the valley. They didn't have fancy weapons or advanced technology, but they had generations of hunting knowledge and a deep understanding of predator behavior. Jack Thompson, an old trapper, showed others how to set up snares strong enough to hold the beasts. They're big, but they still need paths through the woods, he explained while setting up a reinforced cable trap. And big animals make predictable paths. The first success came that afternoon. The six-legged beast, following the creek as Tom had predicted, stepped into a hidden pit trap. The walls, lined with harvester blades, damaged its armor before it could leap out. When it finally escaped the pit, Bill Cooper was waiting with his modified harvester. Just like handling a mean bull, Bill said afterward, looking at the fallen creature. Except this one had more legs and a worse attitude. By nightfall, they had developed a system. Spotters in high places would track the beast's movements. Trappers would set up choke points using farming equipment and modified vehicles. Hunters with high-powered rifles would target the weak points Mary had identified. In the colony's command center, Governor Richards received regular updates. 6 beasts down in the last 12 hours, her aide reported. The hunting parties are getting better at this. Of course they are, Richards smiled. We're not just fighting back, we're learning. That's what humans do best. Up in orbit, Lord Drake watched with growing concern as more war beasts fell. The creature's built-in cameras showed him everything. And what he saw disturbed him. The humans weren't running from his beasts. They were systematically hunting them down. My lord, a junior officer reported, we're getting strange readings from the beasts' cybernetic systems. The humans aren't just killing them, they're studying them, learning how they work. Dr. Wells, who had been quietly monitoring the situation, finally spoke. Did you know, my lord, that before humans built spaceships, they hunted animals larger than themselves to extinction on almost every continent of their homeworld? Not with advanced weapons, but with simple tools and understanding of animal behavior. She pointed to a screen showing humans setting up another trap. Those aren't just farmers and colonists down there. Those are the descendants of Earth's most successful hunters, and you just gave them new prey to hunt. The war beasts were learning a hard lesson. On any world humans inhabited, they were never the apex predator for long. The ground shook as more drop pods pierced the evening sky above Bennett Valley. Lord Drake had doubled down on his strategy, sending in his largest and most aggressive war beasts. But this time, the humans were ready. They never learn, do they? Tom Walker said, watching the pods descend through his binoculars. He keyed his radio, now part of a network spanning every farm and homestead in the valley. Heads up, everyone. We've got new guests coming to dinner. The response was immediate but calm. No panic, no chaos. Just the smooth operation of people who had been preparing for this moment. North Sector ready, came Bill Cooper's voice. His harvester, now practically a tank with its reinforced armor and mounted weapons, waited in a camouflaged barn. South Sector in position, reported Jane Wilson. Her hunting platforms, built high in the valley's old trees, gave her team perfect firing positions at the beast's weak points. The first pod crashed through a wheat field. Its door blew open, and a massive creature emerged, bigger than the previous ones, with thick armor plates and what looked like energy weapons mounted on its shoulders. It raised its head and roared, expecting to terrify its prey. Instead, it triggered a trap. Hidden speakers around the field blasted out a specific frequency that Mary Walker had discovered while studying the captured beasts. The sound wasn't harmful to humans, but it played havoc with the creature's cybernetic systems. Their fancy technology is their weakness, Mary explained through the radio as the beast staggered. Natural animals adapt. These things can't change their programming. The creature stumbled into the wheat field. Its targeting system scrambled. That's when the humans struck. Harvester machines emerged from hidden positions, their normal cutting blades replaced with strengthened rams. They didn't need to kill the beast, just hold it in place. Like handling a mad bull, Bill shouted over the radio. Except this bull's got a computer for a brain. From her tree platform, Jane took careful aim with her rifle, now modified with armor-piercing rounds designed by the colony's engineers. Targeting the left shoulder vent, she reported calmly. Just like taking down a charging bear, hit them where they breathe. The shot rang out. The beast's armor cracked at its weakest point. More shots followed from other platforms, a coordinated attack that brought the massive creature down. Similar scenes played out across the valley as more pods landed. The humans had turned their entire farming region into one giant trap. Irrigation systems could flood areas in seconds, creating mud that fouled the beast's joints. Modified drones, originally used for crop spraying, now dropped nets and smoke bombs. In the colony's command center, Governor Richards watched the tactical display with pride. Send the data from this sector to all other regions, she ordered. Every farm, every village. Show them how we're beating these things. Up in orbit, Lord Drake's command staff watched in horror as more war beasts fell. These weren't random victories. The humans had developed systematic methods for dealing with each type of creature. My lord, a junior officer reported, they're adapting faster than we can send new variants. They're teaching each other. Every beast we lose, they learn more about how to kill the next one. Dr. Wells, still watching from her corner, smiled slightly. Humans have a saying, my lord. The more things change, the more they stay the same. 10,000 years ago, they were sharing hunting techniques around campfires. Now they're sharing them through radios and data networks. But the principle is the same. They learn, they adapt, they survive. As if to emphasize her point, another war beast fell on the tactical display. The humans hadn't just learned to survive against the beasts, they'd learned to win. And they were teaching each other how to do it better with each passing hour. Lord Drake stormed into the research section of his command ship, his tail lashing with anger. The screens around him showed more failed attacks, more dead war beasts. How were simple farmers defeating his perfect weapons? "Dr. Wells," he shouted, "I want answers." The small scientist looked up from her desk, surrounded by historical documents and biological data. "I tried to give you answers before the invasion, my lord. Perhaps now you're ready to listen." She pressed a button, and the room's main display lit up with images from Earth's history. Cave paintings showed tiny human figures taking down massive creatures. Archaeological records displayed the bones of ancient predators. "This is what I tried to tell you about," she said, pointing to the images. Humans didn't become Earth's dominant species because they were the strongest or fastest. They did it by being the best hunters their world had ever seen. Drake watched as she brought up more records. "These simple farmers you dismissed, their ancestors hunted creatures called mammoths, beasts larger than our biggest war creatures. They did it with stone spears and wooden tools. But that was primitive technology," Drake protested. "Our beasts have armor, cybernetics, which makes no difference," Dr. Wells interrupted, showing footage from the current battles. "Look how they hunt our beasts. They study the patterns, find the weaknesses, work together. It's exactly how their ancestors hunted." She displayed a new image, an ancient human hunting party tracking the large predator. Next to it, she put a current image of Tom Walker's group planning their attacks. "Nothing has changed," she explained. "Humans were never the strongest species on their world. They weren't the fastest. They didn't have natural weapons. But they had three things that made them deadly." She held up one finger. "First, they can observe and learn. Look how quickly they figured out our beasts' weaknesses. A second finger, they share knowledge. Every success is taught to others. A third finger, and they can outlast any prey. Their ancestors would chase animals until they collapsed from exhaustion. They called it persistence hunting." On the screens, more footage played from New Eden, humans methodically wearing down a war beast, following it, never letting it rest, until they could strike at its weak points. "The colony's governor just sent us a message," a junior officer reported, entering the room. She says they're willing to accept our surrender." Drake's scales flushed with anger. "Surrender? To farmers? To hunters?" Dr. Wells corrected. "The most successful hunters in known space. Did you know humans drove over 50 major species to extinction on their homeworld before they even developed powered vehicles? Not because they wanted to, but because they were too good at hunting." She brought up one final image, a map showing human expansion across Earth, followed by a map of their colonial expansion into space. "Every world humans settle, they become the apex predator," she explained. "Not through strength, but through intelligence, cooperation, and persistence. Your war beasts never stood a chance." Drake stared at the casualty reports. Hundreds of war beasts dead. His perfect weapons, hunted down by humans using modified farming equipment and simple projectile weapons. "If you had read my reports," Dr. Wells said quietly, "you would have known. Humans turned hunting into an art form thousands of years ago. These colonists, they're the ones brave enough to settle new worlds. The ones who still remember the old skills. And you gave them the perfect opportunity to prove that humans are still the greatest hunters in the galaxy." Outside the research section's windows, New Eden turned slowly below them. Down there, more war beasts were being hunted, tracked, and taken down by descendants of Earth's most successful predator species. The Dominion was learning a lesson that Earth's ancient animals had learned long ago. Never underestimate humanity's ability to hunt. Mary Walker stood in the colony's main research lab, surrounded by pieces of war beast armor and control systems. On the table before her lay the brain of one of the creatures, its cybernetic implants exposed. "Look at this," she said to the team of engineers and scientists gathered around. "The control system isn't just giving them orders. It's suppressing their natural instincts." She pointed to a glowing section of the neural interface. "These animals aren't naturally this aggressive. They're being forced to fight." In a reinforced pen outside, a captured war beast paced back and forth. Unlike Unlike its rampaging companions, this one had been carefully tranquilized and partially freed from its control systems. It was one of the six-legged predators, but its behavior had changed dramatically. They're pack hunters by nature, Mary explained, watching the creature through the observation window. The Dominion turned them into berserkers, but that's not their true behavior. She turned to face Governor Richards. "We can do better." The governor raised an eyebrow. "You want to turn them to our side?" "They're just animals," Mary said. "Very smart animals. And humans have been taming smart animals for thousands of years." In the lab next door, Tom Walker and Bill Cooper worked with the colony's tech experts to crack the beast's control codes. They had gathered dozens of intact control units from their successful hunts. "It's like breaking a wild horse," Tom said, examining the control interface. "First, you have to earn their trust. Show them you're not a threat." The breakthrough came 3 days later. Mary's team managed to completely disable the control unit on their captive beast. The creature's natural intelligence emerged, and to everyone's surprise, it was far more sophisticated than the Dominion's brutal programming had allowed. "They turned these beautiful creatures into weapons," Mary said sadly, watching their test subject gently take food from a handler's hand. "But we can show them a better way." Word spread quickly through the colony. More war beasts were captured alive now, carefully tranquilized, and freed from their control systems. Mary and her team worked around the clock, developing a new, gentler control interface that worked with the creature's natural instincts rather than suppressing them. High in orbit, Lord Drake received the most disturbing report yet. "My lord," his tactical officer said, voice shaking. "The humans, they're not just defeating our beasts anymore. They're taming them." The tactical display told the story. Freed war beasts were now fighting alongside the humans, their natural pack-hunting instincts making them far more effective than they had been under the Dominion's brutal control. In Bennett Valley, Tom Walker led a hunting party that included 3 former war beasts. The creatures moved silently through the wheat fields, using their enhanced senses to track their still-controlled brethren. "Easy, big fellow," Tom said, patting the flank of the largest beast. The creature's armor had been modified, stripped of its weapons but enhanced with better protective plating. "Let's go find your friends." The hunting party moved like a well-oiled machine. The freed beasts would locate their targets, while the humans would move in to disable the control systems. More often than not, the controlled beasts surrendered once they sensed their freed companions. The Dominion made a mistake, Governor Richards said, watching the latest successful hunt on her tactical display. "They thought these creatures were just weapons. But humans know better. We've spent our entire history working with animals, understanding them, forming partnerships." Dr. Wells, watching the same feed from the Dominion ship, couldn't help but smile. "First, they learned to hunt the beasts," she said to no one in particular. "Then they learned to understand them. And now," she gestured to the screen showing humans and freed war beasts working together. "Now they've done what humans always do. They've turned their former enemies into allies." Lord Drake stood before the Dominion High Council, his scales pale with shame. On the massive display behind him, footage played from the failed invasion of New Eden. The council members watched in stunned silence as scenes unfolded, war beasts being hunted down by farmers, creatures being turned against their masters, and finally, the humiliating retreat of Dominion forces. "Let me understand this clearly," the High Chancellor said, her voice cold. "You lost our entire war beast program to farmers." "Not just farmers," Dr. Wells stepped forward, now officially summoned to testify. "Colonists, pioneers, the kind of humans who choose to settle new worlds." She gestured to the screens. In other words, the most adaptable and resourceful of an already resourceful species. News of the defeat spread across the galaxy like wildfire. On 1,000 worlds, beings gathered around screens to watch the footage. They saw humans in modified farming equipment taking down cyber-enhanced predators. They watched in amazement as colonists turned the feared war humans into allies. Back on New Eden, the celebration was in full swing. The town square of Bennett Valley had been transformed. Alongside the parked harvesters and hunting vehicles stood reformed war beasts, their armor painted with the colony's colors. Children rode on the backs of creatures that had once been sent to terrorize them. "Never thought I'd see something like this," Bill Cooper said, watching his grandson Tommy feeding treats to a six-legged beast that now helped guard his wheat fields. "Turns out they're pretty good at herding cattle, once you show them how." Tom Walker stood with Governor Richards, looking over the changed valley. "The Dominion did us a favor, really," he said. "Those beasts are better suited to farm work than fighting. Strong, smart, and now that they're free of the control systems, surprisingly gentle." Mary Walker was busy teaching other colonies how to free and rehabilitate any remaining war beasts. Her veterinary protocols had been shared across human space, just in case the Dominion tried their strategy elsewhere. The funny thing is, she told a group of visiting reporters, these creatures were never meant to be weapons. The Dominion took beautiful, intelligent animals and tried to turn them into monsters. We just helped them become themselves again. In the galaxy's diplomatic circles, the story became a cautionary tale. Videos of humans hunting down war beasts with primitive weapons and modified farm equipment became popular viewing. Military analysts studied the footage, learning hard lessons about underestimating humanity. The humans didn't just beat the war beasts, one alien general noted. They understood them, freed them, and turned them into friends. Who else would look at a cybernetic killing machine and think, I bet that would be good at herding cattle? Dr. Wells, now promoted to head of Xenological Studies, gave her final report to the Dominion Council. The mistake wasn't just attacking humans, she explained. The mistake was forgetting what made humans dominant on their homeworld. Not technology, not strength, but their ability to adapt, learn, and turn enemies into allies. She showed them one final image, a human child riding on the back of a war beast through a wheat field, both seeming perfectly happy. They've already started breeding programs, she added. Within a few generations, these creatures will be as loyal to humans as Earth's dogs. That's what humans do. They don't just survive, they thrive. They don't just win, they change the game entirely. The story of New Eden became legend, told and retold across the galaxy. How farmers and colonists defeated the most feared weapons in known space. How humans proved once again why they were the most successful predators in history. And most importantly, how dropping more beasts on a human planet became known as the greatest military mistake in recent galactic history. In Bennett Valley, life went on. The wheat grew tall, the modified harvesters worked the fields, and the reformed war beasts helped guard the crops. Just another day on a human colony world, where the descendants of Earth's greatest hunters had once again proven why you should never, ever underestimate humanity's ability to adapt. The mining colony's warning systems flashed red across every screen in the control room. Blue Song's four hands moved quickly over the holographic controls, his crystalline body reflecting the emergency lights. The small colony of Astra beings had never expected trouble this far out in space. They were peaceful miners, working on the edge of known space, gathering rare minerals that their species needed for sustenance. Elder Bluesong called out Crystal Hum, the youngest operator in the room. The long-range scanners show multiple ships entering our system. They're not sending any friendly signals. Bluesong floated closer to the main screen, his transparent body clouding with worry. A natural reaction among the Astra. The ships on the screen were arranged in an attack formation. Anyone with even basic knowledge of space combat would recognize it. But the Astra weren't warriors. They had never needed to be. How many? Bluesong asked, his voice resonating like wind through crystal. 27 large vessels, Elder, and they matched the description of the Dark Swarm fleet. The control room fell silent. Everyone had heard stories of the Dark Swarm, the terror fleet that appeared from nowhere, stripped colonies bare, and disappeared with all resources and survivors. No one who encountered them ever returned to tell their tale. The only reason anyone knew about them was because of the evidence they left behind: empty, broken colonies. "We must contact the Galactic Council," said Crystal Hum, his young voice shaking. Blue Song's body dimmed slightly, their equivalent of shaking their head. "The Council's nearest fleet is 3 weeks away at maximum speed. The Dark Swarm will be here in less than 2 days." The colony held 5,000 Astra souls, 5,000 of his people who had trusted him to lead them safely. Blue Song looked around the control room, seeing the fear in his people's clouding bodies. They were miners, scientists, families. They had no weapons, no defense systems beyond basic shields meant to protect against asteroids. Then he remembered something: the forbidden frequency. "There is one option," Blue Song said slowly, "but the Council has forbidden contact with them." "With who, Elder?" Crystal Hum moved closer, hope returning some clarity to his form. "The Deathworlders, the humans." Gasps echoed through the crystal walls. Every young Astra learned about humans in their history lessons, the strange beings from a planet that should have killed them. A species that evolved on a world with crushing gravity, deadly predators, and extreme temperature changes. Their bodies were dense with muscle and bone, their minds sharp with survival instincts, and their technology. Their technology was built to endure everything their hellish world had thrown at them. The Galactic Council had voted to isolate them centuries ago. Too dangerous, they said. Too unpredictable. Too willing to fight. The humans had accepted the decision with what they called a shrug, and simply continued building their empire in their assigned sector of space. But they had left behind one thing: an emergency frequency. A way to call for help if anyone ever truly needed them. Blue Song moved to the communications array. His fingers hesitated over the controls. Using this frequency would mean breaking the highest laws of the Council. But as he looked at the screen showing the approaching Dark Swarm fleet, he knew there was no choice. "Elder," Crystal Hum whispered, "the stories say humans are violent and unpredictable. They might be as dangerous as the Dark Swarm." Blue Song's body glowed with determination. "The difference, young one, is that humans fight to protect. The Dark Swarm fight to destroy. Sometimes we must trust in the dangerous to save us from the evil." His fingers moved over the controls, inputting the frequency that no one had used in centuries. The emergency beacon activated, sending a powerful signal into the void of space. The message was simple, sent in the human language of English that all Astra learned as part of their history studies. "To any human ships, this is the Astra mining colony in Sector 7B9. We are under attack by a hostile fleet. We have no weapons. We have children. Please help us. Please." The message shot out faster than light, racing through the darkness between stars. All they could do now was wait, and hope that the most feared species in the galaxy would choose to answer their call. Crystal Hum moved to the window, looking up at the stars. "Do you think they'll come, Elder?" Blue Song joined him at the window. "The stories say that humans never abandon a cry for help. Now we will see if the stories are true." Above them, the stars continued to shine, unknowing of the drama unfolding beneath them. Somewhere out there, their message was speeding through space, searching for the only beings in the galaxy that the Dark Swarm had never dared to attack. The Deathworlders, the humans, their last hope. Admiral Marcus stood on the bridge of the Earth Fleet's flagship, Thunder, his weathered face illuminated by the soft blue glow of holographic displays. The massive ship, nearly 2 miles long, cruised through hyperspace with its escort fleet of 15 vessels. They were returning from a routine patrol of human space when the signal came through. "Admiral," called out Lieutenant Reed from the communication station, "we're picking up a distress signal. It's using the emergency frequency, sir." Marcus straightened his back. The emergency frequency hadn't been used in over 200 years, not since the Galactic Council had decided that humanity was too dangerous to interact with. They'd left the frequency as a final lifeline. knowing that someday someone might need the very thing that made humans so feared: their ability to fight. "Play it," Marcus ordered, his voice deep and calm. The message echoed through the bridge, the alien voice speaking careful English, begging for help. The crew fell silent as they listened to the desperation in those words. "Sir," the ship's eye, Atlas, appeared as a blue hologram. "The signal originates from an astromining colony. Scans indicate they are being approached by 27 warships. Based on their formation and energy signatures, they match known dark swarm patterns." Marcus's jaw tightened. Everyone had heard of the dark swarm, pirates and raiders who preyed on peaceful species. They'd never dared enter human space, but their reputation for cruelty was well known. "Time to intercept if we alter course," Marcus asked. 38 hours at maximum safe speed," Atlas replied. "However, the dark swarm will reach the colony in 47 hours. We have a narrow window, Admiral." Lieutenant Reed looked up from her station. "Sir, the Galactic Council's laws clearly forbid us from entering that sector. We'd be breaking at least 6 major treaties." Marcus walked to the front viewport, watching the streaks of hyperspace light pass by. He thought about the fear in that alien voice, about the children mentioned in the message. He thought about how humanity had accepted their isolation, understanding the galaxy's fear of them, but they had never accepted the idea of standing by while the innocent suffered. "Atlas," he said quietly, "what happens to Astra colonies when the dark swarm finds them?" The AI's hologram flickered. "Based on historical data, sir. Total destruction. No survivors." Marcus turned to face his crew. Every eye on the bridge was fixed on him. They all knew what was at stake. Not just the lives of the colonists, but possibly humanity's standing in the galaxy. Breaking the treaties could lead to even stricter isolation, maybe even sanctions. "Send a message to Earth Command," Marcus ordered. "Inform them that we received an emergency signal and are responding as per Article 7 of the Human Emergency Response Protocol." A small smile crossed Lieutenant Reed's face. Article 7 was an old Earth law, predating their contact with aliens. Any ship captain who ignores a distress signal is guilty of failing to render assistance under maritime law. "Atlas, plot an intercept course. Push the engines to maximum. Lieutenant Reed, send a message to the colony. Tell them," he paused, choosing his words carefully, "tell them help is coming." "Sir," Atlas's hologram flickered with calculations. "Even at maximum speed, we have only a 9% chance of arriving before the dark swarm begins their attack." Marcus smiled, and there was something in that smile that reminded everyone on the bridge why humanity had earned their fearsome reputation. "Then we'll just have to be quick about the rescue, won't we?" "All hands," his voice echoed through the ship's communications, "battle stations. We're about to remind the galaxy why you don't hunt the innocent in our universe." The massive engines of the Thunder roared to life, pushing the ship faster through hyperspace. Behind it, 15 other human warships followed, their crews preparing for battle. They had trained all their lives for this, carrying the hope that someday someone would need protectors more than they feared humanity's strength. In the command chair, Marcus watched as his crew worked with practiced efficiency. They had been called monsters, dangers, deathworlders. But now, they would show the galaxy the truth about humanity, that the same strength that made them dangerous also made them the best possible allies. "Hold on," he whispered to the distant colony. "The monsters are coming to save you." The dark swarm fleet dropped out of hyperspace like a swarm of metal locusts, their black ships blocking out the stars above the colony. Bluesong watched from the underground command center as the first shots lit up the morning sky, tearing through the colony's weak shields as if they were made of paper. "Everyone is in the shelters," Crystal Hum reported, his crystalline form dimming with fear. "All 5,000 colonists are below ground level." The underground chambers had been built to protect against solar radiation and meteor strikes, not warships. But they were better than nothing. Bluesong watched the main screen as the first dark swarm landing craft touched down near the main mining facilities. "They're not destroying everything," noticed one of the operators. "They're being careful with the equipment." Blue Song's form clouded with understanding. "Because they want our mining machinery. They don't just destroy. They steal what they can use." The first images of the Dark Swarm troops came through the security cameras. They moved like oil across water, their black armor making them look like walking shadows. Each one carried weapons that hummed with deadly energy. The Astra had always thought of themselves as tall, but these creatures towered over their normal height by at least 2 feet. "Elder," Crystal Hum's voice shook. "We received a response from the humans before the Dark Swarm arrived. They're coming. Should we try to hold out?" Blue Song watched as the Dark Swarm methodically began searching the colony's buildings. Their movements were practiced, efficient. They'd done this many times before. "We have no choice but to hold out," he said. "But we must be smart. Atlas, seal all data cores. Activate the emergency deletion protocols." The colony's maintenance AI responded with a soft chime. "Data cores sealed, Elder. All mining records and colonial databases are now locked behind quantum encryption." The Dark Swarm had reached the main administration building. Through the cameras, Blue Song could see them placing small devices on walls and doors. Seconds later, those devices pulsed with energy, and the locks melted away. "They're going to find us," whispered one of the younger operators, her crystal form almost transparent with fear. "Yes," Blue Song agreed, "but they won't find us easily, and they won't find what they're looking for." The colonists had spent the last 2 days preparing. They'd hidden their most valuable mining data, scattered their food supplies across multiple storage rooms, and set up false leads that would take time to investigate, time they desperately needed. A loud boom echoed through the underground chambers. The Dark Swarm had found one of the main entrance points to the underground complex. "All security doors, close and lock," Blue Song ordered. "Activate the emergency maze protocol." The underground complex had been built with a clever design feature. In emergencies, the internal walls could move, turning the straight corridors into a complex maze. It wouldn't stop the Dark Swarm forever, but it would slow them down. "Elder," Crystal Hum called out. "They're broadcasting a message." The message played through the colony's speakers, the voice deep and artificial sounding. "Attention Astra Colony. Your resources are now property of the Dark Swarm. Surrender and provide access to your data cores, and your deaths will be quick. Resist, and we will ensure your suffering serves as a lesson to others." Blue Song's crystal form glowed with a fierce light. "Send them our response." Crystal Hum looked uncertain. "What response?" "Elder, send them nothing. Let them waste time waiting for an answer that will never come. Every minute they spend waiting is another minute closer to our rescue." Through the cameras, they watched as the Dark Swarm forces grew frustrated with the silence. They began using heavier weapons on the doors, but each sealed door they melted through only led them to more corridors, more choices, more delays. In the shelter areas, 5,000 Astra huddled together, their crystal bodies glowing softly in the darkness. They could hear the sounds of the Dark Swarm above them, searching, breaking, destroying. But they held on to hope, the hope carried in the message they'd received. "Hold on, the Death Worlders are coming." Blue Song looked at the countdown timer he'd started when they received the humans' response. 36 hours until their estimated arrival. They just had to survive until then. "Keep watching the stars," he told his people. "Our saviors are coming, and may the Dark Swarm learn what it means to hurt those under human protection." The human fleet dropped out of hyperspace on the dark side of the colony's moon, their engines cold and silent. Admiral Marcus stood on the Thunder's Bridge, watching the tactical display show 23 Dark Swarm ships in orbit around the colony. 4 had landed on the surface. "Status report," Marcus ordered quietly. "They haven't detected us yet," Lieutenant Reed reported. "Their sensors are focused on the colony. They're still trying to break into the underground complex." Atlas's hologram appeared, showing a detailed scan of the situation. "The colony's defenders have been clever. They turned their underground complex into a maze. The Dark Swarm have only managed to reach the outer sections. Marcus nodded, a grim smile on his face. Smart colonists. They've bought us the time we needed. Atlas, what's the status of our new toys? The gravity pulse weapons are charged, Admiral. All ships report ready. The gravity pulse weapons were humanity's newest innovation. The Galactic Council had banned them, calling them too dangerous. They hadn't wanted the Death Worlders to have weapons that could manipulate the very force that had made their home world so deadly. Send the signal to all ships, Marcus ordered. Operation Thunderstrike begins in 3 minutes. Remember, we want prisoners. The galaxy needs to know what happened here. The human fleet moved silently through space, spreading out in an attack formation that would have seemed suicidal to most species. 15 ships against 23 larger vessels, but humans had learned long ago that size wasn't everything. Sir, Reed called out, the Dark Swarm are broadcasting to the colony again. They're threatening to start executing prisoners if they don't get access to the data cores. Marcus's face hardened. Move up the timeline. Begin now. The human fleet accelerated as one, their engines lighting up the darkness. The Dark Swarm sensors finally detected them, but it was already too late. Target their engines and weapons, Marcus commanded. Show them what happens when you threaten the innocent. The Thunder's gravity pulse weapon fired first. A beam of invisible force struck the nearest Dark Swarm ship, crushing its engine section like a tin can. The massive ship spun helplessly, its crew experiencing crushing gravity levels that their bodies had never evolved to handle. Dark Swarm fleet is responding, Atlas reported. They appear confused by our attack pattern. Of course they were confused. No sane species would split their fleet into small attack groups, each ship charging directly at a superior enemy vessel. But humans had learned warfare on a world where predators attacked in packs, where smaller hunters could bring down larger prey. They're firing, Reed announced. The Dark Swarm ships launched their energy weapons, filling space with deadly beams. But human ships were built differently. Their hulls, designed to withstand the crushing pressures of Earth's gravity, shrugged off hits that would have vaporized other species' vessels. Return fire, Marcus ordered. All ships, execute attack pattern Delta. The human fleet moved like a pack of wolves, each ship supporting the others. Where the Dark Swarm expected them to retreat after taking damage, they pressed forward. Where they expected the humans to break formation under fire, they held together. Sir, Atlas reported, the enemy is attempting to regroup. Their commander appears to be realizing we're not a normal opponent. Marcus watched as his ships tore through the Dark Swarm formation. The gravity pulse weapons were doing their work, crushing engines, weapons, and power systems. The Dark Swarm's technological advantage meant nothing against weapons designed by beings who had evolved under crushing gravity. Message from the colony, Reed called out. The Dark Swarm ground forces are retreating to their ships. They're running from us, sir. Not today, Marcus said firmly. Send to all ships. Block their escape. I want those ground forces captured. The galaxy needs to see what these creatures really are. The battle had lasted less than 15 minutes, and already half the Dark Swarm fleet was disabled or destroyed. Their remaining ships were trying to retreat, but found themselves trapped by the very force that had shaped humanity's evolution, gravity itself. Send a message to the Dark Swarm, Commander, Marcus ordered. Tell them, this is what happens when you prey on the innocent. Surrender now, or learn why the galaxy fears the Death Worlders. Blue Song and the colony's leadership watched in amazement through their few remaining external cameras as the battle unfolded above their world. The human ships moved in ways that defied conventional space combat wisdom, taking hits that should have destroyed them, pushing forward when any sane species would retreat. Their ships are damaged, Crystal Hum observed, watching the Thunder take another direct hit. But they're not stopping. How can they keep fighting with such damage? Because, Blue Song replied softly, They evolved on a world that tried to kill them every day. Everything about them is built to endure. On the Thunder's bridge, Admiral Marcus stood calmly as his ship shuddered under another impact. Warning lights flashed across multiple systems, but he knew his ship could take it. They had built their vessels like they built everything else, to survive whatever the universe threw at them. Port side armor is down to 40%. Atlas reported. 2 decks are exposed to space. Emergency force fields are holding. Crew status. Marcus asked, watching as another Darkswarm ship succumbed to the gravity weapons. 3 injured, no casualties, Reed reported. Damage control teams are already repairing the breaches. They say they've done harder repairs during training. Sir, the Darkswarm commander, Lord Hunter, watched from his flagship with growing horror as his fleet was systematically torn apart by ships that should have been destroyed 3 times over. His species had ruled the dark spaces between stars through superior technology and tactical doctrine. But these humans ignored everything they knew about warfare. My lord, his second reported, the human vessels are still advancing. Their hulls are heavily damaged, but their weapons remain at full power. They're not retreating. Why aren't they retreating? Because they're insane, Lord Hunter hissed. No species fights like this. No one advances into superior firepower. No one. His words cut off as his flagship shuddered. The humans had fired another gravity pulse, and he felt his own body growing heavy as artificial gravity crushed down on his bridge. In the colony below, the Darkswarm ground forces were experiencing their own revelation about human nature. They had tried to return to their landing ships, only to find them crushed by invisible forces, their hulls crumpled like dying insects. Look, Crystal Hum pointed at one of the camera feeds. The humans are landing their own troops now. The human Marines emerged from their dropships wearing powered armor that made them even larger than the Darkswarm. Where the raiders had moved like shadows, the humans moved like thunderstorms, each step leaving imprints in the metal deck plating. Surrender. The human Marine commander's voice boomed through external speakers. You have 10 seconds to comply. The Darkswarm troops, for the first time in their history, dropped their weapons. They had never encountered a force that could not be broken, could not be scared, could not be defeated through superior technology. On the Thunder's bridge, Marcus received the report of the ground forces' surrender with satisfaction. Status of the enemy fleet. 17 ships disabled. Atlas reported. 6 attempting to retreat. No ships remain combat effective. Marcus opened a channel to all vessels, friend and foe alike. This is Admiral Marcus of the human Third Fleet. To all Darkswarm ships, your ground forces have surrendered. Your fleet is in ruins. This is your final chance. Surrender now, or we will show you why our homeworld is called a death world. Blue Song watched the remaining Darkswarm ships power down their weapons. In just 30 minutes, the most feared raiders in known space had been completely defeated by the species that the galaxy had tried to isolate. I understand now, he said quietly to Crystal Hum. The Council feared them because they are strong. But they never understood. The humans are strong because their world taught them to protect themselves. And now, they protect others. Above the colony, the human fleet took up defensive positions, their damaged hulls gleaming in the starlight. They had arrived as saviors and proven themselves to be not just warriors, but guardians. The Deathworlders had shown the galaxy that being dangerous and being noble were not mutually exclusive. Lord Hunter of the Darkswarm stood on his flagship's bridge, watching as his mighty fleet drifted powerless in space. The human gravity weapons had turned his once proud armada into floating wreckage. But he still had one card to play, one final move that had always worked before. Open a channel to the human flagship, he ordered, his black armor gleaming under the emergency lights. Admiral Marcus appeared on the main screen, his weathered face showing no emotion. Behind him, the human bridge crews worked calmly despite the battle damage visible around them. You fight well, human, Lord Hunter began. using his most diplomatic tone. "Perhaps we can reach an arrangement. We have wealth beyond." "Stop," Marcus cut him off. "We're not interested in bribes. Surrender your ships and prepare to be boarded." Lord Hunter's red eyes narrowed. "You don't understand. The Dark Swarm have resources across 50 star systems. We could offer you 50 systems you've stolen from others." Marcus interrupted again. "Lieutenant Reed, how many colonies have the Dark Swarm raided in the past year?" 23 confirmed attacks, sir," Reed reported. "No survivors found at any of them." The human admiral's face hardened. "You see, Lord Hunter, we've been watching you for a long time. We stayed in our assigned sector of space, respecting the Council's wishes. But we never stopped monitoring what happened beyond our borders. On the colony below, Blue Song and his people had emerged from their underground shelters. Human Marines in powered armor stood guard as medical teams treated the few injuries from the siege. The colonists watched the exchange between the two commanders on public channels, their crystal bodies glowing with interest. "You can't do this," Lord Hunter snarled, his diplomatic mask falling away. "We are the Dark Swarm. We take what we want. You're nothing but bullies," Marcus said calmly. "You prey on those who can't fight back. But you made a mistake today. You attacked someone who asked us for help." The Thunder's massive form moved closer to the Dark Swarm flagship, its damaged hull somehow making it look even more threatening, like a warrior wearing battle scars with pride. "One last chance," Marcus offered. "Surrender now, and you'll face justice for your crimes. Resist, and we'll show you what happens when you push Deathworlders too far." Lord Hunter slammed his fist on his command console. "We are the supreme power in the dark spaces. We will not bow to lesser beings who should have died on their brutal world." A small smile crossed Marcus's face. "You still don't understand. We didn't survive our world. We mastered it. Atlas, execute final warning." The human fleet's gravity weapons powered up again, but this time they worked in reverse. Instead of crushing, they nullified the artificial gravity on every Dark Swarm ship. For most species, this would be an inconvenience, but the Dark Swarm, evolved in low-gravity environments, found themselves floating helplessly. "Fun fact about humans," Marcus said as he watched the Dark Swarm cruise flail in zero gravity. "We evolved to handle everything from 0 to 3 times Earth standard. Your bodies, on the other hand, are already showing signs of stress. In about 10 minutes, you'll start experiencing severe disorientation. In 20, organ failure begins." You wouldn't," Lord Hunter gasped, trying to grab onto something solid. "The Council forbids such weapons." "The Council forbids a lot of things," Marcus replied, "including helping peaceful colonies under attack. So tell me, Lord Hunter, do you really want to bet your life that we always follow the rules?" Through the video feed, Lord Hunter could see the determination in the human's eyes. He saw no fear, no hesitation, no doubt. He saw what his species had never understood, that the most dangerous beings in the galaxy were not those who loved violence, but those who had learned to use their strength to protect others. We surrender," Lord Hunter said finally. "Full and unconditional surrender." Marcus nodded once. "Wise choice. Atlas, restore their gravity. Marine teams, prepare for boarding. Let's show the galaxy what happens when raiders meet protectors." Blue Song watched as human ships moved to secure the Dark Swarm fleet. "They did it," he said softly. "They actually did it." Crystal Hum nodded beside him. "Yes, Elder. But I think we all learned something today. The galaxy feared the human strength, but perhaps we should have feared what would happen without it." 3 months after the Battle of the Astra Colony, the Galactic Council chambers were packed with representatives from 100 species. The massive circular room hummed with excited conversation as, for the first time in 2 centuries, a human delegation stood at the speaker's podium. Admiral Marcus wore his formal uniform, the battle damage to his ship's hull now displayed proudly on the Thunder service record behind him. Beside him stood Bluesong, his crystal form glowing with steady confidence. Members of the council, Bluesong began. 3 months ago, my colony faced extinction at the hands of the Dark Swarm. We had a choice: follow your rules and die, or call upon those you had labeled too dangerous to contact. We chose to live. The chamber grew quiet. On the main display, footage from the battle played silently. Human ships charging forward despite devastating damage. Marines in powered armor protecting colonists. Medical teams treating the injured of all species. The humans didn't just save us, Bluesong continued. They showed us what true strength means. Their ships were damaged but never stopped. Their crews were injured but kept fighting. Not for glory, not for power, but to protect those who couldn't protect themselves. Admiral Marcus stepped forward. For 200 years, we respected your wishes. We stayed in our sector, built our colonies, and watched as raiders like the Dark Swarm preyed on peaceful species. We watched because you asked us to. But when someone finally called for help, we answered. The council leader, a tall being of pure energy, spoke up. The treaties were clear, Admiral. Your actions, while heroic, violated multiple laws. Laws. Marcus raised an eyebrow. Let me tell you about laws. On Earth, we have an ancient law of the sea. Any captain who ignores a distress signal is guilty of failing to render assistance. It's been part of our code since before we reached the stars. Because strength isn't just about having power, it's about how you use it. Bluesong activated a new display, showing the Dark Swarm prison ships now under human guard. The Dark Swarm's leaders have confessed to attacking 57 colonies in the past decade. They chose their targets carefully, always peaceful species, always those who couldn't fight back. They assumed no one would come to help. But someone did come, Marcus added. And now we're here to propose a new arrangement. The chamber buzzed with interest. On the upper levels, representatives from a dozen mining colonies watched intently. They had all heard about how one distress call had brought humanity's finest to the rescue. We don't want to rule, Marcus explained. We don't want to conquer. But we're offering something the galaxy desperately needs: protection. Any peaceful colony that wants human protection can request it. We'll respond to any distress call, defend against any aggressor, and ensure that what happened to those 57 colonies never happens again. And why should we trust you with such power? The council leader asked. Bluesong's form glowed brighter. Because they already have the power. They've always had it. But instead of using it to conquer, they use it to protect. I've seen human children playing with our younglings, sharing Earth stories. I've seen their engineers helping us improve our defenses, asking nothing in return. They're not monsters. They're guardians. The council chambers erupted in discussion. On the public channels across the galaxy, billions watched as history was made. The footage from the battle had already spread everywhere. Humans charging into combat to protect strangers, risking their lives for aliens they'd never met. We call them Deepworlders, Bluesong concluded, but perhaps we should call them what they truly are, the protectors we always needed but were too afraid to trust. The vote that followed was not even close. The old treaties were revised, allowing human ships to respond to any distress call. Within a year, hundreds of colonies would request human protection. The raiders and pirates who had plagued the galaxy's peaceful species found themselves facing an enemy they couldn't intimidate or outfight. As Marcus and Bluesong left the council chambers, the Admiral smiled. You know, he said, back on Earth, there's an old saying, the only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for good men to do nothing. Bluesong's crystal form sparkled. Then it's fortunate that when we called, the good men of Earth chose to do something. Above them, the Thunder waited in orbit, its battle scars now a badge of honor. The ship that had answered a desperate call and changed the galaxy forever. The Deathworlders had finally found their true purpose, not to be feared, but to be the guardians of those who needed them most.
Kieran Thorne didn't expect to start an interstellar incident during his first week at the Galactic Cultural Exchange University, but then again, he hadn't expected the university's cafeteria to serve something that looked like violet mashed potatoes and hissed when poked either. He stood in the middle of the common room of Dorm Unit 12, clutching a wriggling carrier in his arms, while a dozen alien eyes, some stalked, some faceted, some surprisingly human, stared at him in absolute horror. From within the carrier, a low growl emerged. "I told you he doesn't like strangers," Kieran muttered, lifting the carrier to eye level. "You're fine, buddy. Just a couple of curious classmates. No need to go full jungle panther." A rounded, translucent being named Velor recoiled, its gelatinous surface rippling violently. "That is not a containment unit. That is inadequate. The predator is alert. Why would you bring such a being into a dormitory unrestrained?" Kieran set the carrier down gently, opened the mesh lid, and reached inside. A striped orange paw slapped his hand. Yeah, I get it. You're the boss." Then he pulled out the cat. It was an average-sized domestic feline, tail twitching, ears tilted slightly back, and eyes glaring with the disdain only a cat could muster. The aliens gasped. "He's not a predator," Kieran said, cradling the cat under its front legs as it dangled. "This is Diesel. He is a house cat. He sleeps on my bed." Silence. Then panic. A tall, insectile being named Herox flared its winged limbs and backed into a wall. "You allow that? That? Apex carnivore to share your resting space? That creature is designed to silence prey without warning. It has retractable claws and forward-facing eyes. It is a hunter." "He purrs when you scratch under his chin," Kieran replied. "He also refuses to eat anything that isn't shaped like a fish or chicken nugget." A flat-bodied creature named Skeen unrolled from the ceiling duct and dropped onto the floor with a wet slop. "You sleep near it voluntarily? While unconscious? You surrender your vulnerability to a predator?" He curls up behind my knees. It's nice. Warm. Herox's exoskeleton audibly creaked. "Does it not attack?" "Only if I move too fast during belly rubs." Diesel leapt from Kieran's arms and strutted across the floor like he owned the universe. The crowd parted, terrified. He sniffed a small, rodent-sized being named Triv, who immediately fainted. Kieran knelt to check on Triv, who was breathing, just overwhelmed. "Okay, maybe I should have introduced him more gently." "You brought a predator into a peaceful interspecies enclave," Velor bellowed. "I brought a pet cat." Kieran stood up. "Back on Earth, millions of people have them. We've domesticated them for thousands of years." "That creature is not domesticated," Skeen shrieked, eyeing Diesel as he began sharpening his claws on the corner of a low table support leg. "It is performing a territorial display." Kieran picked Diesel up again. "He's also neutered." No one seemed reassured by that. By the time the dorm supervisor, a fuzzy, blue-skinned being named Growlith, arrived, half the students had barricaded themselves behind furniture, and Diesel had eaten a piece of synthetic fish from someone's tray. Growlith's domed eyes blinked slowly. "Thorne. What is this?" "This is Diesel. He's my ESA, emotional support animal. Cleared by Interspecies Health Regulations, Section 12, Clause 5. You brought a terrestrial predator into shared housing?" "He's a cat." Growlith looked at Diesel. Diesel yawned, showing all his teeth. Growlith sighed. "You will attend a cultural acclimation hearing at midday. Do not let him out of your room again until then." "Yes, sir." Diesel flicked his tail in what Kieran assumed was a gesture of smug victory. Back in his quarters, Kieran set Diesel on the bed and slumped into the desk chair. Diesel immediately curled into a loaf beside his pillow and began grooming his paw with complete indifference to the diplomatic chaos he'd caused. "You know," Kieran said, looking over, "we're not making a great first impression." Diesel sneezed. The hearing was held in a circular room with hovering platforms for various species. Kieran sat alone at the center, Diesel in his carrier beneath the table. A panel of 5 faculty members representing different species presided. Growlith opened the proceedings. Kieran Thorne, you are requested to justify the presence of a biological predator from Earth in a shared living space with prey-identified species. Kieran stood. Respectfully, Diesel is not a threat. He's been raised in a domestic environment since he was a kitten. He doesn't hunt, he naps, he eats, he ignores me unless it's feeding time. A being with a long neck and delicate fins named Professor Miel leaned forward. Is it not true that domestic cats retain all instinctual predatory behaviors? In theory, sure, Kieran said. But so do humans, and we've managed to get along with over 600 species on this campus. Your species is not the concern, said a deep-voiced, rock-skinned being named Aurochs. You are an apex predator. You understand the codes of dominance and control. Prey species do not. I can keep Diesel contained, Kieran offered, but isolating him constantly would affect his well-being. He's used to companionship. He sleeps on my bed. That did it. The room erupted. He shares your nesting platform? You allow nightly proximity to a fanged carnivore? Miel tapped a fin on the console. Order, order! Kieran waited until the noise died. Look, I get it, you're not used to this, but humans have lived with cats for thousands of years. They've been part of our civilizations, our homes, our lives. He's not a weapon. He's my friend. He's helped me through things. He hesitated, then added, I lost someone. Diesel was there. He slept next to me when I couldn't sleep. He woke me up when I forgot to eat. He kept me alive. So yeah, I let him sleep on my bed. I need him. There was silence. Then a small voice from the back, May I see him? It was Triv, the fainting, rodent-like student, now standing with a tremble. Kieran looked to the panel. Growlithe nodded. He knelt and opened the carrier. Diesel blinked lazily and stepped out, tail up. Kieran kept a hand on his back. Triv approached, slowly. Diesel sniffed the air, then sat, beginning to groom a hind leg. Triv inched closer, then stopped. May I touch him? You can try, but he's picky. Triv extended a tiny paw. Diesel stared at it for a long moment, then leaned forward and licked it once. Triv made a squeaking noise and dropped to sit cross-legged on the floor, stunned. Diesel climbed into his lap. The room gasped. Kieran smiled. Told you, he's not so bad. Professor Miel leaned back. Perhaps a monitored integration trial is acceptable. Growlithe nodded. Agreed. Kieran Thorne, Diesel's access to common spaces will be restricted to designated hours and under supervision. Do you accept these terms? Yes, sir. Then this matter is provisionally resolved. As Kieran carried Diesel back to his room, Triv followed him, still wide-eyed. Does he do that often? Choose people? Sometimes. When he likes someone. I have never been liked by a predator before. Kieran laughed. Welcome to Earth culture. That night, Diesel curled up behind Kieran's knees as usual. Kieran stared up at the ceiling, wondering how many more surprises this place had in store. But for now, Diesel was purring, and the galaxy hadn't exploded. Yet, the next morning, Kieran woke up to find Diesel standing on his chest, staring directly into his face, like a disapproving landlord. You need something? Kieran croaked, voice hoarse from sleep. The Diesel blinked once, tail flicking. Then he stepped off slowly and stalked to the door, pausing beside his food bowl with the silent weight of royal expectation. Kieran groaned, swung his legs over the side of the bed, and limped toward the nutrition unit. His left ankle gave a tiny pop, probably from the weird way he'd slept, half curled to avoid kicking Diesel. He dropped a pouch of rehydrated chicken blend into the dispenser. You know, I could have gone to any university. Earth has entire planet-side academies, but no, I picked the one with 17 species and not a single cat lover. Diesel didn't respond, already chewing with the enthusiasm of a creature who believed every meal might be the last. By third bell, Kieran arrived at his comparative biology lab and immediately realized something was off. The classroom, normally a hum of clicking mandibles, fluttering tendrils, and low-frequency chittering, had gone silent when he entered. All heads turned toward him. A bipedal student with a semi-translucent thorax and iridescent eyes stepped forward. "I have a question," she said, her voice harmonizing across two tones. "Is it true that your companion can survive terminal falls?" Kieran squinted. "You mean Diesel?" "Yes, it was relayed to me that he can descend from elevated structures multiple times his own height without structural compromise." "Cats have a righting reflex," he said. "They twist mid-air to land on their feet. Doesn't mean they're invincible. Why?" "I may have misunderstood the boundaries of terrestrial physics," she admitted. "I attempted to replicate the maneuver with my nesting sibling. The results were unfavorable." An awkward pause. "You threw your sibling off something?" "From a ventilation duct. He is still recovering." Before Kieran could respond, Professor Ngitha entered, her carapace glinting under the overhead lights. She gestured for the students to take their seats with a wave of her clawed digits. Kieran sat near the back. He noticed Triv already there, seated on a foam perch adapted for his species, eyes locked onto Kieran like he was about to reveal a sacred scroll. Ngitha began her lecture on cross-species neural architecture, but partway through, her compound eyes swiveled toward Kieran. "Mr. Thorne, your feline's ocular structure, describe its function?" Kieran blinked, unprepared. Cats have vertical slit pupils. They adjust faster than round ones. Helps them hunt in low light." "Interesting. And the tapetum lucidum?" "A reflective layer behind the retina. It bounces light back through the photoreceptors, gives them better night vision, makes their eyes glow in the dark." A clicking sound spread through the students. "He carries biological night vision," murmured a student with spiraled antennae. "Would he be capable of stealth termination in low-visibility environments?" asked another with layered scales. "No," Kieran said. "He's terrified of ceiling fans." Ngitha tilted her head. "Yet he is a predator. He mostly attacks my socks." After class, Triv followed Kieran down the corridor. His tiny legs moved quickly to keep pace. "I have questions," he said. "Of course you do. May I observe Diesel's feeding behavior?" "You mean watch him eat?" "Yes, and perhaps his grooming rituals. I've begun a thesis." Kieran sighed. "Fine. But if he scratches you, I'm not writing the incident report." That afternoon, Triv arrived at Kieran's room carrying a small tablet and a container of something that smelled like steamed mushrooms. He perched on the edge of the desk while Diesel lay sprawled across the pillow, completely uninterested in company. Triv began taking notes. "He appears to be in torpor," he said. "He's napping. Does he do this frequently?" "Yes." "And then what happens?" "Then he wakes up. Sometimes he attacks my feet." Triv recorded this with alarming seriousness. "Fascinating." Diesel opened one eye, tracked Triv for a few seconds, then yawned, and resumed his nap. Triv crept closer and extended a tentative paw toward Diesel's tail. "I wouldn't." Diesel's paw shot out and batted Triv's wrist gently, claws sheathed. Triv fell backward off the desk in surprise. Kieran leaned over. "You okay?" "I believe I have been accepted into his social circle." "Sure, let's go with that." By the evening cycle, a soft chime on Kieran's door signaled another visitor. He opened it to find Skeen, the flat-bodied student who had previously tried to hide in the ceiling duct. "I have brought tribute," Skeen announced, holding out a small sachet of dried fish flakes. "It is my attempt at reconciliation." "You want to feed him?" "I wish to observe. From a safe distance. Through a barrier, perhaps." Kieran took the sachet and stepped aside. Diesel was now perched on the windowsill, watching light patterns ripple across the dome shielding. Skeen flattened himself against the far wall, pseudopods tucked close. "Does he know I am here?" "Probably. He just doesn't care." Kieran poured the flakes into a dish and set it near the bed. Diesel patted over, gave it a cursory sniff, then began eating. Skeen stared. There is no ritual, no pack hierarchy, no display of dominance. He just eats. I don't understand. Such a creature would rule my homeworld. Diesel rules this room, Kieran admitted. I just pay rent. An hour later, a fourth-year student named Ulan arrived. He was tall, plant-based, and emitted a faint, minty aroma. Without greeting, he stepped inside, holding a spherical device. I heard your feline can detect seismic activity before it registers on standard sensors. Kieran stared. Where are you all hearing this stuff? There is a student forum. His reputation is growing. Some believe he is an oracle. He knocked a water glass off my nightstand. That's it. May I test his response to harmonic tremors? Diesel, now lounging belly up on the rug, sneezed. Ulan activated the device. It emitted a low pulse. Diesel rolled over and stared at it, unimpressed. Then he stood, walked over, and sat directly on top of it. Ulan looked stunned. He is suppressing the anomaly. No, he just likes warm things. I must reevaluate my entire thesis. By nightfall, Kieran had fielded 4 more visitors and was seriously considering putting up a sign. Diesel had received offerings of synthetic feathers, a laser pointer shaped like a beetle, and a miniature hammock that he immediately rejected. Triv remained, now curled up on a folded towel near the base of the bed, scribbling notes with a stylus. You know this is weird, right? Kieran said, brushing his teeth. Extremely. Okay, as long as we agree. Diesel jumped onto the bed and began kneading the blanket. Triv watched closely. What is this behavior? It's called making biscuits. He's constructing food? No, he's just being a cat. I don't understand him. Neither do I. Kieran turned off the light. Diesel settled behind his knees. From the towel, Triv whispered, "Do you think he would allow me to sleep closer?" "You can try." There was a pause. Then the quiet sound of paws padding across the floor. Diesel sniffed Triv once, then climbed onto his back and curled there like a scarf. Triv didn't move. "I am honored beyond comprehension," he whispered. Kieran smiled in the dark. Welcome to the pride. The next cycle began with a floor-wide alert. Kieran had just finished a protein bar shaped like a hexagonal prism and was brushing crumbs off his shirt when a pulsing green notification blinked across his room's wall display. He tapped it with a grimace, half expecting another diplomatic inquiry about Diesel's aura of menace. Instead, it was a hygiene breach report. Unit 12's ventilation system had registered organic particulate anomalies, traced to a specific room. His. He turned. Diesel was mid-roll on the carpet, flinging tufts of fur into the air like a snow globe in a centrifuge. Oh, come on. Within 15 minutes, a sanitation drone hovered outside his door, accompanied by a staff member from facilities, a pale, amphibious creature with translucent skin and no discernible neck. I'm required to verify the domestic contamination, the staffer said, peering past Kieran. Kieran stepped aside, gesturing at Diesel, who had now perched atop the desk and was licking one leg while shedding fur at a visible rate. I offered to vacuum. The shedding exceeds acceptable density coefficients for shared atmospheric systems, the staffer replied. This unit is now flagged for mandatory particulate suppression. So what, you're gonna seal it? We will install a microfiltration barrier around the perimeter. You may enter and exit. The feline may not. Diesel sneezed, leapt from the desk, and batted at the hovering drone with one paw. The staffer recoiled. It recognizes electronic devices as prey? No, he just hates buzzing. We will return with containment mesh. The drone beeped twice and zipped away. Kieran closed the door behind them and turned to Diesel, who now occupied the center of his pillow like a smug monument. Well, you've been officially declared a biohazard. Congratulations. Diesel rolled onto his back and stretched. By late midday, the mesh had been installed, a faintly shimmering field across his doorway that filtered air and particles but posed no resistance to solid matter. Diesel, apparently unbothered, tested it once with a paw and then ignored it entirely. Triv arrived not long after, holding a stack of data slates and a small container of dried fruit. They've assigned a secondary air processor to this unit, he said, setting his things down. Your cat is now responsible for a 10% increase in our energy allocation. He's never satisfied unless he's changing global infrastructure. Triv set down the fruit. I brought this for you. I wasn't sure if humans snack during stress-induced containment events. They do, thanks. Triv hesitated. I also wanted to ask you something. May I collect a fur sample? Kieran raised an eyebrow. For what? There's a theory circulating that Diesel's fur contains allergenic compounds, potent enough to disable a Varnathi's respiratory node. Kieran sighed. You're going to find out it's just dander. Still, for science. Fine, use the brush. Triv retrieved the soft-bristled grooming tool from the shelf with reverence, then approached Diesel cautiously. The cat watched him with narrowed eyes, but didn't move. One slow stroke, then another. Triv's ears twitched. It's softer than I expected. Don't tell him that. He'll get arrogant. The grooming continued for several minutes, during which Diesel began purring loudly enough to vibrate the desk. I think he's bonding with you, Kieran said. Triv looked up. How will I know if I'm accepted as kin? If he kneads your stomach like dough or brings you an insect, you're in. Triv tilted his head. That is a gift exchange ritual? More or less. There was a sudden knock. A second-year engineering student with rust-colored scales and a belt full of tools stood in the entryway, fidgeting. I heard about the filtration mesh, she said. I designed an airflow optimization module for enclosed habitats. I thought maybe your cat could help me test diffusion variables. Kieran stared. You want my cat to test your ductwork? Yes, his fur dispersion could be mapped across vector currents. If we introduce trace dye particles to the shedding, we might visualize airflow in real time. Diesel yawned. Fine, Kieran said, but he's not going into any ducts. An hour later, Diesel sat beneath a ventilation intake while the student released a harmless vapor laced with color-reactive particles. As Diesel groomed himself and casually shed, the room's air currents lit up in soft blue swirls, tracing eddies and turbulence patterns. The student gasped. I've never seen such a naturally ideal particulate source. Kieran folded his arms. He's not a machine. No, she said, he's a miracle. Diesel sneezed again. By dusk, the novelty had reached campus security. A large armored being with a single optical sensor and a badge reading Director of Safety arrived at Kieran's door. The creature has triggered 3 non-compliance alerts in shared zones, he said, holding up a tablet. These include unauthorized interception of food trays, occupation of restricted perches, and tail contact with a sensitive panel in the hydroponics bay. He got out? Apparently by crawling through a warmth vent. Kieran looked down. Diesel was curled on the bed, eyes closed. He's back now, Kieran said. He probably just followed the smell of shrimp paste. The hydroponics team believes the tail contact initiated a pH fluctuation in the root substrate. Is that dangerous? No. The tomatoes are now unusually sweet. Diesel twitched, then rolled onto his side. The officer stared. You are aware this is deeply irregular. Believe me, I didn't plan any of it. The officer exhaled through a vent in his shoulder. I am recommending an official classification, Companion Presence of Unpredictable Impact, CP. Kieran blinked. You're giving him a designation? It's the only way to document these incidents without triggering disciplinary protocol. Diesel stretched and promptly fell off the bed. The officer made a low, humming sound. He appears uninjured. His pride might be. The following day, Kieran was summoned to the Interdisciplinary Ethics Forum. This time, the panel wasn't about safety or biology. It was about influence. Mr. Thorne, said the chair, a tall, crystalline being who refracted light in subtle rainbows. Your feline companion has inadvertently disrupted 5 separate academic departments, inspired 3 research grants, and now features prominently in 2 art installations. I didn't ask for any of that. We understand. But the question before us is this: should non-sapient Earth species be subject to cultural impact reviews the same as artificial intelligences? Kieran rubbed his temples. He's a cat. He sleeps 18 hours a day. Yet his presence has altered social dynamics, educational focus, and even local cuisine. Do you deny this? No, I'm just trying to pass my classes. A long pause. Then the chair spoke again. We have reviewed your record. You're a solid student. You've submitted all forms on time, and, remarkably, your companion meets all health and safety requirements, despite his behavior. So, we will not require his removal. However, you may be approached by students and faculty for observational access. You may decline at will. Thank you. And as a final note, the University Cafe has requested your permission to name a beverage after him. Kieran blinked. What kind of beverage? A warm infusion with milk foam and cinnamon? They're calling it the Diesel Curl. Kieran laughed. Sure, just don't tell him. It'll go to his head. Later that evening, Kieran sat on the bed, watching Diesel chase a holographic red dot projected by Triv's new toy. The little rodent-like student was giggling softly, and Diesel, despite his usual aloofness, seemed to be enjoying himself. You know, Triv said, I still don't fully understand how humans live with predators, but I think I'm starting to understand why. Kieran leaned back against the wall. It's not about logic, it's about trust. You share a space with something that could theoretically hurt you, but it doesn't. It chooses not to, and in return, you give it a home. Mutual vulnerability. Exactly. Diesel pounced, missed the dot, and sprawled across the floor with a grunt. Triv laughed again. He's not very coordinated. No, but he's family. Diesel blinked up at them, tail swishing. Triv picked up his tablet. I'm going to write a paper called Domesticated Apex, Functional Paradox in Human-Animal Bonds. Good luck explaining that to your advisor. I'll just show them a picture. Kieran reached over and scratched Diesel behind the ears. For once, Diesel didn't swat him. Everything was, improbably, exactly as it should be.
They cower. His supreme order of Rex is segmented. Insectoid arms gesturing with contempt. His multifaceted eyes glimmered under the chamber's artificial light. Their species knows only fear. Humans, as they call themselves, lack the resolve for conflict. Our fleets could reduce them to ash within a cycle. A murmur of agreement spread among the council, but not all were convinced. Counselor Irexer, a hulking figure with translucent skin through which veins pulsed rhythmically, raised a massive hand. And yet they persist. Their allies have fallen silent, their colonies crushed. Still, the humans do not capitulate. His voice was a deep rumble, resonating with caution. There is something unnatural in their endurance. Vrex's mandibles clattered in irritation. Superstition. They are scavengers, incapable of real resistance. We end this charade by decapitating their leadership. The room grew quiet as a shadow passed over the hollow display. An unfamiliar name, spoken in hushed tones by nervous delegates, rippled through the assembly. The Boogeyman. What are the rumors? A sharp voice cut through the silence. The assassin? Vrex leaned forward, his eyes narrowing. A myth concocted to instill fear. Even their legends lack substance. But outside the chamber, in the depths of space, reality unfolded to challenge their hubris. Ronald Alexanderson adjusted his gloves, the supple leather creaking faintly as he secured them over calloused hands. In the dim confines of the Phantom, a stealth vessel bristling with classified Earth technology, he stood motionless, his gaze fixed on the mission briefing scrolling across a holographic panel. The light from the screen cast sharp shadows across his angular features that seemed hewn from granite. Each scar and line a testament to survival in a galaxy that had tried to erase him countless times. Your primary target came the calm, almost soothing voice of Alpha, the ship's onboard AI, Commander Soren of Groneth. Eliminating him will disrupt critical supply chains to the Empire's outer fleets. Proceed with caution. Soren's fortress is heavily guarded, and he has a reputation for detecting intruders before they act. Ronald's lips curled into a faint smile, devoid of warmth. Reputation means nothing when you're dead. The AI hesitated, a rare pause in its typically fluid responses. Ronald, the Council is amplifying its efforts. They've labeled you an intergalactic terrorist. You are Being hunted. Nothing new, Ronald replied, pulling a sleek, matte black weapon from the wall mount. The weapon hummed softly as it synchronized with his biometrics. Let them hunt. They'll find nothing but shadows. Alpha's tone grew softer, almost concerned. You've pushed your body to its limits. Missions like this, one mistake, and it's over. Ronald glanced at a small photo tucked into the corner of the console. A woman and a child both smiling, their faces untouched by the weight of war. His expression darkened. It's already over, Alpha. They just don't know it yet. The ship shuddered faintly as it slipped into the orbit of Groneth, its cloaking systems rendering it a ghost in the void. Ronald moved with practiced efficiency, securing his gear and checking the seals on his advanced infiltration suit. It melded seamlessly with his environment, an adaptive camouflage that made him little more than a flicker of distortion in the air. As he approached the airlock, Alpha's voice followed him. Insertion point secured. Groneth's atmospheric scans won't detect your presence, but their patrols are erratic. Stay alert. Ronald stepped into the airlock, feeling the familiar pull of tension settle over him like a second skin. The hum of the ship faded as the hatch hissed open, revealing the swirling haze of Groneth's polluted skies. Far below, the industrial planet sprawled like a tumor, its surface dotted with towering smokestacks and sprawling complexes that belched fire and ash into the air. He descended silently, the suit's thrusters guiding him through the thick smog. The target loomed ahead, a fortress of jagged metal and stone perched atop a sheer cliff, its spires glowing with the eerie light of alien energy sources. Ronald landed without a sound, his boots absorbing the impact as he crouched low against the rocky terrain. Groundside, he whispered, his voice barely audible over the faint crackle of the comm link. Proceed to objective, Alpha replied. And Ronald, remember, no unnecessary risks. He smirked, the expression hidden beneath his visor. When have I ever taken unnecessary risks? The silence that followed spoke volumes. Ronald slipped through the perimeter, his movements a study in precision. Guards patrolled in disciplined formations, their reptilian eyes scanning for any disturbance. But they saw nothing, heard nothing. The boogeyman was not a man, they whispered. He was a myth, a phantom born from humanity's desperation. And yet, when the first guard fell, his throat slit cleanly by an impossibly sharp blade. The myth became a nightmare. Ronald moved like a wraith, each step measured, each action deliberate. He bypassed security grids with ease, his knowledge of alien technology uncanny. A lifetime of war had turned him into something more than human, something cold and efficient. The guards fell in silence, their bodies hidden in the shadows. Fortress entry ahead, Alpha reported. You're on schedule. Ronald approached the main structure, his breathing steady despite the adrenaline coursing through his veins. The fortress doors loomed above him, their intricate carvings depicting scenes of alien triumph. He placed a small device against the control panel, watching as it pulsed with blue light, before the doors slid open without a sound. Inside, the air was cooler, the oppressive heat of the planet's surface replaced by a sterile chill. The halls were lined with alien banners and trophies of war, grim reminders of the Empire's conquests. Ronald's eyes flicked over them without pause. He wasn't here to admire their victories. Soren's chamber is 3 levels up, Alpha guided. Minimal resistance expected until you reach the central hall. Ronald nodded once, his focus absolute. Every step brought him closer to his target, closer to the moment when myth and reality would converge. The Galactic Empire thought humanity weak, thought him a ghost story meant to scare children. But ghosts had a way of leaving bodies in their wake. As Ronald climbed the final staircase, the weight of the mission settled fully upon him. The door to Soren's chamber loomed ahead, its surface etched with alien glyphs that glowed faintly. He paused, hand hovering over the activation panel, and exhaled slowly. Ready, Alpha? He murmured. The AI's response was soft, almost human. Always. Ronald pressed the panel, and the door slid open. The room beyond was dark, the only light emanating from a massive tank of bioluminescent liquid at its center. Inside floated Commander Soren, his amphibious form twisting lazily in the fluid. His eyes snapped open, fixing on Ronald with a predatory glare. "So," Soren hissed, his voice amplified through unseen speakers. "The boogeyman comes for me. Let us see if the legends are true." Ronald stepped forward, his blade gleaming in the dim light. "Legends are born from truth, Soren. And the truth is, you're already dead." The air on Groneth was heavier than Ronald Alexanderson had anticipated, thick with the acrid stench of burning metal and sulfur. It clung to his skin, even through the filters in his suit, a constant reminder that this planet was a monument to the Galactic Empire's disregard for anything but its own progress. The landscape around him was a wasteland of jagged, blackened stone and molten rivers that glowed faintly under the dull, blood-red sky. He crouched behind a protruding rock, his eyes fixed on the massive fortress ahead. Commander Soren's stronghold was carved into the mountain itself, its towering spires stabbing into the clouds like jagged teeth. Energy shields shimmered faintly over the structure, distorting the air around them. Ronald's gaze shifted to the patrols circling the perimeter. Alien guards moved with rigid discipline, their reptilian forms clad in reflective armor designed to ward off projectile attacks. He noted their patterns, timing each rotation with clinical precision. Heat signatures confirmed 30 hostiles on the ground level. Alpha's voice murmured in his ear. 8 more concentrated near the upper chambers. Minimal automated defenses inside, but motion detectors are scattered throughout. Ronald adjusted his visor, the advanced HUD overlay lighting up with tactical information. And Soren, stationary, central chamber. He hasn't moved since we arrived. Ronald smirked faintly. Comfortable in his tank, I bet. Let's change that. The first guard fell with a barely audible gurgle, Ronald's blade sliding effortlessly through the gap in its armor. He caught the body before it hit the ground, dragging it into the shadows. Every movement was deliberate, every action silent. His suit adapted to the shifting light, rendering him nearly invisible against the rocky terrain. By the time the second guard turned the corner, Ronald was already behind him, dispatching him with the same ruthless efficiency. Inside the fortress, the air was colder, the oppressive heat of the planet replaced by a sterile chill. The walls were lined with alien sigils, their meanings lost on Ronald, but their purpose clear: intimidation. His footsteps made no sound as he moved deeper into the stronghold, bypassing the occasional surveillance drone with practiced ease. Each step brought him closer to his target, but the tension in his chest remained coiled, a constant reminder of the thin line he walked. Motion detector ahead, Alpha warned. 2 guards stationed beyond it. Ronald paused, his gaze narrowing as he considered his options. The motion detectors were standard Empire tech, sensitive to the smallest fluctuations in air pressure. Disabling it without alerting the guards would take time he didn't have. He reached for his utility belt, pulling out a small EMP charge. Pressing it against the wall, he triggered it with a soft click. The charge pulsed faintly, sending out a localized disruption that temporarily disabled the detector. He moved quickly, his blade slicing through the first guard's exposed neck in a single, fluid motion. The second guard barely had time to react before Ronald's fist connected with his jaw, sending him crumpling to the ground. He finished the job silently, dragging both bodies into a dark corner before continuing down the corridor. Central chamber is straight ahead, Alpha said. No signs of reinforcements, but Soren will be heavily guarded inside. Proceed with caution. Ronald didn't respond, his focus narrowing as he approached the massive double doors that led to the heart of the fortress. The doors were ornate, carved with scenes of alien triumph and conquest. He placed a hand on the control panel, feeling the faint vibration as the mechanism engaged. The doors slid open with a low rumble, revealing the chamber beyond. Soren's tank dominated the room, its bioluminescent glow casting eerie shadows across the walls. The commander's amphibious form floated within, his bulbous eyes closed in what appeared to be a meditative state. Around the tank, a squad of elite guards stood at attention, their weapons trained on the entrance. Ronald's fingers tightened around the hilt of his blade. This was where stealth ended, where the mission became a test of skill and endurance. He stepped into the room, his movements fluid and unhurried, drawing the guards' attention instantly. They reacted with military precision, raising their weapons and opening fire, but Ronald was already moving. The first shot passed harmlessly over his shoulder as he dove into a roll, coming up behind the nearest guard. His blade found its mark, slicing cleanly through the alien's armor. He pivoted, using the body as a shield to absorb the next volley of plasma fire. With a sharp push, he sent the corpse crashing into another guard, knocking him off balance. Ronald's training took over, his actions a blur of calculated violence. He moved like a predator, his every motion designed to disorient and incapacitate. By the time the last guard fell, the chamber was silent save for the faint hum of Soren's tank. The commander's eyes snapped open, locking onto Ronald with a mixture of anger and fear. His voice crackled through the chamber's speakers, low and resonant. "So, the humans send their monster. You have no idea what you've unleashed." Ronald approached the tank, his expression unreadable. "You're not the first to think that. You won't be the last." Soren's laugh was a wet, guttural sound. "Do you think killing me will change anything? The Empire will crush your people. We will." The tank shattered with a deafening crash as Ronald's blade plunged into its surface, releasing a torrent of viscous liquid. Soren's form spilled out onto the floor, his limbs flailing as he struggled to adjust to the sudden loss of his aquatic environment. Ronald didn't hesitate, driving his blade into the alien's chest with brutal efficiency. Soren's final gasp was a guttural hiss, his eyes wide with shock as his body stilled. Ronald stood over him, his chest rising and falling with controlled breaths. He wiped his blade clean, his gaze shifting to the control console near the tank. Pulling a small data chip from his belt, he inserted it into the console, watching as Alpha began downloading the fortress's encrypted files. "This intel better be worth it," Ronald muttered, his voice low. Alpha's response was immediate. The files contain troop movements and supply routes. It'll give Earth a fighting chance. Ronald glanced down at Soren's lifeless form. "Then it's worth it." As the download completed, a warning alarm blared throughout the fortress. Red lights bathed the chamber, casting flickering shadows across the walls. Ronald's comm link crackled as Alpha's voice cut through the noise. "Reinforcements inbound. You've got 3 minutes to exfil." Ronald didn't hesitate, his body moving instinctively as he retraced his steps through the fortress. The corridors were alive with chaos now, alien soldiers scrambling to respond to the breach. He moved with the precision of a man who had survived countless missions just like this, his blade and weapon cutting through the opposition with ruthless efficiency. By the time he reached the exit, the Phantom was already waiting, its engines humming softly as it hovered just above the surface. Ronald leapt onto the ship's ramp, the hatch closing behind him as he secured the data chip in a compartment on his suit. "Mission accomplished," he said, sinking into the pilot's chair. "What's next?" Alpha's voice was calm, but there was an edge of urgency to it. "Another target, another fortress." "They'll keep coming, Ronald, and so will you." Ronald's eyes hardened as he set the ship's coordinates for their next destination. "Good. Let them come." The Phantom hurtled through the void, its sleek, matte black hull blending seamlessly with the surrounding darkness. Ronald Alexanderson sat in the cockpit, his hands steady on the controls as the faint glow of distant stars streaked past. His breathing was even, his pulse a steady rhythm in his ears, but the weight of Soren's assassination lingered in the tension of his jaw. "They'll be tracking the energy signature from the fortress," Alpha warned, her voice resonating through the cockpit. "Soren's death won't go unnoticed. Expect retaliation." Ronald smirked faintly, his grip tightening on the controls. "Let them try. The Empire hasn't caught me yet." Even as he spoke, warning signals flashed across the display. A proximity alert blared, and Alpha's voice sharpened. Incoming. 3 Imperial frigates. They've detected us. Ronald's eyes narrowed as he studied the tactical readout. The frigates were closing fast, their configurations built for interception. Smaller fighter drones swarmed from their hangars, a flurry of deadly precision aimed at cornering the Phantom. "They're fast," Ronald muttered, banking hard to the left. The ship's engines roared as it veered off its plotted course, skimming dangerously close to the asteroid field ahead. "But I'm faster." The first barrage hit the asteroid nearest to him, sending chunks of rock spinning into the void. Ronald maneuvered through the debris with ease, his reflexes honed by years of piloting under fire. Plasma bolts lit up the darkness around him, streaks of light carving through the cold expanse of space. Alpha's voice cut through the chaos. Deploying countermeasures. Tiny drones ejected from the Phantom, dispersing in an intricate pattern. Each emitted an energy signature identical to the ship, creating a web of false targets that confused the pursuing fighters. Ronald used a momentary distraction to cut his engines, letting inertia carry him silently into the shadow of a massive asteroid. The ship's cloaking field shimmered, rendering it invisible against the rocky surface. "Status?" Ronald asked, his voice low and calm. "They're scanning," Alpha replied, "but their search grid is inefficient. They're expecting you to run." Ronald's lips curved into a grim smile. "Then they don't know me very well." He powered down all non-essential systems, the ship falling into a near-dead state. Outside, the fighters swarmed, their scanners sweeping the asteroid field like a pack of hunting predators. Ronald watched them, his hand resting lightly on the weapon's control. His heartbeat remained steady, his breathing controlled, as he waited for the perfect moment. One of the fighters strayed too close. The faint distortion of its thrusters rippled across the asteroid's surface. Ronald's hand moved in a blur, activating the ship's pulse cannon with surgical precision. A single, silent shot pierced the void, striking the drone squarely in its power core. It exploded in a blinding flash, the debris scattering like shattered glass. The remaining fighters immediately turned toward the disturbance, their formation tightening. Ronald didn't wait for them to regroup. He powered up the Phantom in a single motion, the engines roaring to life as the ship shot out from its hiding place. The pursuing ship scrambled to react, their plasma fire streaking harmlessly behind him. "They're recalibrating," Alpha said. "Frigates are locking onto your position. You need to create more distance." Ronald's eyes flicked to the navigational display. The asteroid field was dense, its chaotic terrain a dangerous maze of rotating rocks and gravitational eddies. It was a gamble, but he didn't hesitate. He angled the ship sharply, diving deeper into the field. The frigates followed, their larger frames struggling to maneuver through the tight spaces. Plasma bolts ricocheted off nearby asteroids, sending fragments spiraling through the void. Ronald pushed the Phantom to its limits, weaving through the chaos with an almost preternatural sense of timing. Every turn was calculated, every movement precise. The frigates lagged behind, their pilots forced to slow their pursuit to avoid collision. "They're bottlenecked," Alpha observed, "but the fighters are adapting. They're trying to flank you." Ronald glanced at the readout, noting the fighters closing in from both sides. He adjusted the ship's trajectory, leading them toward a massive asteroid with a hollowed-out core. As the fighters closed the gap, he fired a series of mines behind him, their magnetic fields latching onto the nearest ships. The explosions lit up the asteroid's surface, sending shockwaves rippling through the void. 3 fighters disintegrated in the blast, their remains scattering like ash. The others hesitated, recalibrating their approach. Ronald used the opening to dive into the hollow asteroid, the Phantom skimming its jagged walls as it navigated the tunnel-like interior. "This tunnel exits into a debris field," Alpha informed him. "It's heavily charged with ionized particles. You won't have full control of the ship." Ronald's jaw tightened. "Better than letting them corner me." The Phantom shot out of the asteroid's other side, entering a swirling mass of broken ships and alien wreckage. The ionized particles crackled against the ship's hull, causing the controls to jitter in Ronald's hands. He compensated instinctively, his focus razor-sharp as he guided the ship through the unpredictable terrain. The fighters hesitated at the edge of the debris field, their systems struggling to adjust to the interference. Ronald didn't wait for them to adapt. He powered up the ship's main cannon, firing a concentrated burst into a nearby wreck. The explosion sent a shockwave through the field, destabilizing the fragile equilibrium of the surrounding debris. Chunks of metal and rock spiraled outward, colliding with the pursuing ships. One by one, the fighters fell, their shields overwhelmed by the chaos. The frigates, unable to maneuver through the dense field, pulled back, their pilots unwilling to risk further losses. Ronald exhaled slowly, his muscles unwinding as the Phantom emerged from the debris field. The stars stretched out before him, vast and indifferent. The proximity alarms fell silent, and the ship's systems returned to normal. "Status?" he asked, his voice steady despite the adrenaline still coursing through him. "Pursuers eliminated," Alpha reported. "No signs of reinforcements." "We're clear." Ronald leaned back in his seat, his gaze fixed on the endless expanse of space. The tension in his chest eased slightly, but the weight of the mission remained. Soren was dead, but the Empire's reach was vast, its resources nearly infinite. There would be more battles, more enemies, and more sacrifices. "Set course for the next rendezvous," he said, his tone resolute. "Let's keep them guessing." As the Phantom slipped into hyperspace, the faint glow of Earth's distant sun flickered on the horizon, a reminder of what was at stake. Ronald Alexanderson was a hunted man, a ghost in the galaxy, but he was far from finished. The Empire might have declared war on humanity, but humanity had sent its answer, and Ronald was ready to deliver it, one target at a time. The station loomed ahead like a slumbering giant, its massive silhouette barely visible against the star-specked void. Known as the Nexus Bastion, it was one of the Galactic Empire's most fortified installations, a sprawling nexus of command and control. Ronald Alexanderson sat in the cockpit of the Phantom, his expression set in cold determination. "Intel confirms the target," Alpha said. "High Consul Varyan is inside. He's the architect of the Empire's planetary sieges. Taking him out disrupts their entire chain of command." Ronald's hands tightened around the controls. "What about defenses?" "The Bastion's shields are nearly impenetrable," Alpha replied. "But I've identified a weak point, a small maintenance hatch on the lower tier. It'll give you direct access to the station's central core." Ronald nodded, already calculating his approach. He adjusted the ship's trajectory, the engines humming softly as the Phantom slipped into the station's blind spot. The proximity alarms remained silent, a testament to the ship's advanced stealth systems. As the station grew larger in the viewport, Ronald rose from the pilot's chair, strapping his combat blade and sidearm to his gear. His suit adjusted to the dim lighting, the adaptive material blending seamlessly with the shadows. "Once I'm inside, I'll need a distraction," he said, his tone even. "Leave that to me," Alpha responded. "I'll reroute their internal sensors and trigger a few false alarms. But you'll only have a 20-minute window before they catch on." Ronald gave a curt nod, his jaw set. 20 minutes is more than enough. The maintenance hatch was smaller than anticipated, its opening barely wide enough for Ronald to squeeze through. He maneuvered carefully, his movements precise as he slipped into the dimly lit corridor beyond. The station's interior was sterile and oppressive, its walls lined with pulsating conduits that emitted a faint, sickly glow. Ronald activated his HUD, the tactical overlay mapping out the station's layout. The central core was several levels up, its location heavily guarded. He moved quickly, his steps silent as he navigated the labyrinthine corridors. Every sound, every flicker of light set his nerves on edge, but he remained focused, his mind locked on the mission. "Guards ahead," Alpha warned. 4 of them, heavily armed. Ronald ducked into an alcove, his eyes narrowing as he spotted the patrol. The guards were massive, their armored forms glinting under the dim light. They moved with disciplined precision, their weapons held at the ready. Ronald waited until the patrol passed before stepping out, his blade flashing in the low light. The first guard fell without a sound, the strike precise and lethal. The second turned just in time to see Ronald's shadow descending upon him, but his shout was cut short by the hilt of Ronald's blade crashing into his temple. The remaining two guards reacted swiftly, raising their weapons. Plasma fire erupted in the narrow corridor, the bolts scorching the walls as Ronald dove into a roll. He came up behind the nearest guard, his blade finding the gap in the alien's armor. The last guard hesitated, his momentary uncertainty giving Ronald the opening he needed. With a single, fluid motion, he disarmed the guard and sent him sprawling to the floor. "Clear," Ronald muttered, wiping his blade clean. "You're closing in on the core," Alpha said. "But Varion's private guard will be waiting." Ronald didn't respond, his focus narrowing as he moved deeper into the station. The corridors grew wider, the oppressive walls giving way to massive halls lined with towering statues of alien conquerors. The air was colder here, the hum of the station's power core a constant undercurrent. He reached the entrance to the core's chamber, his heart pounding in his chest. The massive doors were flanked by two sentries, their imposing forms a stark reminder of the Empire's might. Ronald took a deep breath, his mind sharpening as he prepared for the confrontation. The sentries fell swiftly, their massive size no match for Ronald's speed and precision. He stepped over their lifeless forms, his gaze locking onto the doors as they slid open with a hiss. The chamber beyond was vast, its centerpiece a towering structure of crystalline machinery. The power core pulsed with energy, casting eerie reflections across the room. At its base stood High Consul Varion, his robes flowing like liquid metal. His elongated form was regal and imposing, his gaze cold and calculating as it fixed on Ronald. "So," Varion said, his voice resonating through the chamber, "the humans send their most infamous assassin. I've heard much about you, Ronald Alexanderson." Ronald stepped forward, his blade gleaming under the core's light. "Then you know why I'm here." Varion's lips curved into a faint smile, his eyes glinting with amusement. "Arrogance is a common flaw among your kind. Do you truly believe killing me will stop the Empire?" "It'll slow you down," Ronald replied. "Long enough for humanity to fight back." Varion's smile faded, his expression hardening. "You underestimate us." The consul raised a hand, and the chamber erupted into chaos. Automated turrets emerged from the walls, their barrels glowing with lethal energy. At the same time, a squad of elite guards poured into the room, their weapons trained on Ronald. Ronald moved without hesitation, his blade a blur as he deflected the first wave of plasma fire. He darted between the guards, his movements fluid and unpredictable. Each strike was precise, each action deliberate. The guards fell one by one, their superior numbers meaningless against Ronald's lethal efficiency. The turrets posed a greater challenge, their firepower relentless as they tracked his every move. Ronald activated a cluster of EMP charges, throwing them toward the nearest turret. The charges detonated with a sharp crack, the resulting pulse disabling the turrets in a shower of sparks. Varion watched the carnage with a calm, almost detached demeanor. When Ronald finally stood before him, the last of the guards dispatched, the consul tilted his head in a gesture of mock respect. "You are formidable," Varion said, "but you are only one man." Ronald didn't reply, his blade raised as he closed the distance between them. Varion's robe shimmered as he moved, the metallic fabric hardening into a protective exoskeleton. The consul's speed was startling, his long limbs lashing out with unnatural precision. The clash was brutal, a test of skill and endurance. Ronald's strikes were calculated, his movements honed by years of combat. But Varion was no ordinary opponent. The consul's strength was inhuman, his blows sending shockwaves through the chamber. Ronald's mind raced as he searched for an opening, his body moving on instinct. The battle was relentless. Each strike met with equal force. Blood dripped from a gash on Ronald's arm, but he ignored the pain, his focus unyielding. Finally, he saw his chance. Varyan overextended, his arrogance leaving him vulnerable. Ronald lunged, his blade piercing the exoskeleton and driving deep into the console's chest. Varyan's eyes widened, his expression a mixture of shock and rage. "You cannot win," Varyan gasped, his voice faltering. Ronald twisted the blade, his gaze unflinching. "We already have." The console's body went limp, his form collapsing as Ronald withdrew his blade. The chamber was silent now. The power cores hummed the only sound. Ronald wiped the blood from his weapon, his breathing heavy but steady. "Alpha," he said, his voice low. "Status. System disruption complete," Alpha replied. "The Bastion's command network is offline. We've bought humanity some time." Ronald nodded, his gaze lingering on Varyan's lifeless form. The mission was complete, but the war was far from over. He turned, his steps deliberate as he exited the chamber. The Phantom awaited him, its engines humming softly as he climbed aboard. As the ship slipped into hyperspace, Ronald allowed himself a brief moment of relief. The galaxy was vast, the Empire relentless, but he would continue to fight. Humanity had sent its answer, and Ronald Alexanderson would make sure it was heard.
The sound of the shuttle docking reverberated through the station, a metallic groan that echoed down the pristine corridors of the Galactic Concorde's educational hub. To the untrained ear, it was nothing remarkable, just another transport unloading students, diplomats, and researchers. But to the group of Zalorian professors gathered in the observation lounge, this arrival was anything but ordinary. They watched with a mixture of fascination and trepidation as the shuttle door hissed open, revealing its passengers, the first delegation of Deathwelders to join the intergalactic exchange program. Humans. The species that had single-handedly redefined the galactic lexicon of dangerous. For centuries, their planet, Earth, had been classified as a Class 12 Deathworld, a label reserved for the most hostile environments known to science. It was a place where apex predators prowled, natural disasters struck with alarming frequency, and even the microorganisms seemed to have a vendetta against anything that breathed. Yet, against all odds, humans had not only survived but thrived. They'd built civilizations, developed technology, and eventually reached the stars. And now, here they were, stepping onto the polished floors of the educational hub with easy confidence, their expressions a mixture of curiosity and amusement. Leading the group was Captain Elena Voss, a woman whose reputation preceded her. She was flanked by two others, Dr. Malik Adebayo, a biologist whose groundbreaking work on adaptive ecosystems had earned him galactic acclaim, and Lieutenant Connor Hayes, a soldier-turned-diplomat with a knack for turning tense situations into cooperative endeavors. But it wasn't the humans themselves that caused the Zalorian professors to exchange uneasy glances. It was what followed them. A low growl rumbled through the air as a massive, wolf-like creature padded down the ramp, its silver fur shimmering under the station's artificial lights. Beside it skittered a six-legged reptilian creature with iridescent scales, its eyes darting around with unnerving intelligence. Perched on Dr. Adebayo's shoulder was a brightly colored bird that let out a sharp, almost mocking caw. The humans' pets had arrived. The Zalorian delegation froze. Pets. Of course, the humans had insisted on bringing their companion animals. It had been a point of contention during the program's negotiations, with the humans arguing that their pets were integral to their culture and well-being. The Galactic Concorde had reluctantly agreed, not fully understanding what that entailed. Now, faced with the reality of Earth's fauna, the professors began to reconsider their decision. Are they safe? Professor Zylar asked, his fronds quivering with anxiety. He was a towering figure, his gelatinous form encased in a translucent exosuit that allowed him to maintain his shape in the station's low-gravity environment. His black eyes fixed on the wolf, which was currently sniffing the air with what appeared to be predatory interest. "Oh, absolutely," Captain Voss replied with a disarming smile. "Luna's a sweetheart. Aren't you, girl?" She scratched the wolf behind the ears, and the massive creature wagged its tail, the motion sending a gust of air through the corridor. Professor Zylar's fronds twitched again. And the others? Dr. Adebayo chuckled. Archimedes here is more interested in puzzles than people. He gestured to the reptilian creature, which was now using its dexterous claws to dismantle a security drone that had wandered too close. And Kiwi, he tilted his head toward the bird on his shoulder. Well, she's more bark than bite. Isn't that right, Kiwi? Kiwi responded with a piercing whistle that caused the professors to flinch. The group proceeded down the corridor, leaving the Zalorians to exchange wary looks before following at a cautious distance. As they entered the main hall, the humans' arrival did not go unnoticed. Representatives from dozens of species turned to stare, their expressions ranging from curiosity to outright alarm. Conversations hushed, and the gentle hum of the station seemed to amplify the humans' every step. Captain Voss ignored the stares, her focus on the figure approaching from the far end of the hall. High Chancellor Velrix, a member of the Avorian species, exuded an aura of calm authority. His feathered crest and elongated limbs gave him an almost regal appearance, and his piercing yellow eyes assessed the humans and their companions with a practiced neutrality. "Welcome to the Galactic Concord Educational Hub," Velrix said, his voice smooth and measured. "We are honored to host the first Deathworlder delegation. I trust your journey was uneventful." "Uneventful and smooth, Chancellor," Voss replied. "We're grateful for the opportunity to participate in this exchange." Velrix's gaze shifted to the animals. "And these are our companions," Voss said. "Luna, Archimedes, and Kiwi. They're here to provide emotional support and assist in our research." Velrix's feathers ruffled slightly, a subtle sign of unease. "I see. I trust they will remain under control?" "Absolutely," Voss assured him. "They're highly trained." The Chancellor nodded, though his expression suggested he remained unconvinced. He gestured for the delegation to follow him, leading them to a spacious auditorium where students and faculty had gathered for the official welcome ceremony. As they entered, a murmur spread through the crowd. The humans' presence was already an anomaly, but their animals seemed to steal the spotlight. Taking their seats near the front, the humans exchanged subtle glances. They were used to being the center of attention, but even they could feel the tension in the room. It was as if every eye was trained not on them, but on their companions. Kiwi, oblivious to the scrutiny, began preening her feathers, while Archimedes settled into a crouch, its tail twitching rhythmically. Luna lay down beside Captain Voss, her head resting on her paws as she surveyed the room with calm detachment. The ceremony began with a series of speeches, each more florid than the last. Delegates from various species extolled the virtues of intergalactic cooperation, emphasizing the importance of understanding and tolerance. But despite the lofty rhetoric, the undercurrent of unease was palpable. The humans' reputation preceded them, and their animals only added another layer of unpredictability. Finally, it was Captain Voss's turn to speak. She rose from her seat and approached the podium, her confident stride silencing the murmurs. "Thank you, Chancellor Velrix, esteemed delegates, and students," she began. "It's an honor to stand here as a representative of humanity. We come from a world that many of you consider harsh, even deadly. And yes, Earth is a challenging place. But it's also a place of incredible beauty, resilience, and adaptability. Our journey to the stars has been shaped by those challenges, and we've brought a piece of that journey with us." She gestured toward Luna, Archimedes, and Kiwi. "Our companions are not just animals, they are partners. They remind us of where we come from and inspire us to reach for what lies ahead. We hope their presence here will not only help us share our culture but also demonstrate the unique bonds that can form between species, even on a death world." The room was silent for a moment before a smattering of polite applause began. It was not the enthusiastic reception Voss had hoped for, but it was a start. As she returned to her seat, Velrix leaned over and whispered, "An intriguing perspective, Captain. I'm curious to see how it unfolds." "So are we," Voss replied with a smile. The ceremony concluded without incident, and the delegates were escorted to their quarters. But as the humans settled in, it became clear that their arrival had sparked more than just curiosity. Rumors began to spread through the station, each more exaggerated than the last. By the time morning arrived, Luna was reputed to be a genetically engineered predator, Archimedes a living weapon, and Kiwi an avian spy. The humans found themselves at the center of a swirling storm of speculation, their every move scrutinized by the station's inhabitants. The first day of classes only added fuel to the fire. The humans were scheduled to attend a biology seminar led by Professor Zylar, who had spent the night meticulously preparing his lecture. He greeted the class with his usual formality, his fronds arranged in a neat pattern that signaled professional detachment. Today, he began, we will explore the concept of ecological symbiosis. It is a phenomenon observed across the galaxy, where two or more species form mutually beneficial relationships. Our guest delegates from Earth have graciously agreed to share insights from their unique biosphere. Voss nodded and stepped forward, accompanied by Luna. The wolf's presence immediately drew a collective intake of breath from the students, who leaned back in their seats as if distance could protect them. Thank you, Professor, Voss said. Earth is home to countless examples of symbiosis. One of the most remarkable is the relationship between humans and canines. Luna here is a descendant of wolves that, thousands of years ago, formed a bond with early humans. Together, we hunted, protected each other, and built a partnership that has lasted to this day. As she spoke, Luna sat calmly beside her, exuding an air of regal dignity. But when a student in the back muttered something about predators, the wolf's ears twitched, and she turned her gaze in their direction. The student froze, their fronds stiffening in alarm. She's just curious, Voss said with a reassuring smile. Wolves are highly perceptive. They can read emotions and respond accordingly. Luna's not a threat. She's a friend. The student didn't look convinced, but they nodded nonetheless. Voss continued her explanation, delving into the history of domestication and the unique traits that had made canines such invaluable companions. As she spoke, Luna lay down, her presence a silent testament to the bond Voss described. Meanwhile, Dr. Adebayo introduced Archimedes, who had spent the lecture's first half dismantling a classroom display. Don't worry, Adebayo said with a grin. He'll put it back together. Probably better than it was before. Sure enough, the reptilian creature began reassembling the pieces, its claws moving with mechanical precision. Kiwi, for her part, decided to explore the classroom, hopping from desk to desk and chirping loudly whenever she encountered something shiny. The students watched in a mixture of fear and fascination, their initial apprehension slowly giving way to curiosity. By the end of the seminar, a brave Zalorian student had even mustered the courage to approach Luna, who sniffed their outstretched frond before giving it a gentle lick. It was a small victory, but an important one. The humans knew they had a long way to go to earn the trust of their peers. But as they left the classroom, the spark of understanding in the students' eyes gave them hope. The journey had just begun, and they were ready for whatever challenges lay ahead. The station's artificial night cycle had barely begun when the first problem arose. It started with a low, keening sound that echoed through the human delegation's quarters, followed by a series of thuds and clatters. Captain Elena Voss groaned and threw an arm over her eyes, trying to ignore the noise. But when it escalated into a crash that shook the walls, she bolted upright. What now? She muttered, throwing on her jacket and stepping into the hallway. The sight that greeted her was both alarming and absurd. Archimedes, the reptilian creature, had somehow managed to access a maintenance panel and was halfway inside it, his claws sparking against exposed wires. Sparks flew, casting erratic shadows across the corridor. Archimedes, no. Get out of there, she shouted, rushing forward. The reptilian froze, tilting its head in an almost comical expression of innocence before reluctantly backing out. Behind her, Lieutenant Connor Hayes emerged from his room, rubbing his eyes and holding a plasma rifle loosely at his side. What's going on? He asked groggily. Your genius lizard decided to rewire the station, Voss snapped, pointing at Archimedes, who now sat looking smug. I told Adebayo this thing needs supervision. You rang, came Dr. Malik Adebayo's voice as he appeared from the adjacent corridor, holding a tablet that displayed a holographic schematic of the station's systems. Kiwi perched on his shoulder, her feathers ruffled from the commotion. What did he do this time? He's been playing electrician, Voss said dryly. I'm pretty sure he just caused a power fluctuation on Deck 3. Adebayo said, crouching to inspect the panel. Looks like he's trying to bypass a redundant circuit. Interesting. Must have found the original configuration inefficient. Interesting. Voss repeated incredulously. It's sabotage. If the Zalorians find out. Her words were cut off by a sudden wail of alarms. The corridor lights flickered and then turned an ominous red as an automated voice announced, "Containment breach detected in the xenobiology wing. All personnel, please evacuate immediately." The three humans froze, their eyes meeting in mutual alarm. Without another word, they sprinted toward the source of the alarm, Luna bounding alongside them. The wolf's ears were pinned back, her keen senses picking up on the tension in the air. When they arrived, the scene was chaotic. Zalorian security personnel were attempting to seal off the wing, their fronds trembling as they worked their control panels. Inside the containment zone, something massive and shadowy thrashed against the reinforced glass of its enclosure. "What are we looking at?" Voss demanded, skidding to a halt beside a Zalorian officer. "Specimen 17 has escaped its secondary containment field," the officer replied, his voice high-pitched and strained. "We are attempting to neutralize the threat, but it is resistant to all known sedatives." Voss's stomach sank. Specimen 17 was infamous even among the station's diverse collection of alien creatures. A hyper-adaptive predator from a Class 10 death world, it was deemed too dangerous for direct study and had been kept in isolation. Now, it was loose. "What triggered the breach?" Adebayo asked, his voice sharp. "We're still investigating," the officer replied. "But there's no time for analysis. If it escapes into the station's main corridors," he didn't need to finish the sentence. The consequences were obvious. As if on cue, Specimen 17 rammed the glass again, creating a spiderweb of cracks. The creature's form was still indistinct, its adaptive camouflage blending seamlessly with its surroundings. All that was visible were its glowing eyes and the sharp, metallic sheen of its claws. "We can't let it get out," Voss said, her voice resolute. She turned to Hayes. "You got any non-lethal rounds on you?" "Always," Hayes replied, loading his rifle. "But non-lethal isn't gonna stop that thing for long." "It doesn't have to," Voss said. "Just long enough for us to figure out a way to contain it." Before they could act, Archimedes darted forward, skittering toward the control panel nearest the enclosure. "Archimedes, no!" Adebayo shouted, but the reptilian ignored him, its claws flying over the controls. The lights in the containment wing flickered again, and a low hum filled the air as the secondary containment field reactivated. The shimmering barrier formed around Specimen 17, forcing it back into the center of its enclosure. "What did he just do?" Voss asked, staring in disbelief. Adebayo grinned, a mixture of pride and relief. "Looks like he bypassed the damaged circuits and rerouted power to the containment field. Clever little guy. You mean to tell me your pet lizard just saved us from a station-wide catastrophe?" Hayes said, his tone equal parts incredulous and amused. "Seems that way," Adebayo replied, scooping up Archimedes, who chirped triumphantly. The Zalorian officer approached them, his fronds twitching in what could only be described as confusion. "Your companion has just demonstrated a level of intelligence that rivals our own engineers. How is this possible?" "Earth," Voss said simply, as if that explained everything. And in a way, it did. The situation seemed under control, but the incident had only heightened the station's unease about the humans and their companions. Whispers spread through the corridors, growing more outlandish with each retelling. By the next morning, Luna was rumored to have single-handedly subdued Specimen 17, while Kiwi was said to have orchestrated the entire containment breach as part of an elaborate test of the station's defenses. The humans tried to go about their day as usual, attending lectures and participating in group discussions. But the tension was palpable. Students and faculty gave them a wide berth, their curiosity overshadowed by fear. Even the Zalorian professors, who prided themselves on their open-mindedness, seemed reluctant to engage with them directly. The breaking point came during a joint seminar on interspecies cooperation. The topic was meant to foster understanding and collaboration, but it quickly devolved into a thinly veiled interrogation. Captain Voss, a student from the crystalline Korax species, began, their voice a melodic chime. Given the events of last night, how can we be certain that your companions are not a threat to the station's safety? Voss took a steadying breath, her gaze sweeping the room. I understand your concerns, she said. But I'd like to point out that it was Archimedes who prevented a potential disaster. If he hadn't acted, Specimen 17 might still be loose. And what if he hadn't acted correctly? Another student challenged. What if his interference had made the situation worse? He's trained for scenarios like this, Adebayo interjected. Earth's ecosystems demand adaptability and quick thinking. Archimedes isn't just a pet, he's a partner. The room buzzed with murmurs, skepticism evident in every tone. It was clear that words alone wouldn't be enough to sway their audience. The humans needed to prove themselves and their companions once and for all. That opportunity came sooner than expected. During a routine tour of the station's botanical gardens, an alarm blared through the intercom. Structural breach detected in the arboreal research wing. Evacuate immediately. Voss exchanged a look with her team. We're not running this time, she said. We're going to fix this. Together, they sprinted toward the source of the alarm, their companions close behind. This time, they weren't just fighting for survival. They were fighting to prove that humans and their so-called pets were more than the galaxy's latest curiosity. They were a force to be reckoned with. The Arboreal Research Wing was a marvel of engineering and biology, a sprawling greenhouse that mimicked dozens of planetary ecosystems. Its centerpiece was the Unity Tree, a massive, bioluminescent organism engineered from the genetic material of multiple species. Normally, the wing was a serene haven of scientific discovery. But as the humans approached, they found it in chaos. Thick vines snaked across the floor, moving with an unnatural, almost predatory intent. Researchers and security personnel were trapped behind hastily erected barriers, their faces pale with fear. In the center of the room, a massive breach in the Unity Tree's trunk leaked glowing sap that pooled like molten silver on the ground. Hovering over the tree was the source of the disturbance, a swarm of insectoid creatures, each the size of a human head, their translucent wings buzzing with a sound that set teeth on edge. What the hell are those? Lieutenant Connor Hayes muttered, raising his plasma rifle. Xylarian root wasps, Dr. Malik Adebayo replied grimly, his eyes scanning the scene. They're symbiotic pollinators for the Unity Tree, but they're supposed to stay dormant unless the tree's ecosystem is severely disrupted. Disrupted how? Captain Elena Voss asked, her tone sharp. Oh, I don't know, Adebayo said, gesturing at the massive breach in the tree. Maybe someone or something decided to play lumberjack. Kiwi, perched on Adebayo's shoulder, let out a series of sharp squawks that sounded suspiciously like laughter. Voss ignored the bird and turned to the Zalorian security chief, who was cowering behind a console. What happened? She demanded. The security chief's fronds quivered. We don't know. The tree's containment protocols failed, and then the wasps woke up. They've been attacking anyone who gets too close. Attacking with what? Hayes asked. As if in answer, one of the wasps dove toward a fleeing researcher, its stinger glowing with a sickly green light. The researcher screamed as the stinger made contact, collapsing to the ground in convulsions. Neurotoxin, Adebayo said grimly. Fast-acting and lethal without treatment. We've got to contain this now. Suggestions? Voss asked, her mind racing. We need to repair the breach in the tree, Adebayo said. It's the only way to calm the wasps. But we'll never get close with them swarming like that. What about Luna? Hayes said, glancing at the wolf, who stood beside Voss, her ears pinned back and her hackles raised. Voss hesitated. What about her? She could lure the wasps away, Hayes suggested. Give us a clear shot at the breach. Are you out of your mind? Adebayo snapped. Those things would tear her apart. Not if she's fast enough, Hayes countered. And Luna's the fastest thing we've got. Voss knelt beside Luna, meeting the wolf's intelligent gaze. What do you think, girl? Can you do it? Luna let out a low, rumbling growl, her tail flicking with determination. Voss's chest tightened, but she nodded. All right. Let's do this. Hayes rigged a small device to Luna's harness, a beacon that emitted a high-pitched frequency designed to attract the wasps. As soon as it was activated, the swarm's attention shifted. Hundreds of glowing eyes fixed on Luna, and the air filled with the deafening buzz of their wings. "Go, Luna!" Voss shouted. The wolf bolted, her powerful legs propelling her across the room in a blur of silver fur. The wasps pursued her, their formation tightening into a deadly vortex. Luna weaved through the arboretum with agility born of countless hunts, leaping over barriers and dodging the snapping vines that reached for her. "That's our opening," Voss said. "Adebayo, get to the breach. Hayes, cover him. I'll keep an eye on Luna." They moved as a unit, each step choreographed through years of training. Adebayo reached the base of the Unity tree and began deploying a biopolymer patch from his field kit. The material spread across the breach like liquid glass, hardening on contact. Hayes fired his rifle in controlled bursts, keeping the few straggling wasps at bay. One of them got too close, its stinger aimed at Adebayo, but Kiwi swooped down from above, pecking at the creature's wings and sending it spiraling to the ground. "Good bird," Adebayo muttered, not looking up from his work. Meanwhile, Voss tracked Luna's movements, her heart pounding with every leap and dodge. The wolf was holding her own, but the swarm was relentless, and Voss knew she couldn't keep this up forever. "How much longer, Adebayo?" she called. "Almost there," he replied, his hands moving with practiced precision. A sudden yelp from Luna drew Voss's attention. One of the wasps had grazed her flank, leaving a trail of glowing venom. The wolf stumbled but kept running, her determination unshaken. Voss's chest tightened with a mix of fear and pride. "Hurry, Malik," she urged. "Done," Adebayo shouted, stepping back from the tree. The biopolymer patch glowed briefly before fading, indicating a successful seal. The effect was immediate. The wasps' buzzing faltered, and their erratic movements slowed. One by one, they began to return to the Unity tree, their stingers retracting as they resumed their dormant state. Luna collapsed near the edge of the room, her sides heaving. Voss was at her side in an instant, checking the wound. The venom's glow was already fading, neutralized by the wolf's robust physiology. "You did good, girl," Voss whispered, stroking Luna's fur. "You did real good." The aftermath was a whirlwind of activity. Researchers scrambled to assess the damage, while Zalorian engineers worked to reinforce the Unity tree's containment protocols. The humans, however, were given a wide berth. Despite their role in resolving the crisis, the other species couldn't seem to decide whether they were saviors or harbingers of chaos. High Chancellor Velrix arrived shortly after, his feathered crest flaring with agitation. "Captain Voss," he said, his voice tight. "I must commend your team's swift action, but this incident raises serious questions about the presence of your companions." "With all due respect, Chancellor," Voss replied, her tone steady, "if it weren't for our companions, this incident could have been catastrophic. Luna, Archimedes, and Kiwi are part of our team. They're not just pets, they're partners." Velrix's yellow eyes studied her for a long moment before he nodded. "Very well. But understand this, the Galactic Concord values order above all else. If your presence disrupts that order again, there will be consequences." "Understood," Voss said, meeting his gaze. As the Chancellor departed, Hayes let out a low whistle. "Well, that could have gone worse. Could have gone better, too," Adebayo muttered, scratching Archimedes under the chin. The reptilian chirped contentedly, oblivious to the tension. Voss looked down at Luna, who was now resting peacefully. "We're not here to make friends," she said quietly. "We're here to prove that humanity belongs in this galaxy. And we're not going to stop until we do." The station's artificial morning cycle began with a soft golden glow, a stark contrast to the chaos of the previous days. Captain Elena Voss stood on the observation deck, gazing out at the vast expanse of stars. Her reflection in the glass showed the fatigue etched into her features, but there was also a flicker of quiet resolve. Behind her, the faint hum of activity signaled that life on the station was returning to normal, or at least as normal as it could be with humanity's delegation at its heart. Luna lay at her feet, her wound neatly bandaged and her tail thumping softly against the floor. Archimedes perched on a nearby console, his clawed hands deftly dismantling and reassembling a communication device. Kiwi fluttered between them, chirping occasionally as if offering commentary. Voss couldn't help but smile at the odd little family they'd become. The quiet moment was interrupted by the arrival of High Chancellor Velrix. His feathered crest was lowered in what Voss had come to recognize as a gesture of contemplation. He approached without his usual retinue, a sign that this was not an official visit. "Captain Voss," Velrix began, his voice uncharacteristically soft. "May I join you?" Voss gestured to the seat across from her. "Of course, Chancellor. To what do I owe the pleasure?" Velrix settled into the chair, his elongated limbs folding neatly. For a moment, he simply watched the stars, as if searching for the right words. "The events of the past days have given me much to consider," he said finally. "Your presence here has been disruptive, but also enlightening." Voss raised an eyebrow. "Enlightening?" Velrix's yellow eyes met hers. "Your team and your companions have demonstrated qualities that many in the Galactic Concord find difficult to understand. Resilience, adaptability, and a willingness to act in the face of uncertainty. These traits are not unique to humans, but the way you embody them is distinctive." "Earth has a way of shaping its people," Voss replied. "It's not an easy world to live on, but it's taught us to face challenges head-on. And it's taught us the value of connection, whether it's with our own species or with others." She glanced down at Luna, who gazed back with quiet understanding. Velrix followed her gaze. "Your companions are a testament to that connection. When we first learned of humanity's bonds with other species, many of us dismissed it as primitive sentimentality. But I see now that it is something far more profound. It is a strength, not a weakness." For a moment, neither of them spoke. The silence was comfortable, filled with the unspoken understanding that they were standing on the precipice of something new. Finally, Velrix rose. "The Galactic Council will convene later today to discuss the continuation of the interspecies exchange program. I will advocate for your delegation to remain. I believe there is much we can learn from each other." Voss stood as well, extending a hand. Velrix hesitated for only a moment before grasping it with one of his slender digits. "Thank you, Chancellor. I won't let you down." As Velrix departed, Voss turned back to the stars, feeling the weight of the moment settle into her bones. This was more than a victory for her team, it was a step forward for humanity's place in the galaxy. The day's proceedings unfolded smoothly. The Council's deliberations were thorough but ultimately favorable. Humanity's role in the program was secure, and the tensions that had once defined their presence began to ease. By evening, the station was abuzz with the tentative beginnings of camaraderie. Researchers from various species approached the humans, not with fear but with curiosity. Even Luna, Archimedes, and Kiwi found themselves at the center of fascination, their antics sparking laughter and breaking down barriers. In the days that followed, the humans and their companions became integral members of the station's community. Voss and her team continued to face challenges, but they met each one with the same determination that had brought them this far. Slowly but surely, they earned the respect and trust of their peers. One evening, as Voss walked through the Arboretum, now fully repaired and thriving, she found herself reflecting on the journey that had brought them here. She thought of the crises they'd faced, the lives they'd saved, and the bonds they'd forged. Above all, she thought of the lesson they'd taught the galaxy, that strength and resilience were not measured by power alone, but by the connections one formed and the courage to protect them. As she sat beneath the Unity tree, its bioluminescent leaves casting a gentle glow, Luna rested her head in her lap, Archimedes curled up nearby, and Kiwi perched on a low branch. For the first time in what felt like forever, Voss allowed herself to relax. The galaxy was vast and filled with challenges, but it was also filled with possibilities. And humanity was ready to meet them all. The moral of their journey was clear: unity was not about erasing differences but embracing them. By standing together, even the most disparate beings could create something extraordinary. Humanity's place among the stars was not guaranteed by strength alone but by their willingness to connect, adapt, and persevere. And as Voss looked up at the shimmering leaves of the Unity tree, she knew that this was only the beginning.
Welcome to the realm of science fiction. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more content. Enjoy listening. Curtis Mangold sat on the cold, metallic floor of the Nostra colony's prisoner barracks, his wrists weighed down by heavy chains. His body ached from days, perhaps weeks, of endless labor. The colony, orbiting an unremarkable, distant star, was one of the galaxy's most notorious sites for forced labor. Run by the ruthless Technophage Consortium, escape was considered impossible. The prisoners worked until they were broken, their lives extinguished in the shadow of the colony's endless hunger for resources. Curtis leaned back against the damp wall, his breath shallow, as the sound of approaching guards echoed through the dim corridors. Every clank of their mechanical boots sent a chill down his spine. He'd tried to escape before, many had, but every attempt ended in brutal punishment. As the prisoners were lined up for yet another grueling shift in the mines, a distant explosion shattered the oppressive silence. The ground shook violently, sending prisoners and guards alike stumbling. Curtis looked toward the source of the commotion and saw something he hadn't expected. Massive robotic figures emerging from the shadows of the colony's central chamber. These robots didn't resemble the crude industrial machines used by the Technophage. Their designs were sleek, deadly, and unlike anything Curtis had ever seen. Before anyone could process what was happening, a second explosion ripped through the facility. The colony's alarms blared, and guards scrambled to defend their positions. Curtis was frozen in place, his mind racing. Who was attacking? Why now? And more importantly, could this be his chance? Then he saw her. Stepping through the thick smoke was a figure he recognized instantly, though he hadn't seen her in years. Nara, her shimmering purple skin glowed faintly in the dim light, and her piercing eyes locked onto Curtis as if she'd been searching for him all along. She was clad in armor that melded technology and elegance, her presence commanding. "Curtis Mangold," she said, her voice clear and firm despite the chaos around her. "Do you remember me?" Curtis blinked, his exhaustion momentarily forgotten. "Nara, is that really you?" "It's me," she said, a small smile touching her lips. "And I'm here to get you out of this hell." Nara's robotic allies moved with precision, systematically dismantling the colony's defenses. Their energy weapons and advanced shielding rendered the guards' attacks futile. Nara herself leaped into action, wielding an energy blade that hummed with power. She moved like a dancer, every strike calculated and devastating. Curtis could only watch in awe as she cut down the guards with ease. One of Nara's robots approached Curtis and, with a single swift motion, tore the chains from his wrists. Curtis stumbled as the weight lifted, his legs trembling. Nara caught him before he fell, her grip steady. "Stay close to me," she said. "We don't have much time." Curtis nodded. 2 days to argue. The two of them moved quickly through the chaos, Nara leading the way as her robots provided cover. Explosions rocked the facility, and the screams of guards and prisoners alike echoed through the corridors. The colony was coming apart at the seams, but the Technophage weren't about to give up so easily. As they approached the hangar, the colony's ultimate defense system activated. A massive war machine, the Technobane, emerged from the shadows, its towering frame bristling with weapons. It fired a barrage of energy blasts that forced Nara and her team to take cover. The robot's glowing red eyes scanned the battlefield, locking onto Nara. "Stay back!" Nara shouted to Curtis, "I'll handle this." Curtis watched helplessly as Nara faced the Technobane alone. The machine was a monstrous creation, designed to annihilate anything in its path. Its energy cannons fired relentlessly, but Nara was faster. She dodged and weaved through the onslaught, her energy blades slicing through its armor with surgical precision. The battle was fierce, and for a moment, Curtis feared Nara might not make it. But with one final, powerful strike, she drove her blade into the Technobane's core. The machine let out a deafening roar as it collapsed, its systems overloaded. Nara turned to Curtis, her breathing heavy but her expression triumphant. "Let's go," she said. They reached the hangar, where a sleek starship awaited. The remaining robots held off the guards as Nara and Curtis boarded the vessel. The engines roared to life, and within moments, they were soaring through the void of space, leaving the crumbling colony behind. Curtis slumped into a seat, his body finally relaxing as the adrenaline wore off. He looked at Nara, who was at the controls, her expression calm and focused. "Why did you do this?" he asked, his voice hoarse. "Why risk everything for me?" Nara turned to him, her eyes softening. "Because people like you don't deserve to rot in a place like that, and because I owed you." Curtis frowned, trying to recall what she meant, but Nara didn't elaborate. The ship entered hyperspace, and for the first time in what felt like forever, Curtis felt a sense of peace. He was free, but as he looked at Nara, he realized there was so much he didn't know about her or himself. Curtis stared at his hands, still raw and trembling from the weight of the chains. The silence inside the ship was almost jarring after the chaos of the escape. The hum of the engines was steady, comforting even, but his mind refused to settle. Memories of the colony, its suffocating walls, the relentless guards, the faces of other prisoners who weren't lucky enough to escape, flashed before his eyes. Nara glanced at him from the pilot's seat. "We'll be out of range soon. Technophage ships aren't built for high-speed pursuits like this." Curtis leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. "I still don't understand. How did you know I was there? Why come now?" Nara hesitated for a moment, her fingers brushing across the console, as if she was searching for the right words. "I've been tracking the Nostra colony for months. The consortium has been expanding their operations, abducting more people, enslaving entire populations. When I heard they'd brought in a Terran," she paused, turning her head to meet his gaze. "I knew it had to be you." Curtis's brow furrowed. "But why me? We knew each other years ago. Nara, we weren't..." He trailed off, unsure how to finish the sentence. Nara let out a soft laugh, though there was no humor in it. "You think I'd risk my life, assemble a crew, and infiltrate one of the galaxy's most secure prisons for just anyone?" Curtis blinked. "I don't know what to think anymore." Nara leaned back in her seat, the tension in her shoulders easing slightly. "You don't remember, do you?" "Remember what?" Curtis asked, his voice sharper than he intended. Nara tilted her head, studying him. "The crash. The day we met." Curtis frowned, his mind grasping at fragments of a memory buried deep. He could see flashes, fire, wreckage, and a younger version of Nara standing over him. She had saved him, hadn't she? He hadn't known who she was at the time. Just some strange, otherworldly figure pulling him from the brink of death. You saved me," he said, the realization dawning on him. "On that deserted moon..." Nara nodded. "You saved me first. My ship was downed by a rival faction, and they were closing in. You were just a scavenger back then. But you didn't hesitate to fight for me. You could have walked away, but you didn't. You got me to safety, even when it nearly cost you your life." Curtis ran a hand through his hair. "That was years ago. I didn't think you'd even remember." Nara's expression softened. "I don't forget the people who saved me, Curtis, and I don't abandon them when they're in trouble." For a moment, neither of them spoke. The ship's interior was bathed in soft blue light, the stars outside streaking past in long, shimmering lines. "So, what now?" Curtis finally asked. "You freed me. But where do I go from here? The technophage isn't going to forget about me. They'll come looking." Nara's expression hardened. "They won't find you. Not where I'm taking you. And where is that?" Nara turned back to the console, her fingers flying over the controls. A holographic map appeared, displaying a remote star system far from the reach of the consortium. "A sanctuary," she said. "One of the last places in the galaxy where their influence doesn't reach. You'll be safe there." Curtis studied the map, his mind spinning with questions. "And what about you? What happens to you after this?" Nara didn't answer immediately. Instead, she stood and walked over to him, her movements graceful yet deliberate. She knelt before him, her glowing eyes meeting his. "I have more people to save," she said quietly. "There are others like you, Curtis, people who need someone to fight for them. This galaxy is a cruel place, but I won't stop trying to make it better." Curtis felt a lump in his throat. "You can't do it alone, Nara. What you're doing, it's dangerous, "I've made my choice," she said firmly. "Just like you made yours all those years ago." Curtis reached out, placing a hand on her shoulder. "Then let me help you. I owe you that much." Nara shook her head, a small, sad smile on her lips. "You don't owe me anything, Curtis. What you owe is to yourself. Take this second chance and live the life you deserve. That's all I ask." He opened his mouth to argue, but stopped when she rose to her feet, her demeanor shifting back to the confident, commanding presence she had been during the rescue. "Get some rest," she said. "You'll need your strength when we arrive." Curtis watched her walk back to the pilot's seat, a mix of gratitude and frustration churning within him. He wanted to fight beside her, to repay the debt he felt he owed. But deep down, he knew she was right. Yet as he sat there, his thoughts wouldn't rest. The quiet of the ship, so stark compared to the chaos he had just escaped, seemed to amplify the storm of emotions inside him. He rose from his seat and made his way toward the cockpit. The soft hum of the ship's systems filled the air as Nara worked at the controls, her focus unwavering. She didn't turn as he approached, though it was clear she knew he was there. "Couldn't rest?" she asked, her voice calm but laced with understanding. Curtis leaned against the doorway, his arms crossed. "Not really. Too much on my mind." Nara finally glanced at him, her eyes glowing faintly in the dim light. "It's normal. You've been through more than most could handle. Your body's free, but your mind hasn't caught up yet." He nodded, his jaw tightening. "It's not just that. It's everything. The others I left behind in that place. The ones who didn't make it. And now you're just going to drop me off and go back into the fire?" Nara turned her chair to face him fully. "Curtis, you can't save everyone. Sometimes survival is the only victory you can claim. And as for me, I've chosen this path. I know the risks, but you can't do it alone," he insisted, his voice rising. "I've seen what the consortium is capable of. They'll stop at nothing to crush anyone who stands in their way. You need someone to watch your back." She studied him for a long moment, her expression unreadable. Then she stood, stepping closer to him. "I've been alone for a long time, Curtis, longer than you can imagine. I've learned how to survive, how to fight. It's not that I don't appreciate the offer, but this isn't your fight." Curtis met her gaze unflinching. "It is now. They took everything from me, Nara. My freedom, my life, my dignity. If I just walk away, what was all of that for? What's the point of surviving if I don't do something with it?" For a moment, neither of them spoke. The ship's hum was the only sound between them. Finally, Nara sighed, a flicker of something, respect, maybe, crossing her face. "You're stubborn," she said, a faint smile tugging at her lips. "I remember that about you. You're not exactly easy to convince yourself." He shot back, a small grin breaking through his seriousness. She laughed softly, the sound lighter than he expected. "All right, Curtis, if you're so determined to throw yourself into danger, who am I to stop you? But don't think for a second that this will be easy." Curtis straightened, his expression resolute. "I'm not looking for easy. I'm looking for purpose." Nara nodded, a new weight settling in her gaze. "Then we'll start by getting you back on your feet. Training, equipment, intel. You're no good to anyone if you don't know how to handle yourself out there." "I'm ready," he said, without hesitation. "We'll see about that," she replied, turning back to the controls. "For now, we focus on getting to the sanctuary. It'll give us time to prepare for what's ahead." Curtis sat down in the co-pilot's chair, his mind clearer than it had been in years. For the first time, he wasn't just surviving, he was planning, hoping, fighting for something bigger than himself. Nara glanced at him out of the corner of her eye. "One last thing, Curtis. Yeah, if you're going to fight beside me, you follow my lead. Out there, hesitation gets you killed. Can you do that?" He met her gaze, his voice steady. "I can." Nara's lips curved into a faint smile, and for the first time since the chaos of the escape, Curtis felt something unfamiliar but welcome, belonging. As the ship sailed through hyperspace, the streaking stars outside seemed to stretch endlessly ahead. Both of them knew the road would be long and fraught with danger, but for the first time in a long time, Curtis wasn't afraid of what lay ahead. Together, they were stepping into the unknown, not as strangers, but as allies. The galaxy was vast, cruel, and filled with darkness. But now, Curtis wasn't just a victim of it. With Nara at his side, he was ready to push back.
The massive Imperial flagship Eternal Dawn emerged from hyperspace like a steel mountain against the stars. Its polished hull stretched for 12 kilometers, bristling with weapons that could shatter planets. At its command center, Grand Admiral Vale stood with perfect posture, his decorated uniform reflecting the soft blue glow of tactical displays. Primitive human vessels detected near the asteroid belt. Admiral, reported his sensor officer. 5 ships, approximately 400 meters each. They appear to be mining. Vale smiled. This would be his easiest conquest yet. Humanity had only recently been detected by Imperial scouts, and their addition to the Empire was long overdue. Every species needed to learn its place in the grand order of things. Open communications, Vale commanded. Let's show them the might they face. The human ships hung in space, looking small and vulnerable against the massive asteroid they were harvesting. Their vessels were blocky and functional, with various mining attachments extending from their hulls. Nothing like the sleek Imperial designs that had conquered 1,000 worlds. Inside the lead human vessel, Olympus, Admiral James Porter was enjoying his morning coffee when the communication alert chimed. He set down his favorite World's Okayest Admiral mug and nodded to his communications officer. The holographic display sparked to life, showing the Imperial Admiral in all his decorated glory. Vale's voice boomed through the bridge, translated perfectly into English. Attention, inferior human vessels. You face the might of the Eternal Empire. Your species has been deemed worthy of absorption into our grand civilization. Surrender immediately and prepare for inspection. Resistance will result in your immediate destruction. You have 5 minutes to comply. Porter took another sip of his coffee. He looked at his crew, who were trying very hard to keep straight faces. Some were already snickering behind their hands. His first officer had to turn away, shoulders shaking with suppressed laughter. Did they just try to threaten us with that museum piece? Someone whispered, setting off more barely contained giggles. Porter cleared his throat and activated the response channel. This is Admiral James Porter of the Earth Mining Federation vessel, Olympus. Hello there. I apologize, but could you repeat that? We want to make sure we recorded it properly for posterity. Vale frowned at the casual response. You dare mock the Empire? Our weapons can reduce your ships to atoms. Oh, I'm sure they can, Porter replied cheerfully. Hey, is that a Mark 7 plasma array on your port side? Haven't seen one of those in a museum since I was a kid. Still in working order. Impressive. The Imperial bridge fell silent. Vale's face turned an interesting shade of purple. You recognize our weapons? Oh sure, Porter said, taking another sip of coffee. Classic design. Very reliable for its time. We used something similar for industrial cutting about 70 years ago. Still great for asteroid mining, actually. The laughter on the human bridge was now impossible to contain. Even Porter was grinning broadly. The Empire's sensors couldn't detect the layers of quantum shielding around the human ships or the compressed singularity drives that powered them. They certainly couldn't detect the planet-cracking weapons hidden beneath civilian mining equipment. You will regret this insolence, Vale thundered. You have 3 minutes to surrender. Porter sighed, still smiling. Look, we're a bit busy with this mining operation. Tell you what, why don't you shoot at us if it makes you feel better? Just try not to hit the asteroid. We've got a quota to fill. The Imperial translator must have malfunctioned. Surely no primitive species would dare. Admiral Vale, his science officer interrupted, face pale. I'm detecting some unusual readings from their ships. The energy signatures are impossible. Porter finished his coffee and stood up. Well, if that's all, we really should get back to work. Feel free to stick around and watch if you'd like. We're about to test our new quantum extraction beam. Should be educational. The human crews returned to their work, occasional chuckles still echoing through their ship's halls. Behind them, The mighty Imperial flagship hung in space, its crew trying to understand how their greatest moment of conquest had somehow turned into an embarrassing first day of school. Sometimes, Porter thought, the best defense was a good sense of humor. The Imperial High Command's meeting room was silent except for the soft whir of holographic projectors. 12 of the most powerful beings in the galaxy watched the recording of their encounter with the human ships for the 10th time. "Play it again," ordered High Commander Marcus, his golden robes rustling as he leaned forward. "Focus on the human captain's reaction." The image showed Admiral Porter sipping coffee and smiling. "Oh, is that a Mark 7 plasma array? Haven't seen one of those in a museum since I was a kid." Marcus slammed his fist on the table. How do they even know what our weapons are?" In another part of space, humanity was having a very different meeting. Captain Robert Stone's casual response to the Empire had become the most watched video in human space. His memorable words, "Nice light show, but we're trying to work here," had already been printed on thousands of t-shirts. "The memes are spreading faster than we can track them," reported Communications Director Lisa Brown, trying not to smile. "My favorite is the one where they put Imperial ships next to children's toy spaceships. The toys look more advanced." The Earth Defense Council chamber erupted in laughter. Holographic screens showed social media feeds filled with jokes about the Empire's scary weapons. Someone had even created a game where players had to pretend to be scared of obsolete technology. Back on the Imperial flagship, Vale's research team made a disturbing discovery. "Sir," a nervous analyst reported, "we found human entertainment broadcasts dating back 50 years. They're making fun of technology exactly like ours. They've been joking about these kinds of weapons since before they met us." Vale watched an ancient human science fiction show where the heroes easily defeated weapons just like his best cannons. "Impossible. They must have spies in our empire." "That's the strange part, sir," the analyst continued. "We found no evidence of human spies, but we did find this." He played a recording from an old human space station. It showed Imperial scout ships passing nearby, completely unaware they were being watched. The humans on the station were eating popcorn and rating the Imperial ship's designs on a scale of 1 to 10. "The humans have been studying us for decades," Vale realized, his face growing pale. "While we thought we were discovering them, they were watching us like a nature documentary," the analyst finished. "There's a whole series called Galaxy's Funniest Military Blunders that's just recordings of our training exercises." Meanwhile, Lieutenant Emily West of Earth's Diplomatic Corps was preparing for her first official meeting with the Empire. She stood before a mirror, practicing. No, I can't smile that much," she told herself. "Remember what happened to Jim when he couldn't stop laughing during the Centauri trade talks?" Her computer chimed with a new message. The Empire was demanding an explanation for humanity's behavior. They attached detailed scans of human ships, hoping to prove the humans were lying about their technology. Emily read the scans and had to sit down, shoulders shaking with laughter. The Empire's best sensors had only detected the outer hull's recycling systems. They had completely missed the quantum engines, the dimensional shields, and the AI cores that ran every human ship. "Like checking a smartphone's capabilities by measuring its case," she muttered, wiping tears from her eyes. The Empire's psychological warfare experts were meeting in emergency session. Their best minds tried to understand why their threats had no effect on humans. "Perhaps they don't understand the concept of fear," one suggested. "Maybe their brains process danger differently," offered another. None of them considered the simple truth that humanity had moved so far beyond Imperial technology that their threats were like a child wielding a toy sword. As the Empire scrambled to understand their failure, Admiral Porter's coffee mug became the most popular design in human space. The words "World's Okayest Admiral" were now printed in 20 languages. The Empire was about to learn a valuable lesson. Never try to intimidate someone who's been laughing at you for years. Grand Admiral Vale stood on his bridge, his face set in grim determination. After 3 days of being laughed at by humans, he had finally received permission to demonstrate the Empire's ultimate weapon. "Prepare the Star Splitter," he commanded. "Let's see them laugh at our most powerful cannon." The massive weapon extended from the Eternal Dawn's bow, gathering energy from 3 suns. Lights dimmed across the Imperial fleet as power flowed into the giant barrel. This weapon had destroyed moons. It had shattered fleets. It would surely make the humans tremor in fear. On the human mining ship Olympus, Lieutenant Mary Cooper was eating lunch when her tablet chimed. "Hey, Admiral," she called out to Porter. "They're charging up the big gun. Want me to put it on the main screen?" "Sure," Porter replied, finishing his sandwich. "Anyone want to take bets on how long the charging sequence takes?" These old models were pretty slow. The crew gathered around, many holding phones to record the moment. Some had even brought snacks. The Imperial weapon continued charging, its glow becoming brighter than a sun. Vale's smile grew wider. "Now they will learn respect," he whispered. A message popped up on his screen. The humans were broadcasting something to his ship. He opened the transmission, expecting pleas for mercy. Instead, his bridge was filled with scenes from ancient human movies. Each clip showed weapons exactly like his Star Splitter, some from entertainment made over a century ago. In every scene, the heroes easily defeated or dodged such weapons. Are they using our most feared weapon as entertainment? Vale's first officer asked in disbelief. The Star Splitter reached full power. Vale straightened his uniform. "Fire," he commanded. A beam of pure destruction, hot enough to melt planets, shot toward the human mining fleet. This was the moment that would finally silence their laughter. The beam hit the lead human ship and splashed off an invisible shield like water hitting a window. "Hey," Lieutenant Cooper called out, not looking up from her lunch. "I think they just shot at us." "Did anyone feel anything?" "Nah," replied another crew member. "The old Mark III shields didn't even flicker." "Should we tell them?" Porter sighed and pressed the communication button. "Imperial vessel Eternal Dawn. While we appreciate the light show, we must point out that firing weapons in an active mining zone violates Section 47B of the Basic Space Safety Code. I'm going to have to write you a citation." Vale stared at his sensors in shock. Not only had their greatest weapon failed to damage the human ships, but now they were being given a safety violation. "Also," Porter continued, "your weapon's efficiency rating is only 12%. You're wasting a lot of energy there. If you'd like, we can recommend some good engineers to help you upgrade to something more environmentally friendly." The human crews had already started sharing videos of the attack. Someone added cartoon sound effects to the beam bouncing off their shields. Another person set it to classical music. Lieutenant Cooper sent a personal message to the Imperial flagship. "Cute light show. Reminds me of the laser pointer my cat plays with." Vale received a priority message from Imperial High Command. They had detected the weapon's use and demanded an explanation. He didn't know how to tell them that their ultimate weapon had just become a source of entertainment for human social media. "Sir," his sensor officer reported quietly, "I'm detecting some unusual readings from the human ships. It seems they're using our weapon's energy to power their coffee makers." In the Olympus's break room, Porter poured himself a fresh cup of coffee, made with recycled energy from the Imperial attack. "You know," he said to his crew, "we should thank them. The coffee tastes better when it's brewed with converted weapon energy." The Empire's most terrifying weapon had failed to destroy the humans. Instead, it had made their beverages more enjoyable. Somewhere in human space, a new t-shirt design appeared. "The Empire shot first. And all I got was this perfectly brewed coffee." After the embarrassing failure of the Star Splitter, the Empire decided to try a different approach. They would scan the human vessels to find any weaknesses. "Full spectrum analysis," Vale ordered, his pride still hurting from the coffee maker incident. "I want to know everything about these ships." The Empire's best scanning equipment activated, probing the human vessels with waves of energy. On the bridge of the eternal dawn, dozens of analysts waited for results. Inside the human ship Olympus, the crew's eye assistant, Bob, spoke up. "Excuse me, Admiral Porter, but someone is scanning us with primitive technology. Should I help them out?" Porter looked up from his crossword puzzle. "Why not? Give them a peek at the basic stuff. No need to show them anything that might scare them." "Very well," Bob replied. "I'll let them see the recycling system and the backup coffee makers." The Imperial analysts stared at their screens in confusion. "Sir," one called out to Vale, "these readings can't be right. The human ships, they're bigger on the inside than the outside." Vale rushed to look at the data. The first scans showed normal ship compartments, but deeper scans revealed impossible spaces, rooms that shouldn't exist, and energy readings that made no sense. "What do you mean they have a quantum fold in their storage bay?" Vale demanded. "Exactly that, sir. Their cargo hold. It contains more space than physically possible. And there's something else." The analyst's voice trembled. "They're using our scan as a power source. They're charging their entertainment systems with it." On the Olympus, Lieutenant Cooper was watching an old Earth movie on a screen powered by the Imperial scans. "Thanks for the extra power," she sent in a message to the Imperial ship. "The resolution is much better now." Vale's day got worse when his science officer made another discovery. "Sir, remember how we thought their ships were primitive because of all the mining equipment?" "Yes," Vale replied, dreading the answer. "That's not mining equipment." "Well, it is, but it's also everything else. Each piece can transform into about 50 different things. They're using technology that makes our most advanced systems look like stone tools." The Empire's best scientists were called in to study the human ships. Each new discovery made them more uncomfortable. "How are they powering their engines?" one scientist asked. "Which ones?" another replied. "They seem to have 5 different drive systems. One of them is, apparently, running on laughter." "That can't be right." Porter received a message from Earth Command. "Stop letting them scan so deep. You're making them nervous." "Bob," Porter called out to the AI, "maybe dial it back a bit. Show them something simpler." "Too late," Bob replied cheerfully. "They just found the quantum ice cream maker. They seem very confused about how it creates infinite flavors." The Empire's scanning team was indeed baffled. Their best equipment showed human technology that seemed to break every law of physics they knew. Worse, the humans were using this incredible technology for things like making better ice cream and storing extra snacks. "Sir," Vale's first officer reported, "we've detected their defensive systems." "And?" Vale asked, clutching his chair. "They have 3 layers of shielding. The first layer is more advanced than anything we have. The second layer seems to be there just for show. And the third layer," the officer paused. "The third layer appears to be made of pure mathematics. We don't know what that means." Meanwhile, the human crews were taking bets on how long it would take the Empire to find their actual weapons. So far, the Imperial scanners had completely missed the really interesting stuff, like the pocket universe in the engine room or the time loop in the waste disposal system. "Should we tell them about the dragons?" one crew member asked Porter. "Let's not," Porter replied, feeding a quantum biscuit to the ship's pet dragon, which existed in 7 dimensions at once. "They're still trying to understand how our coffee makers work. Besides, Bob is having too much fun showing them the decoy systems." The Empire had wanted to learn about human weaknesses. Instead, they were discovering that humanity had been playing with technology beyond their comprehension all along. Vale stared at the latest scan results and muttered, "How do they fit a water park in there?" After a week of failed scans and increasing confusion, the Empire finally requested a formal meeting with human representatives. They needed answers, even if those answers might hurt their pride. The meeting was set on a neutral space station. The Empire sent their finest diplomats, led by Ambassador Roy from their most prestigious diplomatic academy. Humanity sent Tom Wilson, a retired history teacher who now worked part-time as Earth's ambassador because he thought it would be fun. "Please," Ambassador Roy began, his voice stiff with formal dignity, "explain how your species achieved such advancement without our knowledge." Tom leaned back in his chair, sipping from a mug that read, "Galaxy's Most OK Ambassador." "Well, funny story actually. We invented faster-than-light travel about 3,000 years ago." The Imperial diplomats stared at him. Ambassador Roy's mouth opened and closed several times before he could speak. That's impossible. The Empire has only existed for 800 years. "Oh, we know," Tom replied cheerfully. "We watched you form." "Quite interesting, really. My granddaughter did her middle school history project on your first expansion period. Got a B+. She would have gotten an A, but she forgot to mention your third emperor's favorite color." The Imperial diplomats looked like they might faint. One was frantically checking historical records on his tablet. "You see," Tom continued, pulling out an ancient paper book, "we decided to stay quiet and observe after our first few contacts with alien life. Fascinating stuff. Watching civilizations develop. We have a whole department of galactic anthropology now." He opened the book, showing them photographs of Imperial ships from centuries ago. "Look, here's your first attempt at a star cruiser. Very creative design for beginners. We all thought the purple stripes were a nice touch." Ambassador Roy's face had turned an interesting shade of green. You've been watching us all this time?" "Oh yes," Tom nodded. "We have a tourist spot on Europa where people can watch Imperial ships pass by. The gift shop does quite well. The plush toys of your warships are especially popular with children." The truth hit the Imperial delegation like a quantum brick. Humanity hadn't just achieved technological superiority. They had been so far advanced that they treated the Empire like an interesting historical curiosity. But what about the threats out there?" Ambassador Roy sputtered. "The cosmic horrors, the space monsters. We protect the galaxy from them." Tom's smile became a bit gentler. "Ah, about that. Those space monsters you occasionally fight. They're actually the ones we let through. The small ones. The cute ones. Like keeping a manageable number of mice to help train cats." He pulled up a holographic display showing creatures that made the Empire's worst nightmares look like puppies. "These are the ones we deal with. We call this fellow Bob. He tries to eat reality every few centuries. Nice chap once you get to know him, though. Plays excellent chess." The Imperial diplomats watched in horror as Tom showed them footage of humanity casually containing threats that could swallow solar systems. "So you see," Tom explained, pulling out a cookie jar from seemingly nowhere, "we're not laughing at you because we're mean. We're laughing because it's like watching our own ancient history." "Cookie." He offered the jar around. "They're baked in a quantum oven. Each one tastes like your favorite flavor." One brave Imperial diplomat took a cookie. His eyes widened as he tasted it. It tastes like my mother's cooking from when I was a child." "Neat, right?" Tom grinned. "Simple application of probability manipulation and memory extraction. We figured that out back when we were first learning to make toast in higher dimensions." As the meeting concluded, Ambassador Roy had one last question. "Why reveal all this now?" Tom stood up, straightening his "just here for the snacks" t-shirt. "Because it's time for the galaxy to move forward. Also, our Department of Galactic Development thought it would be good for your cultural growth. And honestly, maintaining our primitive species disguise was getting tiring. Do you know how hard it is to pretend our ships don't run on laughter?" The Empire had come seeking answers. Instead, they found out they were living in humanity's galaxy aquarium. And the fish had just learned to talk back. 3 days after the truth about humanity was revealed, the Imperial High Council called an emergency meeting. Their entire civilization's status was at stake, and they needed to find a way to maintain their dignity. High Commander Marcus stood before the council, sweating slightly in his ceremonial robes. "We must offer them an alliance," he declared. "A generous one, before other species realize what's happening. Meanwhile, in the human diplomatic office on Earth, Ambassador Tom Wilson was playing holographic solitaire while floating a few inches above his chair. "How generous do you think they'll try to be?" he asked his AI assistant. "Based on imperial psychological patterns," the AI replied, "they'll offer us exactly 23.7% more than they've ever offered anyone else. They'll also throw in 3 symbolic systems and their priceless collection of ancient technology." Tom chuckled. "You mean the collection they bought from that human antiques dealer last year? The one full of old toasters and microwave ovens?" "The same one," the AI confirmed. "They still haven't figured out why the sacred relics have defrost settings." The Empire's delegation arrived right on schedule in their grandest diplomatic vessel. They had spent hours practicing their most impressive entrance. The ship's doors opened with a majestic whoosh, releasing perfectly timed clouds of dramatic smoke. Tom watched them while eating a sandwich that existed in 3 time periods simultaneously. "Should we tell them their smoke machine is from a human Halloween store?" he whispered to his assistant. "Let them have this one," the AI replied kindly. Ambassador Roy stepped forward with practiced grace. "Noble representatives of Earth," he began, his voice echoing through the chamber. "The Eternal Empire wishes to extend its most generous offer of alliance." "Oh, good," Tom said, wiping future crumbs from his present shirt. "We were hoping you'd want to be friends. Much better than this whole surrender or die business." The Imperial delegation launched into their carefully prepared speech, complete with holographic displays of their territory and resources. They offered protection, trade rights, and access to their advanced technology. And of course, Ambassador Roy concluded triumphantly, "We would share our military might to defend your worlds." There was a moment of awkward silence. "That's very kind," Tom replied diplomatically, "but I should mention that we turned Jupiter into a sentient defense system last Tuesday. It keeps asking for crossword puzzles to solve between defending the solar system." The Imperial delegates blinked in confusion. You weaponized a gas giant." "Not weaponized," Tom corrected. "We just gave it consciousness and a subscription to several puzzle magazines. It gets bored otherwise." "Nice fellow, really. Tells terrible dad jokes, though." Before the Empire could respond, messages started pouring in from across the galaxy. Other species had learned about humanity's true status. The Zorb Confederation wanted protection. The Linked Worlds sought technology trading. The Crystal Mines requested human teachers. Ambassador Roy watched his carefully prepared offer crumble as more and more civilizations turned to Earth for leadership instead of the Empire. "Don't worry," Tom said kindly, seeing their distress. "We've actually prepared our own alliance offer." He pulled out a document that unfolded into impossible shades. "Pretty simple stuff, really. You keep managing your local sector, we help upgrade your technology, and everyone gets access to our ice cream makers." That's it," Ambassador Roy asked suspiciously. "No demands for surrender? No humiliating conditions?" "Well," Tom admitted, "we did include a requirement for your ships to have better coffee machines. The ones you're using now are practically medieval. Also, Jupiter insists that everyone subscribe to at least one puzzle magazine." The Empire's representatives huddled together, whispering frantically. Their choices were clear. Accept humanity's surprisingly reasonable offer, or become irrelevant as the rest of the galaxy rushed to ally with Earth. "We accept," Ambassador Roy said finally, trying to maintain his dignity. "Excellent," Tom beamed. "Let's celebrate. Would anyone like a cookie? They're baked in a pocket dimension where calories don't exist." As the Imperial diplomats cautiously tried the impossible cookies, they realized something important. Being friends with humanity might be strange, but it was definitely going to be interesting. And delicious. 6 months after the Empire signed humanity's alliance treaty, the galaxy had become a very different place. Change was everywhere, especially in the former Imperial capital, where a human tech support office had become the busiest building in the city. "No, Your Highness, explained Mike from tech support to a frustrated Imperial governor. You can't feed your quantum computer after midnight. That's why it started singing opera. He paused, listening. Yes, I know the opera is quite good, but that's not what the computer is for. Across the galaxy, scenes of cultural exchange were playing out in unexpected ways. On a former Imperial warship, Captain Jane Baker was teaching the crew how to upgrade their engines. And this, she said, holding up what looked like a small teacup, is a basic infinite energy core. It runs on happy thoughts and cat videos. But that's impossible, protested an Imperial engineer. Impossible. Jane laughed. We figured this out before we invented shoes that tie themselves. Which, by the way, took us embarrassingly long. Sometimes the simple things are the hardest. In Earth's primary school classrooms, children were now taking basic galactic history. Today's lesson was about the Empire's first contact with humanity. And that's why we have Bring Your Imperial Friend to School Day. A teacher explained to her class. Remember, kids, don't make fun of their old technology. They're learning. The Empire's former military headquarters had been converted into a museum. The infamous Star Splitter weapon was now a popular exhibit, right next to humanity's first faster-than-light coffee maker. The placard read, "Both these devices run on similar principles. One destroys planets, the other makes a perfect latte. Guess which one we considered more important to develop?" Admiral Porter, now retired, sat in his garden watching Imperial ships learning to navigate Earth's solar system. Jupiter, now fully sentient, and a crossword puzzle champion, kept giving them directions. A little to the left. Jupiter's huge voice boomed across space. "No, your other left. Look, just follow the helpful dolphins I created from hydrogen." Yes, those glowing ones. The Empire scientists were having the time of their lives. Humanity had opened thousands of research centers where they could learn about advanced technology. The only rule was that everyone had to take regular breaks for ice cream and jokes. Today, announced Dr. Smith at the Galactic Science Academy, we'll learn why time is actually more like a bowl of spaghetti than a straight line. But first, who wants to see a cat that exists in all dimensions at once? Even the Imperial High Command had changed. Their once serious meeting room now had a casual Friday policy and a quantum vending machine that could produce any snack from any point in history. "Your reports are late," High Commander Marcus told his officers, "but I'll accept them yesterday." He paused. "That's not a figure of speech anymore. Just use the temporal mailbox in the lobby." Ambassador Tom Wilson, still working part-time because he found it amusing, received a message from the Imperial Council. They had finally finished reading humanity's complete technological database. Did they understand it? He asked his AI assistant. "They got through the introduction to the introduction," the AI replied. "They're very excited about learning there's more than 3 dimensions, though they're a bit worried about the part where we mentioned that numbers have feelings." The galaxy was changing, growing, and learning. Former Imperial citizens discovered that life was much more fun when you didn't take yourself too seriously. Other species found that humanity's way of mixing advanced science with simple pleasures made the universe a more interesting place. And somewhere in deep space, Vale, the former Grand Admiral who had first encountered human ships, was enjoying his retirement. He sat in his garden, drinking coffee from a quantum-powered maker, watching his grandchildren play with a pet dragon that humanity had given them as a peace gift. "You know," he said to the dragon, which existed in 7 dimensions, and loved playing fetch, "I'm glad we didn't succeed in conquering them." "This is much better," the dragon agreed, then asked if he wanted to play interdimensional chess. Vale smiled. Life in humanity's galaxy was strange, but it was never boring. And the coffee was excellent.
The most amusing thing about humans, we always thought, was how adorably primitive they were. At least that's what we believed until that fateful day on Europa Station 7. Another broken artifact, I asked, watching my research assistant struggle with the ancient device. My antennae twitched with mild irritation, a habit I'd never managed to break in my 300 cycles as lead archaeologist for the Galactic Heritage Foundation. Professor Nix Valerian, that's me. The one who accidentally stumbled upon the greatest cover-up in galactic history. But let me start from the beginning, back when we still thought humans were the galaxy's cute little newcomers. Professor Valerian Lyra Starweaver called out, her bioluminescent spots pulsing with excitement. "You need to see this right now." I grumbled my way across the excavation site, my feet crunching through the perpetual frost of Europa's surface. The forgotten moon base stretched out before us, a relic we'd initially dismissed as just another abandoned human outpost. How wrong we were. "This better be worth interrupting my morning meditation, Lyra," I said, ducking under a partially collapsed doorway. "You know how grumpy I get without my daily dose of cosmic harmony." "Trust me, Professor. This changes everything we thought we knew about human history." I looked down at the artifact in Lyra's trembling hands. At first glance, it appeared to be a standard data storage device, the kind our civilizations had used about 10,000 years ago. Except there was one small problem. This was a human facility. And according to every historical record we had, humans had only achieved spaceflight a mere 500 years ago. "Well, that's inconvenient," I muttered, taking the device from Lyra. "Have you verified the dating?" 17 times, she replied, her spots now pulsing in a pattern that indicated extreme anxiety. "The quantum decay signature is unmistakable. This device is at least 12,000 years old." I laughed nervously. Clearly our equipment needs recalibration. Perhaps the Europa radiation is interfering with the readings, but even as I spoke those words, my scientific mind was already racing through the implications. The humans we'd encountered 5 centuries ago had seemed so charmingly primitive. Their first interstellar ships were practically held together with what they called duct tape, a fixing material that had become something of a running joke in galactic engineering circles. The Galactic Council had taken humanity under its wing, like a parent guiding a wobbly child's first steps. We shared our technology, our knowledge, our wisdom. And the humans? They smiled, thanked us profusely, and bumbled their way into the galactic community with what we thought was endearing clumsiness. Professor Lyra's voice interrupted my thoughts. "There's more." She led me deeper into the facility, past corridors that seemed to laugh at our assumptions. The architecture itself should have been our first clue. It was too perfect, too precise for what we believed to be early human engineering. We entered what appeared to be a control room. Holographic interfaces flickered to life as we approached, responding to our presence with a level of technological sophistication that shouldn't have existed in a 12,000-year-old facility. "Oh, those clever little monkeys," I whispered, watching as star charts materialized before us. The displays showed celestial bodies in positions that perfectly matched astronomical calculations for that distant era. This wasn't some elaborate hoax or malfunction. "Should we notify the council?" Lyra asked, her spots now a confused swirl of colors. I snorted, a very unprofessional sound that echoed through the ancient chamber. "And tell them what? That the supposedly young species we've been patronizing for 5 centuries might actually be older than our entire civilization." "Well, when you put it that way." Exactly. I started pacing, my antennae now twitching so violently they probably looked like dancing tentacles. "We need more evidence, hard evidence, the kind that even those stuffed robes on the council can't ignore." I picked up another artifact, turning it over in my hands. It was a simple thing, really. A mug preserved perfectly in the airless environment, with words printed on its side, "Humans were here first." Those smug little I couldn't even finish the sentence. 5 centuries of accepting our guidance with those pleasant, patient smiles. 5 centuries of "thank you so much, and we have so much to learn, and oh, how fascinating your technology is." Professor Lyra's voice had taken on a worried tone. "Are you all right? Your scales are turning purple." "Oh, I'm fine," I replied, carefully setting down the mug before I crushed it in my growing agitation. "I'm just realizing that we might be the galaxy's longest-running joke." A soft beep drew our attention to one of the holographic displays. Text began scrolling across it in ancient human script, which I'd naturally learned to read as part of my archaeological studies. "Welcome back to Europa Station 7, it read. "We've been expecting you." "That's impossible," Lyra whispered. "This facility has been abandoned for millennia." I stared at the next words appearing on the screen and felt my professional skepticism crumbling by the second. The truth will come out when you're ready for it. For now, just remember, sometimes the best way to teach someone is to let them think they're teaching you. Standing there in that ancient control room, surrounded by evidence that shattered everything we thought we knew about human history, I couldn't help but laugh. It was either that or scream. Because suddenly, every interaction I'd ever had with humans needed to be reevaluated. Every patient nod as we explained advanced concepts to them. Every grateful smile as we shared our superior technology. "Lyra," I said, watching more text appear on the screen, "I believe we've just discovered that we're not the teachers we thought we were." "Then what are we?" "The galaxy's most oblivious students." I shook my head, my antennae finally settling into an amused droop. "And the humans? They might just be the most patient teachers in history. What do you mean you're denying our request for additional funding?" I stood in Director Andromeda Thal's office, trying very hard not to let my scales shift to angry red. "We found evidence that could rewrite galactic history." Director Thal looked up from her holo display with 3 of her 7 eyes, which was about as much attention as she usually spared for anyone below her rank. "Professor Valerian, do you know how many grant requests I received claiming to rewrite galactic history? 17 this week alone. But we have proof." I projected the findings from Europa Station 7 onto her desk. "The quantum dating is conclusive. The architectural precision is beyond anything humans should have been capable of 12,000 years ago. And look at these energy signatures." "What I'm looking at," she interrupted, now deigning to use 4 eyes, "is a waste of the Galactic Heritage Foundation's resources. Humans achieved spaceflight 500 years ago. This is established fact." "Established propaganda, more likely," I muttered, then quickly added, "With all due respect, Director." She finally gave me her full 7-eyed attention. "Not a good sign. Professor Valerian, your work has always been eccentric, but this crosses into dangerous territory. The humans are our proteges, our students. Suggesting otherwise could destabilize centuries of peaceful cooperation." "Truth tends to do that," I replied, my antennae twitching in barely contained frustration. "Your request is denied. Stick to cataloging their early space stations and leave the conspiracy theories to the entertainment networks." I left her office feeling deflated but not defeated. In my 3 centuries of archaeological work, I'd learned that bureaucrats might control the funding, but they couldn't control curiosity, and mine was now burning hotter than a plasma drive. Back at the excavation site, Lyra greeted me with news that made my scales ripple with excitement despite my mood. "We found more, Professor. An entire sealed chamber, untouched since the facility was abandoned." The chamber turned out to be a data archive, its walls lined with preservation units that hummed to life as we entered. Inside each unit, data crystals gleamed with stored information that had waited millennia to be discovered. "How many of these can we decrypt?" I asked, already mentally calculating how long we could continue working without official funding. "That's the thing," Lyra said, her bioluminescent spots dancing with barely contained excitement. "They're not encrypted. They're just waiting." I picked up one of the crystals, examining its perfectly preserved structure, almost like they were left here for us to find. Lyra finished. "Exactly." I connected the crystal to our analysis equipment. "Let's see what stories you've been keeping." The data streamed across our screens, showing images and text that couldn't possibly exist. Humans in advanced spacesuits that made our current technology look primitive, building outposts across the solar system. Detailed maps of long-abandoned colonies on Mars, Venus, and dozens of moons. And most incredibly, records of their first encounters with other species, encounters that, according to official history, hadn't happened yet. "This can't be right," Lyra whispered. According to these records, humans had achieved interstellar travel before most of our species had discovered basic tool use. "The question is," I said, my scientific mind racing with possibilities, "why did they hide it? And why leave evidence for us to find? Perhaps I can help answer that. We spun around to find a human standing in the doorway. She wore the simple environmental suit typical of human researchers, but something about her bearing made me suspect it wasn't her usual attire. Amanda Blackwood, she introduced herself with that characteristic human smile, the one I was starting to suspect meant far more than simple friendliness. I'm a consultant with the Earth Historical Archives. How did you get in here? Lyra demanded, her spots pulsing with alarm. The same way you did, Amanda replied, walking over to examine our equipment with what I now recognized as carefully crafted casualness. Though I've known about this facility quite a bit longer. You knew? I asked, my antennae quivering with a mix of excitement and apprehension. About all of this. Professor Valérine, she said, turning to face me, would you believe me if I told you that humanity has been waiting centuries for someone like you? Someone curious enough to look past the obvious, clever enough to piece together the clues, and... She glanced at the denied funding request still displayed on my tablet, stubborn enough to persist when told to stop. Why the deception? I asked. Why pretend to be technologically primitive? Amanda's smile took on a hint of sadness. Imagine being the first spacefaring race, watching younger species emerge, make the same mistakes you did, fight the same wars, face the same crises. Would you immediately reveal your power and risk becoming the galaxy's rulers? Or would you choose a more subtle path? You chose to be students rather than teachers, I realized, remembering all those patient human faces in cultural exchange programs. We chose to let the galaxy develop without the shadow of an elder race hanging over it, Amanda corrected. To guide without controlling, to suggest without commanding. And now? Lyra asked. Now, Amanda said, reaching for one of the data crystals, it's time for the next phase. But we need help. We need allies who understand both the truth and why we hid it. She inserted the crystal into our equipment, and new data flooded the screens. Star charts showing thousands of worlds I'd never seen before, technical specifications that made my scientific mind spin, and lists of threats to galactic stability that made my scales pale. Director Thal was right about one thing, Amanda said quietly. This will destabilize everything. The question is, Professor Valérine, are you ready to help us ensure that destabilization leads to growth rather than chaos? I looked at the data streaming before us, at Lyra's worried expression, at Amanda's knowing smile. 5 centuries of guided development, 12,000 years of hidden history. And now, standing in an ancient archive that had waited millennia for this moment, I had to make a choice. Tell me everything, I said. Amanda's smile widened. That's exactly what we hoped you'd say. The next few days passed in a blur of revelations that made my head spin. Amanda showed us evidence that would have made Director Thal's 7 eyes pop out of her head. Not that we could tell her. The politician in her would probably have us all arrested for galactic treason. So let me get this straight, I said, examining a holographic display of Earth's true historical timeline. Your people achieved faster than light travel before my species learned to make fire. Actually, Amanda replied, swiping through more classified files, we helped several species discover fire. Accidentally dropped a few torches here and there. Clumsy us. You're joking, I stared at her. Please tell me you're joking. Her only response was that infuriating human smile. Lyra burst into our makeshift command center, her spots pulsing with alarm. Security teams. The director sent security teams to shut down our dig site. Right on schedule, Amanda said calmly, not even looking up from her work. Schedule, I demanded. You knew this would happen. Professor Valérine, we've been playing this game for 12,000 years. Trust me, bureaucratic overreaction is always on schedule. Through the window, I could see the security vehicles approaching across Europa's icy surface. Their lights cut through the perpetual twilight like angry red eyes. We need to protect the evidence, I said, reaching for the data crystals. Oh, those, Amanda waved dismissively. They're just copies. The originals were moved to safe storage centuries ago. We've been waiting for someone to find these particular ones for, about 70 years now. My antennae drooped in confusion. You planned all of this. Not exactly. We planned multiple possibilities. You're actually Plan M. Plans A through L didn't work out quite as well. What happened to those researchers? Became quite successful writers of speculative fiction, actually. Very creative theories. Before I could process that particular revelation, Director Thal's voice boomed through the facility's communication system. Professor Nix Valérien, you are ordered to cease all unauthorized research activities immediately. Surrender any artifacts or data you have collected to the security teams. Amanda finally looked up from her work. And that's my cue. Professor M.S. Starweaver, would you like to see why humans always seemed so fascinated by our transportation technology? She pressed something on her wrist device, and the world shifted. One moment we were in the research facility, the next we were standing in what appeared to be a vast underground chamber filled with advanced technology that made our most sophisticated equipment look like children's toys. Welcome to the real Europa Station 7, Amanda announced. But we were just in Europa Station 7, Lyra stammered, her spots now strobing in confusion. No, you were in what we like to call our starter pack. Think of it as a test facility. If someone finds it and asks the right questions, they get invited to the real thing. I looked around at the impossibly advanced facility. How many of these do you have? Enough, Amanda replied cryptically. Now, shall we discuss why we've been letting the galaxy think we're the new kids on the block? A massive holographic display activated, showing what looked like a map of the entire galaxy. But this was no ordinary star chart. It showed patterns, connections, and threats I'd never imagined existed. Humanity's great burden, Amanda explained, is knowing too much too soon. We achieved technological advancement before we achieved wisdom. It didn't go well. The myths about Earth's near destruction, I whispered. They're not myths, are they? We almost wiped ourselves out half a dozen times before we learned our lesson. That's why, when we finally reached the stars and found other emerging civilizations, we made a choice. The display zoomed in on various worlds, showing the early development of different species. My own people were there, taking their first steps towards civilization, while human observers watched unseen. Instead of conquering or controlling, we decided to guide. To let each species develop at their own pace, make their own mistakes, but with a safety net they never knew existed. The bumbling newcomers act, I realized. It was all to avoid becoming. The oppressive elder race, Amanda nodded. Every species that discovers it's not alone faces a choice. Submit to the stronger civilization or fight against it. We wanted to offer a third option. But why reveal the truth now? The display shifted again, showing dark patterns moving at the galaxy's edge. Because something's coming. Something that will require all of us working together as equals, not as teachers and students. A security alarm blared through the facility. Somewhere above us, Director Thal's teams were probably discovering our disappearance. It's time to make a choice, Professor Amanda said. You can go back up there, pretend you never saw any of this. Write it off as a failed excavation, or you can help us prepare the galaxy for the truth. Not as a student, not as a teacher, but as a partner. I looked at Lyra, who had been uncharacteristically quiet. Her spots had settled into a pattern I'd never seen before, one that somehow conveyed both terror and excitement. Will there be more terrible human jokes about accidentally teaching fire making, I asked. Amanda grinned. Oh, Professor Valérien, you haven't even heard our best material yet. Above us, security forces were probably tearing apart an empty research station, looking for evidence that had never really been there. And here we stood in a hidden facility that rewrote everything we thought we knew about human history. When do we start, I asked. We already have, Amanda replied. In fact, we're running ahead of schedule. Would you like to see what Plan N looks like? The Grand Chamber of the Galactic Council wasn't designed to hold this many beings. Representatives from every known species packed the towering amphitheater, their combined voices creating a storm of whispers that made my antennae vibrate. Are you sure about this? I asked Amanda as we waited in the preparation chamber. Once we step out there, everything changes. Honestly? No, I'm not sure. Humanity has been debating this moment for centuries, but our sensors confirm it. We're out of time for gentle guidance. Director Thal burst into the chamber, all 7 eyes blazing with fury. Professor Valérien, you are formally charged with data theft, unauthorized research, and she paused, glaring at Amanda, consorting with potentially dangerous elements. Dangerous elements? Amanda raised an eyebrow. Director, you have no idea how funny that accusation is. Before Thal could respond, the council bells rang, signaling the start of the emergency session. We filed into the grand chamber, and I felt thousands of eyes, optical sensors, and various sensory organs turned toward us. Council Speaker Zara Brightstar, her crystalline form catching the light from distant stars through the chamber's transparent dome, called for order. We are gathered here due to disturbing claims made by Professor Nix Valérien and representatives of the Human Cooperative. Professor, you may present your evidence. I stepped forward, trying to keep my scales from betraying my nervousness with color changes. Honorable Council, what I am about to show you will challenge everything we believe about our galactic history. The chamber's holographic systems activated, displaying the evidence we'd gathered, but not the simple ruins we'd found in the fake Europa Station 7. No, Amanda had given me access to the real records. 12,000 years ago, I began. When most of our species were taking their first steps toward civilization, humanity had already reached the stars. The chamber erupted in shouts and protests. Council Speaker Brightstar had to strike her resonance rod 3 times to restore order. Preposterous, Director Thal shouted. Humans achieved spaceflight only 5 centuries ago. We have documentation. You have what we wanted you to have, Amanda said, stepping forward. Her simple environmental suit shimmered and transformed, revealing ceremonial armor of impossible technology. The chamber fell silent. Humanity faced a choice when we first reached the stars, she continued. We could dominate, rule, impose our will on emerging civilizations. We had the power. We still do. But we chose a different path. She raised her hand, and the holographic display expanded to show the true scope of human achievement. Hidden worlds, advanced technologies, and most shockingly, evidence of their subtle guidance throughout history. That's impossible, someone in the chamber whispered. The great innovation of the Palaxian age that was. A human suggestion, carefully placed, Amanda confirmed. Just like the quantum breakthrough of the synthetics, the biological revolution of the Zarn, and yes, Director Thal, even your species' famous discovery of neural enhancement. The chamber erupted again, but this time in a chaos of questions and realizations. Species after species recognizing moments in their history where human influence had guided them away from disaster. But why, Council Speaker Brightstar asked, her crystalline form vibrating with emotion. Why hide your true nature? Because of what's coming, I said, bringing up the long-range sensor data from the real Europa station. Show them, Amanda. The holographic display shifted to show the approaching threat. A vast darkness between the stars, moving with purpose. We call them the Devourers, Amanda explained. They consume civilizations, transform entire galaxies into empty, processed husks. We've fought them before, in other galaxies, other times. But we knew we couldn't face them alone. Not again. So instead of creating an empire, I continued, finally understanding the full scope of humanity's plan, they created a community. Instead of subjects, they wanted allies. And now Amanda said, we need those allies more than ever. The chamber had fallen completely silent. Thousands of beings trying to process not only the revelation of humanity's true nature, but the threat approaching their galaxy. Then Director Thal, of all people, began to laugh. All this time, she said, her 7 eyes blinking in sequence, we thought we were the teachers. To be fair, Amanda replied with that familiar human smile, you taught us quite a bit. We just had a few prerequisites you didn't know about. Council Speaker Brightstar raised her resonance rod. The council must verify these claims. Of course, Amanda nodded. She pressed a control on her armor, and suddenly the space above the council chamber shimmered. A massive human vessel appeared, its design unlike anything we'd seen before. More ships emerged from whatever dimensional space they'd been hiding in, forming a fleet that stretched beyond sight. The human technologies you've seen Amanda announced are what we chose to share. This is what we chose to hide, not out of fear or malice, but out of hope that when this day came, you would stand with us as equals, not bow to us as superiors. The chamber exploded in a cacophony of voices, but Council Speaker Brightstar's voice cut through them all. And if we choose not to stand with you, then we will stand alone, as we have before, Amanda replied quietly. And we will do our best to protect you anyway, as we always have. I looked around the chamber, seeing the shock, fear, wonder, and gradually, understanding dawn on thousands of faces. The humans had hidden their true nature not out of deception, but out of wisdom. They had guided us not through force, but through patience. And now, as the greatest threat any of us had ever faced approached, they weren't demanding our allegiance. They were asking for it. Well, I said, my scales shifting to a determined blue. I don't know about the rest of you, but I'm rather looking forward to seeing what humans can do when they're not pretending to be primitive. Amanda grinned. Oh, Professor Valérine, you have no idea how long we've waited to show you 3 months after the revelation that turned galactic society upside down. I sat in my new office aboard the human flagship Prometheus, watching stars streak by at speeds I previously thought impossible. Still adjusting to the artificial gravity, Amanda asked, entering with 2 cups of what humans called coffee. A drink that, like their species, was far more potent than it appeared. Still adjusting to everything, I admitted, accepting the cup. Do you know the Galactic University had to rewrite their entire history curriculum? Professor Nexel nearly had a nervous breakdown. How's Director Thal handling her new role? I snorted, nearly spilling my coffee. Being appointed as the Council's liaison to the Human Defense Initiative, she's in bureaucratic heaven. Turns out organizing a galaxy-wide preparation for an alien threat requires mountains of paperwork. Who knew? Amanda settled into a chair that automatically adjusted to her form. More of that casual human technology that they had kept hidden for millennia. And you, having any regrets about accepting the position of Chief Historical Advisor? Are you kidding? My antennae wiggled with excitement. Every day I learned something new about how humans shaped our history. Though I'm still not over the fact that the great temple of Axiom 7 was built because some human archaeologist got drunk and left their tools behind. In their defense, it was really good wine. You're joking again. Please tell me you're joking. That familiar human smile was all the answer I got. The ship's viewport showed our destination approaching. A massive space station unlike anything the galaxy had seen before, at least officially. Its spiral arms stretched out like a welcoming embrace, housing representatives from every known species. Unity Station, Amanda said proudly. The first of many. A place where we can all work together, learn from each other openly now. No more pretending to be primitive, I teased. Well, maybe a little pretending. Some of our scientists really enjoy the look on people's faces when they act surprised by basic quantum mechanics. The station grew larger in our view, its true nature now clear to all. Not just a defensive installation against the approaching devourers, but a symbol of a new age, one where humanity no longer hid in the shadows of history. You know what amazes me most, I said, watching ships from dozens of species dock at the station. Not the hidden technology, or the secret bases, or even the fact that you guided our development for millennia. It's that you genuinely care. You could have ruled us, dominated us. Instead, you chose to help us grow. We learned that lesson the hard way, Amanda replied, her voice turning serious. Power without wisdom is like a ship without navigation. You might be moving fast, but you have no idea where you're going. A notification chimed on my desk. Another discovery by one of our joint research teams, probably. Every day brought new revelations as humans slowly shared more of their archived knowledge. The Devourers will be here within a year, Amanda said quietly. Are you worried? I considered the question, watching the bustling activity around Unity Station. Ships of all species working together, sharing knowledge openly now that the barriers of pretense had fallen. Oddly, no, I replied. Perhaps because I've seen how long humans have been preparing for this. How carefully you've guided us all to this point. Though I do have one question that's been bothering me. Just one. What's Plan N? Amanda laughed, a sound that echoed through the office. Would you believe me if I told you this was Plan N? A curious archaeologist, an ancient moon base, and a galaxy finally ready to face its greatest threat together. That seems a bit too perfect. Sometimes the best plans are the ones that look like coincidence. She stood, checking the time on a device that probably did far more than tell time. Ready for the council meeting? I hear they're finally going to discuss your proposal about updating the galactic dating system. Let me guess. You already know how that vote will go. Professor Vallerine, after all this time, do you really think we leave anything to chance? As we walked to the meeting, I noticed my reflection in one of the station's polished walls. My scales had taken on a new pattern lately, one that indicated a contentment I'd never felt before. Here I was, chief advisor to the galaxy's eldest civilization, helping prepare for a threat that would have seemed impossible just months ago. Amanda, I said as we approached the council chambers, when this is all over, assuming we survive. When we survive, she corrected. When we survive, what then? What other secrets have humans been keeping? She paused at the chamber doors, that enigmatic smile playing across her face. Let me put it this way, Professor. Everything you've learned about us so far, that's just humanity's introduction chapter. Wait until you see what we've got planned for the sequel. The doors opened to reveal the council chamber, now transformed into a war room where species that once barely tolerated each other worked side by side. And at the center of it all, humans, finally free to be what they had always been. Not conquerors, not rulers, but the guardians who had watched, waited, and prepared us all for this moment. I couldn't help but smile. The galaxy's greatest joke had turned into its greatest hope, and somehow I had a feeling humans were still keeping the best punchlines for last.
Allow me to introduce myself. Professor Claxon Beeblebrox, head of Galactic Educational Standards, holder of 14 advanced degrees, and the most insufferably brilliant being this side of the Andromeda Galaxy. At least that's what I thought until a sticky-fingered human child with a juice box completely destroyed my worldview in the span of 23 minutes. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Picture, if you will, the most prestigious academic event in known space, the annual Impossible Puzzle Gauntlet at Centauri Academy. For 847 years, this test has been the ultimate measure of intellectual superiority. We're talking about a challenge so brutally complex that it's reduced grown Centaurian scholars to blubbering messes, caused entire geodite crystal matrices to crack under pressure, and made even the smugly logical calculons admit defeat, while muttering about insufficient processing parameters. The gauntlet isn't just difficult, it's legendarily, mythically, soul-crushingly impossible. Every species in the galaxy has thrown their best minds at it. The tentacled squidlings with their 16 interconnected brains. The hive mind collectivists who can literally think as one organism. The crystalline geodites who process information at light speed. Even those insufferable calculons who treat conversation like a mathematical equation. All of them failed, spectacularly. Naturally, this made us Centaurians feel rather superior. After all, if beings with multiple brains and collective consciousness couldn't crack it, clearly the puzzle was designed to showcase the inherent intellectual supremacy of our species. We'd been preparing our finest minds for this year's attempt, confident that 847 would finally be our lucky number. Then the humans showed up. Now don't get me wrong, humans are quaint. They count on their fingers, solve problems with something they call common sense, and have an inexplicable obsession with a hot beverage made from bean water. Charming in their own primitive way, really. Their delegation was led by Dr. Maria Rodriguez, a perfectly respectable xenobiologist who'd earned her place at the table through years of solid, if unspectacular, research. The problem was, Dr. Rodriguez had apparently confused Bring Your Child to Work Day with Bring Your Child to the most important academic event in Galactic History Day. Enter Tommy Rodriguez, age 8, armed with a Superman lunchbox and the kind of boundless energy that makes adults question their life choices. While the greatest minds in the galaxy prepared for intellectual combat, Tommy was more concerned with whether the cafeteria had chocolate milk. I watched this tiny human with barely concealed horror as he skipped through the academy's halls, leaving sticky fingerprints on priceless artifacts and asking if the floating meditation crystals were bouncy balls. His mother kept apologizing, explaining that her usual babysitter had fallen through, and surely he'd just sit quietly in the corner. Quietly, in the corner, during the most challenging intellectual examination in galactic history. I should have known right then that the universe was about to play the cruelest joke imaginable on my carefully constructed sense of academic superiority. The impossible puzzle gauntlet isn't just a test, it's a monument to the limits of consciousness itself. Imagine, if you can, a 47-dimensional quantum logic maze that exists simultaneously in theoretical space, temporal flux, and what our best mathematicians have termed emotional algebra. The puzzle requires its solver to navigate paradoxes that shouldn't exist, calculate probabilities in imaginary number systems, and somehow reconcile the fundamental contradictions between logic and intuition. Most beings can't even look at it without getting a migraine. The challenge chamber itself is a marvel of engineering, a crystalline amphitheater that extends into dimensions most species can't perceive. The puzzle materializes in the center, a shimmering construct of pure mathematics and impossibility that seems to mock anyone brave enough to approach it. As the ceremony began, representatives from each major species stepped forward with the kind of solemn dignity reserved for funeral processions and tax audits. The squidlings were first, their lead scholar gracefully gliding toward the puzzle with all 16 brains firing in perfect synchronization. For exactly 12 minutes, it looked like they might actually make progress. Tentacles danced through the air, manipulating variables that existed only in theoretical space. Then they got confused, started arguing with themselves, and literally tied themselves into a knot so complex it took 3 maintenance droids and a spatial engineer to untangle them. The collectivists came next, their hive mind consciousness approaching the puzzle like a wave of coordinated thought. 5,000 individual beings thinking as one, processing information at speeds that boggled the imagination. They lasted 18 minutes before their collective consciousness started fragmenting under the strain. Individuals breaking away from the hive to argue about completely unrelated topics like proper dining etiquette and whether the number 7 was feeling particularly moody today. One by one, each species attempted the gauntlet. The crystalline geodites shattered under the pressure, literally. The calculons calculated themselves into a logical loop so tight they had to be rebooted. The floating gas beings of Nebula Prime dispersed themselves across the chamber in what I can only assume was existential despair. Each failure was more spectacular than the last, and I confess I was feeling rather smug about the whole affair. After all, if beings with natural advantages like multiple brains, collective consciousness, and processing speeds that made quantum computers look like pocket calculators couldn't succeed, what hope did anyone else have? Meanwhile, Tommy Rodriguez sat in the designated observation area, completely oblivious to the academic carnage unfolding before him. He'd finished his juice box, devoured a package of animal crackers with the kind of focused determination that would have impressed the calculons, and was now building a small fort out of his mother's research papers. Dr. Rodriguez kept shooting apologetic glances around the chamber, clearly mortified that her son was treating the galaxy's most prestigious academic event like an extended daycare session. She'd whisper urgent instructions about sitting still and being quiet, which Tommy would acknowledge with solemn nods before immediately returning to whatever 8-year-old chaos he'd been orchestrating. The tears started around the 15th failed attempt. Proud beings who'd spent centuries perfecting their intellectual capabilities were reduced to sobbing messes, their confidence shattered against the immovable object of the puzzle's impossibility. The chamber began to fill with the sound of sniffling, frustrated wailing, and the occasional angry shriek from species who'd never experienced failure on this scale. I was preparing my own attempt, naturally. As a Xantorian, I possessed the perfect combination of analytical rigor and creative thinking necessary to crack this ancient challenge. I'd spent months preparing, studying every previous attempt, analyzing the puzzle's structure from 17 different theoretical frameworks. I was going to make history. I was going to prove once and for all the intellectual supremacy of my species. I should have been paying more attention to the small human who'd just finished his snacks. The moment that changed everything was so mundane I almost missed it entirely. Tommy Rodriguez, having exhausted his supply of animal crackers and grown bored with his paper fort, simply stood up and wandered toward the puzzle display. Not with any grand purpose or dramatic intention, mind you. He approached the most challenging intellectual construct in galactic history, with the same casual interest he might show a particularly colorful bug. My horror was immediate and complete. "Dr. Rodriguez," I hissed, my voice climbing several octaves higher than dignity would normally allow. "Your offspring is approaching the gauntlet." Maria Rodriguez looked up from her tablet, saw her son standing at the edge of the challenge platform, and went through what I can only describe as the 5 stages of parental panic in approximately 2 seconds. "Tommy, sweetie, please step away from the scary space puzzle." But Tommy wasn't listening. He was studying the puzzle with the kind of intense concentration that 8-year-olds reserve for things like bug behavior and the optimal strategy for trading lunch items. He tilted his head to one side, then the other, making small humming sounds that seemed to follow some internal melody. "Fascinating," murmured one of the geodite observers, their crystalline structure flickering with interest. "The human larva appears to be processing the puzzle through auditory pattern recognition." "It's not processing anything," I snapped, my academic pride stinging at the suggestion that a primitive human child might succeed where our greatest minds had failed. "It's probably trying to figure out if it's edible." But something was happening. Tommy had started moving his hands, not in the precise gestures of advanced mathematics, but in the loose flowing motions of a child drawing invisible pictures in the air. He was humming louder now, a simple tune that sounded suspiciously like a nursery rhyme. "Is that Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star?" asked Dr. Rodriguez, her scientific curiosity overriding her maternal panic. The puzzle began to respond. I don't mean it solved itself or suddenly became easier. I mean it started to shimmer. The mathematical constructs that had remained rigidly fixed for 8 centuries began shifting, rearranging themselves in patterns that followed Tommy's humming. Sections that had never shown any correlation suddenly aligned with his hand movements. "This is impossible," I muttered, watching in growing horror as a human child treated our most sacred intellectual challenge like a playground activity. He's not even using proper analytical frameworks, he's making it up as he goes along. Tommy paused in his humming, looked directly at the most complex section of the puzzle and said, "Oh, you're playing hide and seek." Then he giggled and started a new game, one that involved pointing at different parts of the construct while reciting what sounded like a counting rhyme. Other beings began to gather around, drawn by the unprecedented sight of the puzzle actually responding to someone's efforts. Not just responding, but seeming to enjoy the interaction. Mathematical equations that had stood immutable for centuries began dancing along with Tommy's rhythm, rearranging themselves into configurations that somehow made sense within the context of his childish games. "Rock, paper, scissors," Tommy announced solemnly, making the appropriate hand gestures at 3 different sections of the puzzle. Rock beats scissors, scissors beat paper, paper beats rock, but what beats everything? He paused dramatically, as if waiting for the puzzle to answer. "Lizard," he declared triumphantly, and an entire dimensional layer of the construct suddenly snapped into perfect alignment. I felt my worldview cracking like poorly maintained crystal. The other alien children who'd been dismissed to the observation areas began creeping closer, drawn by Tommy's obvious success where their parents and teachers had failed. A young squidling, barely old enough to coordinate 2 tentacles, started mimicking Tommy's hand movements. A geodite offspring began harmonizing with his humming, their crystalline structure creating musical tones that complemented his simple melody. "No," I whispered, watching in absolute horror as the most advanced academic challenge in galactic history turned into an impromptu playground session. "No, no, no. This isn't how intelligence works. This isn't how any of this works." But the puzzle was responding to all of them now, sections lighting up and rearranging as the children approached it with the kind of fearless curiosity that adults had long since educated out of themselves. Tommy looked up at me with the satisfied expression of a child who'd just successfully completed a particularly challenging jungle gym. "It's not really impossible," he said matter-of-factly. "It just wanted someone to play with it." That's when I realized the universe had just played the cruelest joke in cosmic history on every advanced civilization in known space. What happened next will haunt my academic dreams for the rest of my considerably long life. Tommy Rodriguez, with the casual confidence of someone who'd never been told that something was impossible, began treating the 47-dimensional quantum logic maze like it was a perfectly normal playground challenge. "See, this part right here," he explained to the growing crowd of fascinated aliens, pointing at a section that had stumped theoretical mathematicians for 8 centuries. "It's like when you're on the monkey bars. You can't think too hard about it or you'll fall. You just have to trust that the next bar will be there." He reached out and touched a mathematical construct that existed in 17 dimensions simultaneously. Instead of the spectacular failure we all expected, the construct giggled. I swear on my multiple advanced degrees, a piece of pure mathematics actually giggled like a delighted child. The young squidling who'd been mimicking Tommy's movements suddenly exclaimed, "It's not trying to trick us, it's trying to teach us." With newfound confidence, she began manipulating variables that had confounded her elders, approaching each challenge like it was a new game to master. "Preposterous," I muttered, watching my entire understanding of intelligence crumble before my eyes. Mathematical constructs don't have personalities. Equations don't want to play. This is all completely against the fundamental principles of logical analysis. Tommy overheard me and turned with the patient expression children reserve for particularly slow adults. "Mr. Grumpy Professor, have you ever tried asking the puzzle what it wants instead of trying to force it to do stuff?" "You can't ask a mathematical equation what it wants," I spluttered. "Mathematics doesn't have desires or preferences. It's pure logic." "Everything wants something," Tommy replied with the kind of simple wisdom that made me want to reevaluate my entire educational philosophy. "Maybe it's lonely. Maybe it's been waiting for someone to play with it nicely instead of trying to beat it up with big words." As if to prove his point, Tommy began having what could only be described as a conversation with the puzzle. Not a scholarly discourse or analytical examination, but an actual conversation. He'd pose questions like, "Do you like blue or red better?" And sections of the construct would shift colors in response. He'd ask, "Are you tired of being so complicated?" And portions would simplify themselves into forms that suddenly made perfect sense. The other alien children followed his example, approaching different aspects of the puzzle with the kind of openness that adults had trained out of themselves through years of proper education. A young calculon began playing number games with the temporal mathematics section. A geodite child started singing harmony with the resonance frequencies. Even a tiny collectivist, barely old enough to maintain individual consciousness, began sharing playground rhymes that somehow corresponded perfectly to the puzzle's underlying patterns. "This is impossible," I repeated, my voice getting higher with each word. "Children don't solve century-old mathematical paradoxes by being nice to them." But they were solving them. One by one, sections that had remained locked for 847 years were opening up, not through brute force analytical power, but through the simple application of curiosity, kindness, and the kind of creative thinking that education systems across the galaxy had been systematically discouraging for generations. Tommy reached the puzzle's central core, a construct so complex that previous attempts to analyze it had resulted in temporary insanity among several prominent scholars. He studied it for exactly 3 seconds, then broke into a wide grin. "Oh, I know this game," he announced. "It's like red light, green light, but with math. You have to move really carefully and only when it says it's okay." He began a careful dance around the core construct, moving only when certain variables aligned, stopping whenever the mathematical tensions shifted. The other children joined in, following his lead in what looked like the most sophisticated game of Simon Says in galactic history. "Green light," Tommy called out, and every child stepped forward in perfect synchronization. "Red light," and they all froze as the mathematical tensions recalibrated. I watched in growing horror as these children, These supposedly primitive young beings navigated complexity that had defeated the greatest minds of multiple civilizations. They weren't solving the puzzle through superior intelligence or advanced analytical capabilities. They were playing with it, and it was working. The core construct began to sing, a harmony of mathematical precision and childlike joy that filled the entire chamber. Patterns that had seemed impossibly chaotic suddenly revealed themselves as an elaborate game, designed not to be conquered, but to be enjoyed. Tommy looked up at the singing mathematics, clapped his hands in delight, and said the words that would change galactic education forever. "Your turn, puzzle. What game do you want to play now?" The moment the puzzle responded to Tommy's invitation, reality as I understood it underwent a fundamental restructuring. The ancient construct, this monument to impossibility that had humbled civilizations, began rearranging itself into something that could only be described as joyful. Mathematical equations danced through the air, quantum variables played tag with temporal constants, and dimensional boundaries became as fluid as playground rules. "It's working," whispered Dr. Rodriguez, her scientific training warring with the evidence of her own eyes. "He's actually solving it." But Tommy wasn't solving the puzzle in any traditional sense. He was collaborating with it, treating each challenge as a cooperative game rather than an adversarial test. When the construct presented him with a paradox that had broken minds for centuries, he simply asked, "Would you like help with that? It looks really hard to hold all by yourself." The paradox, apparently tired of being paradoxical for 847 years, gratefully resolved itself into an elegant solution that made perfect sense to everyone watching. "This is not how mathematics works," I protested weakly, my voice barely audible over the sound of my worldview collapsing. "Equations don't get lonely. Problems don't want help. This is all completely contrary to established academic principles." Tommy paused in his collaboration with a particularly stubborn dimensional matrix and looked at me with the kind of patient sympathy usually reserved for the deeply confused. "Maybe that's why nobody could solve it before," he said gently. "Maybe it didn't want to be solved. Maybe it wanted to be understood." As if to emphasize his point, the puzzle's final section began presenting itself not as a challenge to be conquered, but as a story to be understood. Complex mathematical relationships revealed themselves as characters in an elaborate narrative, with variables playing distinct roles and equations describing the relationships between them. Tommy read the mathematical story aloud, translating incomprehensible theoretical constructs into simple terms that somehow captured their essential meaning. Once upon a time, there was a very lonely number that lived all by itself in the seventh dimension. It wanted friends, but every time someone tried to visit, they got scared by how big and complicated its house was. The other children gathered around, adding their own interpretations to the mathematical narrative. The young squidling identified subplot patterns with her multiple brains working in harmony. The geodite child provided musical accompaniment that somehow made the temporal mathematics dance. Even the tiny calculon contributed by calculating the emotional algorithms that governed the relationships between variables. Together they guided the puzzle through its own story, helping it transform from an impossible test into what it had apparently always wanted to be. A teaching tool designed to help beings understand the joy and wonder inherent in mathematical relationships. As the last section resolved itself, Tommy turned to address the assembled academics with the satisfied expression of someone who'd just finished a particularly enjoyable game. "See? It wasn't impossible at all. It was just sad and needed some friends." The chamber filled with a harmonious chord as every section of the puzzle aligned perfectly, creating a solution so elegant and beautiful that several of the adult observers began weeping. Not tears of frustration this time, but tears of recognition as they finally understood what they'd been missing for centuries. "How?" I managed to croak, my voice barely functional after the complete destruction of everything I'd believed about intelligence and education. "How did you know what to do?" Tommy shrugged with the casual modesty of childhood. "I didn't know. I just listened to what it was trying to say. Adults always want to tell everything what to do, but sometimes things just want to be heard." He looked around the chamber at all the alien children who'd helped him, their faces glowing with the satisfaction of shared accomplishment. Plus, it's more fun when everyone plays together. Games are always better with friends. The puzzle, as if sensing that its long isolation was finally over, began projecting holographic congratulations in every language known to galactic civilization. Mathematical formulas spelled out, "Thank you for playing," in elaborate script, while dimensional equations arranged themselves into smiley faces and hearts. Tommy checked his watch, a simple plastic device that looked absurdly primitive compared to the quantum chronometers worn by other delegates. "Oh, cool. Recess is over. Are there any more fun puzzles? Or is it time for lunch? I hope they have those little triangle sandwiches. Those are the best." I stared at this small human who just casually revolutionized our understanding of intelligence, consciousness, and the fundamental nature of mathematical reality. He was already looking around for the next interesting thing to explore, completely unaware that he'd just made every advanced degree in the galaxy obsolete. Somewhere in the distance, I could hear the sound of my academic career crashing into a million pieces. The aftermath of what historians would later call the Recess Revolution unfolded with the kind of bureaucratic chaos that makes grown administrators weep into their efficiency reports. Within hours of Tommy's success, emergency sessions were being called across the galaxy, as educational institutions grappled with the horrifying realization that they'd been approaching intelligence completely backwards for millennia. I found myself in the uncomfortable position of having to write official reports explaining how an 8-year-old human with sticky fingers had solved a puzzle that had defeated the combined intellectual might of galactic civilization. My preliminary draft, which began with "everything we thought we knew about intelligence is wrong," was rejected by the review board as insufficiently diplomatic. The second draft, which opened with, "Perhaps our educational methodologies require minor adjustments," was deemed more appropriate for interdisciplinary discourse. Tommy, meanwhile, remained blissfully unaware of the academic revolution he'd sparked. When reporters from the Galactic Science Network arrived to interview him, he spent most of the session asking if they had any interesting games on their recording equipment. His most quotable response to questions about his problem-solving methodology was, "I don't know, I just tried to be nice to it." That single sentence became the foundation for an entirely new field of study: empathetic mathematics. Dr. Rodriguez, faced with the sudden elevation of her son to galactic celebrity status, handled the situation with the kind of practical parenting wisdom that made me respect humans even more. When the Academy offered to enroll Tommy in their advanced graduate program, she politely declined, explaining that he still needed to finish second grade and learn his multiplication tables. "But he just solved the most complex mathematical puzzle in known space," protested the Academy's Director of Advanced Studies. "And he still can't remember to put his lunchbox back in his backpack," she replied. "Intelligence isn't just about solving puzzles. It's about growing up to be a decent person." The changes to galactic education were swift and dramatic. The rigid hierarchical systems that had dominated learning for centuries were replaced with collaborative approaches that emphasized curiosity over competition. The concept of impossible was removed from academic vocabularies across multiple species, replaced with "not yet understood" or "waiting for the right approach." Most surprisingly, standardized testing scores across the galaxy began improving dramatically once educational institutions started incorporating what became known as human method teaching techniques. These included such revolutionary concepts as asking questions to understand rather than to test, treating problems as puzzles to enjoy rather than obstacles to overcome, and remembering that learning should be fun. I found myself reluctantly appointed to head the new Department of Alternative Intelligence Studies, a position that required me to spend significant time observing and learning from beings I'd previously dismissed as intellectually inferior. It was humbling in ways that my extensive education had never prepared me for. The most difficult adjustment wasn't accepting that humans had something valuable to teach us. It was accepting that the characteristics we'd dismissed as primitive, curiosity, empathy, playfulness, and the willingness to approach problems without preconceived notions, were actually forms of intelligence we'd educated out of ourselves. Tommy's success led to the establishment of human method learning centers throughout the galaxy, where beings of all ages could learn to approach challenges with the kind of openness and creativity that had made the impossible puzzle possible. The waiting lists were astronomical. 6 months after the incident, I received a message from Dr. Rodriguez with a video attachment. It showed Tommy at his human school, helping a classmate understand long division by turning it into a story about sharing cookies among imaginary space aliens. His teaching methods were remarkably similar to how he'd approached the gauntlet, with patience, creativity, and an absolute faith that understanding was possible if you just found the right way to explain things. At the bottom of the message, she'd added a note. He says to tell the grumpy professor that he hopes the puzzle is making lots of friends now. I checked the Academy's latest reports on the former Impossible Puzzle Gauntlet. It had been reprogrammed as an interactive teaching tool that adapted its challenges to each user's learning style and emotional needs. Success rates had improved by approximately 3,000%, and user satisfaction surveys consistently described the experience as fun and encouraging. The puzzle, it seemed, was indeed making friends. As I prepared for another day of learning that everything I thought I knew about intelligence was wrong, I found myself oddly grateful for the small human who'd turned my academic world upside down. Tommy Rodriguez had taught the galaxy's most advanced civilizations the most important lesson of all. Sometimes the best way to solve an impossible problem is to remember that intelligence without kindness is just cleverness, and cleverness without curiosity is just showing off. And sometimes the wisest thing you can do is ask a problem what it needs, instead of trying to force it into submission. Even if that problem is 47-dimensional quantum mathematics, and even if you're only 8 years old and mainly concerned about whether lunch includes chocolate milk. The universe, as it turns out, has quite a sense of humor.
Holy High Admiral Rin of the Galactic Council ran a clawed hand through his silver fur in irritation as he reviewed the latest report from the Sol system. His long, pointed ears twitched backward, a sign of growing concern among the Velran species. These humans were becoming increasingly problematic. Not only had they managed to detect and intercept the Council's observation probes, but they'd also had the audacity to send a response message asking for diplomatic contact. Another species rushing to join the galactic community before they're ready. He growled softly to his aide, his fanged muzzle curling slightly. Bring up their planetary data. The holographic display filled with information about Earth, and Rin's golden eyes widened in alarm. Gravity nearly twice the galactic average. Atmospheric pressure is crushing by most standards. Average surface temperature range carries a swing that would kill most sentient species. By the first ones, he whispered, his tail going rigid. It's a death world. The humans' request for diplomatic relations was processed with unprecedented speed, not out of respect but fear. Within a standard cycle, a council delegation had arrived in the Sol system, their ships maintaining a safe distance from Earth, that the humans correctly interpreted as insulting. The diplomatic meeting was a disaster from the start. The human representatives, expecting a warm welcome into a vast galactic community, instead found themselves treated like barely contained predators. The council delegation flinched at every human movement, their universal translators struggling to convert the aggressive tone of human speech into something less threatening. You must understand, Council Representative Midas explained, his own fur standing on end. Your species has developed in unique conditions. The Council has protocols for dealing with Death World species. We can offer limited trade rights, restricted technology transfers, and restricted technology transfers. The human ambassador, Rebecca Sheets, kept her voice carefully neutral, despite her rising frustration. With all due respect, we've already detected quantum communications, observed your FTL capabilities, and begun theoretical work on our own versions of your technology. We're not asking for handouts, we're offering collaboration. The council members exchanged alarmed glances. This was precisely what they feared, a Death World species advancing too quickly, too aggressively. Their civilizations, built on careful algorithmic progression and AI-guided development, had no framework for handling such rapid advancement. The situation might have remained a diplomatic stalemate if not for the Hegemony Alliance. The faction had been pushing for war against the Federation for cycles, and the discovery of humanity became their perfect excuse. Secret broadcasts began circulating through council space. Footage of human combat sports, historical war documentaries, and particularly effective propaganda showing humans hunting prey by simply following it until it collapsed from exhaustion. These creatures, hegemony propaganda declared, are natural pursuit predators with endurance that defies reason. They heal from grievous wounds, thrive in radiation that would kill civilized species, and show concerning signs of rapid technological advancement. Can we afford to wait until they develop their own FTL capabilities? The Council, paralyzed by indecision, could only watch as tensions escalated. Earth's attempts at neutrality were rejected. The humans would have to choose a side or be considered hostile by default. The decision was made for them when the hegemony launched a preemptive defensive strike against humanity's newly established Mars and Luna colonies. In the aftermath of the attack, as the Council scrambled to either condemn or condone the action, a single message was broadcast from Earth. It was audio only, delivered in the formal language of Council diplomacy. But something in its tone made even Holy High Admiral Rin's fur stand on end. He recognized the cold fury behind the words. The United Earth Government acknowledges your act of war. We are launching our response. One ship. You may consider this our formal resignation from neutrality. The Council dismissed it as primitive bravado. After all, what could one ship do against the combined might of a galactic power? They would soon find out about the hastily completed vessel that Earth's combined military forces had christened the USS Rotisserie Chicken, a name that the ship's marine contingent had suggested as a joke, and which had stuck, much to the brass's chagrin. The same Marines who would later be heard on captured combat footage cheerfully requesting permission to crack open a fresh box of crayons moments before their first engagement with the hegemony fleet. The galaxy was about to learn why you don't corner a species that evolved as persistence predators on a death world. They named it what? Holy High Admiral Rin's ears flattened against his skull as he stared at the report. This must be a translation error. No, sir, his aide confirmed, whiskers twitching with nervous energy. Our linguists are quite certain. The humans have named their vessel the USS Rotisserie Chicken. We believe it's a reference to a form of cooked prey they consume. The name was the least of their concerns. The vessel that had emerged from Earth's orbital shipyards defied all conventional military doctrine. It was massive, yes, but its design was unlike anything in known space. Where galactic ships were sleek and streamlined, this human vessel was angular and brutalist. Where Council doctrine demanded sophisticated energy shields, the humans had opted for thick plates of crude armor. Most bizarrely, instead of the standard AI combat systems, the ship appeared to be entirely crewed by living beings. Forward these scans to Grand Admiral Tareth, Rin ordered. The hegemony should know what they're facing, even if it's primitive. Aboard the Rotisserie Chicken, Captain Johnny Banks ignored the snickers from his Marine contingent as he recorded his first log entry. Captain's log, USS Rotisserie Chicken. The brass is still mad about the name, but morale is high. We're carrying the best Earth has to offer, naval personnel who scored highest in tactical simulations, Marines who volunteered, despite knowing this might be a one-way trip, and enough ammunition to make anyone regret starting this war. Engineering reports our kinetic weapon systems are operational, and the Marines have finished painting welcome to the rice fields on the portside hull. God help me, I'm actually starting to like these crayon eaters. The ship's first encounter with the hegemony fleet came 3 days later in the Proxima Centauri system. Grand Admiral Tareth had assembled a fleet of 30 vessels, all equipped with the latest in AI combat systems and energy weapons. The alien commander broadcast on all frequencies, ensuring the entire galaxy could witness what they assumed would be humanity's humiliation. Attention primitive vessel, Tareth's message boomed. You are outnumbered 30 to 1. Your technology is inferior. Your weapons are obsolete. Surrender now and... Sir, Lieutenant Weathers interrupted, trying to suppress a grin. The Marines are requesting permission to, and I quote, crack open a fresh box of crayons and show these Xenos how we do things downtown. Captain Banks allowed himself a small smile. Tell them they may proceed. Tactical, prepared to demonstrate why humanity never developed energy shields. We never needed them. What followed would be studied in military academies for centuries to come. The Rotisserie Chicken's first action was to launch what appeared to be primitive missiles, easily intercepted by the hegemony's energy screens. But these weren't simple explosives. Each missile burst apart into thousands of tungsten spheres, creating an expanding cloud of hypervelocity projectiles that overwhelmed the shield's ability to track and deflect incoming objects. 3 hegemony ships were shredded in the opening salvo. Impossible. Tareth sputtered as his fleet's AI combat system struggled to adapt. Their weapons are kinetic. They're using primitive projectiles, the algorithms say. Sir, his second-in-command interrupted. They're accelerating. The humans are ramming speed, but the vectors, they can't possibly survive the G-forces. The rotisserie chicken performed a high-G maneuver that would have killed any other species, its reinforced hull groaning as it swung through an impossibly tight turn. The human crew, products of their high-gravity world, endured forces that would have turned most aliens to paste. They emerged from the turn inside the hegemony formation, where the alien ship's energy weapons risked hitting their own vessels. "Hey LT," one Marine called out as he helped load another salvo of tungsten spheres. "You think they know we named our ship after food because we're gonna cook 'em?" The battle lasted less than an hour. When it was over, 27 hegemony ships were destroyed or disabled. The remaining 3 fled, carrying with them footage that would shock the Galactic Council to its core. Their precious algorithms, their sophisticated AI combat systems, their energy weapons, all had been rendered obsolete by human ingenuity and what the aliens had dismissed as primitive technology. As the rotisserie chicken's crew began repairs, Captain Banks recorded a brief message to be broadcast on the same frequencies the hegemony had used to announce their victory. "This is Captain Banks of the USS Rotisserie Chicken. We look forward to demonstrating human combat techniques to the rest of your fleet. Also, the Marines wanted me to add, first box of crayons is on the house." In his command center, Holy High Admiral Rin watched the footage of the battle for the 12th time, his fur rippling with distress. "By the first ones, what have we awakened?" His aide, equally shaken, could only respond, "Sir, this was just their first engagement, and they're still warming up." The Galactic Council's emergency session was interrupted by another report. The rotisserie chicken had just decimated its 3rd hegemony battle group. This time, the human vessel had used the gravity well of a gas giant to perform what the aliens' AI systems had calculated as a physically impossible slingshot maneuver. "They're not just surviving these maneuvers," one analyst reported, her tentacles writhing in agitation. "They're thriving on them. The human crew appears to be enjoying the high-G combat." In his private chambers, Holy High Admiral Rin reviewed the latest footage. The human ship had developed a reputation that preceded it. Hegemony crews were now refusing orders to engage it directly. His fur bristled as he watched the recording of their latest battle. The camera feed showed the rotisserie chicken emerging from the gas giant's gravity well like a bullet from a gun. The human vessel had deliberately dove into the planet's atmosphere, using it to alter course in ways that the hegemony's targeting computers couldn't predict. The aliens' energy weapons, requiring precise tracking to maintain beam coherence, proved useless against such erratic movement. "Sir," Lieutenant Weathers' voice crackled through the captured combat recordings. "Marines report they're running low on purple crayons. Permission to switch to the emergency red ones." "Granted," Captain Banks replied, his voice steady despite pulling enough Gs could kill most species. "But tell them to save the blue ones. Those are their favorite." The casual banter during combat unnerved Rin more than anything else. How could they joke while performing maneuvers that should be turning their organs to jelly? The answer, of course, was written in humanity's very DNA. Evolved on a high-gravity death world, humans had developed not just the physical resilience to endure such forces, but the mental fortitude to remain operational, even cheerful, under conditions that would reduce most species to panic. "Look at their neural patterns," the Council's chief xenobiologist explained, pointing to scans taken during the battle. "The humans are producing what we'd consider excessive amounts of adrenaline and endorphins. They're not just surviving combat, they're getting a biochemical reward for it. They're literally capable of enjoying warfare." The hegemony's response was to deploy their most sophisticated, AI-driven drone ships, believing that removing the organic element would counter the humans' advantage. It was a logical decision, based on careful analysis of combat data. It was also exactly what Captain Banks had been waiting for. "About time they brought out the big guns," he commented, watching the drone fleet approach. "Tactical, remember what we learned in basic. About why humans never developed true AI for combat." Lieutenant Weathers grinned. Because humans are too creative and unpredictable. We could never program an AI to think like us because we're batshit crazy, finished Gunnery Sergeant Williams from his weapon station. Permission to demonstrate, sir? What followed was a masterclass in human improvisation. The rotisserie chicken began performing maneuvers that weren't just unpredictable, they were deliberately irrational. They fired at targets that didn't exist, creating debris fields that emerged exactly where the drones attempted to dodge to. They launched missiles that deliberately missed, only to detonate and create electromagnetic pulses in precisely the wrong places, which became exactly the right places when the drone's predictable evasion protocol sent them straight into the affected zones. The humans are using game theory against the AIs, one hegemony programmer realized in horror. But they're not following any known strategy. They're using psychological warfare against machines. How do you use psychological warfare against an AI? Another demanded. You don't, came the response, but you can use it against the programmers who wrote their combat algorithms. The humans aren't fighting the drones, they're fighting our assumptions about how space combat should work. The battle ended with the entire drone fleet destroyed or disabled. The rotisserie chicken had suffered only minimal damage, most of it cosmetic. The Marines had even found time to paint a new kill count on the hull, represented by a series of crayon doodles. As Captain Banks prepared his report to Earth Command, he noticed something that made him laugh out loud. "Sir?" Lieutenant Weathers inquired. "Just realized something," Banks replied, gesturing to their tactical display. "The maneuvers we used, plot them against the star chart." The bridge crew gathered around the display and slowly began to grin. Their seemingly random course changes, when mapped against the backdrop of stars, had traced a crude drawing of a chicken. "Well," Banks said with a straight face, "we did tell them we were going to show them how humans do things. Send the tactical plot to Earth with my compliments. And tell the Marines, tell them they can break out the blue crayons. They've earned them." In his command center, Holy High Admiral Rin looked at his aide with growing concern. "How do you fight an enemy that treats war like an art form, sir?" the aide suggested quietly. "Worse," Rin replied, his ears flat against his skull, "like they're having fun." "They've done what?" Holy High Admiral Rin's voice cracked as his aide delivered the latest report. They're using our quantum communications network, sir. Somehow they've tapped into it. They're broadcasting music. Through every quantum-enabled device in hegemony space, a human song now played on repeat. Something called Danger Zone by a human named Kenny Loggins. The rotisserie chicken's Marines had hijacked the most sophisticated communications network in known space to play their battle anthem. The psychological impact was devastating. The song itself was unsettling enough to alien ears, but its omnipresence meant that every hegemony crew knew that the humans could access their most secure channels at will. Worse, they were using this capability not for tactical advantage, but for what appeared to be pure entertainment. Aboard the rotisserie chicken, Captain Banks was reviewing their next objective when Lieutenant Weathers spoke up. "Sir, we're receiving a priority transmission from the hegemony's central command. They're challenging us to a decisive battle." "Let me guess," Banks replied. "They've gathered their remaining forces at a tactically advantageous position." "Yes, sir. The Terminus Nebula. Their entire remaining fleet, over 200 ships. They're calling it their final solution to the human problem." Banks leaned back in his command chair, a slight smile playing across his face. "They still don't get it, do they? Lieutenant, get me ship-wide." The intercom crackled to life throughout the vessel. "Attention all hands, this is the captain. The hegemony has kindly invited us to a party at the Terminus Nebula. They've even brought party favors, about 200 of them. Now it would be rude to refuse such a gracious invitation, wouldn't it?" The Marines' enthusiastic hurrah echoed through the ship's corridors. Gunnery Sergeant Williams, Banks continued, "Please inform your crayon enthusiasts that this is a formal engagement. They may break out the metallic colors." The battle that followed would be forever known as the Terminus Massacre, though not for the reasons the hegemony had hoped. The rotisserie chicken emerged from FTL directly in the center of the enemy formation, a suicide move by any conventional tactical analysis. "Sir," one hegemony commander reported, "they're surrounded on all sides. Their shields, wait, they still don't have shields. This is madness." What the hegemony failed to understand was that humans had never developed energy shields, Because their entire approach to warfare was fundamentally different. Why try to stop an energy beam when you could simply not be where it was going to hit? The rotisserie chicken began to dance. There was no other word for it. The human vessel moved through the enemy formation like a leaf in the wind, its movements fluid and unpredictable. Each dodge seemed to happen before the enemy fired. Each counterattack struck precisely where an enemy ship would be, not where it was. "How are they doing this?" demanded the Hegemony Admiral. "Our targeting computers can't get a lock." The answer came from an unexpected source, a junior zonobiologist who had been studying human sports. "They're using something called muscle memory," she reported. "Humans can train their bodies to react to situations without conscious thought. Their reaction times bypass their neural processing delays. They're not predicting our attacks, they're feeling them." The rotisserie chicken's crew had spent months drilling for exactly this scenario. Every crew member knew their role by heart, could feel the ship's movements in their bones. Where alien crews relied on computer targeting and AI prediction models, the humans operated on pure instinct by relentless practice. As the battle reached its crescendo, Gunnery Sergeant Williams' voice came over the ship's comm. "Sir, request permission to try something stupid." "Define stupid," Gunny Banks replied, even as he corkscrewed the ship through a crossfire that should have vaporized them. "Remember that thing we talked about, with the kinetic rounds and the nebula gases?" Banks grinned. "You mean the thing the engineers said would probably blow us up?" "That's the one, sir." "Do it." The rotisserie chicken launched its entire remaining complement of kinetic weapon pods into the nebulous gas clouds. The tungsten spheres, designed to shred enemy ships, instead created a cascade of static electricity through the ionized gases. The nebula itself became a weapon, discharging massive bolts of energy that overwhelmed the hegemony ship's shields. As the enemy fleet fell into chaos, the humans' battle anthem once again played through their quantum networks, "Highway to the Danger Zone." When the energy storms cleared, over half the hegemony fleet was disabled or destroyed. The remaining ships were retreating in disarray, their perfectly programmed combat formations shattered by an enemy that refused to follow the rules of warfare. "Status report," Banks called out, his voice steady despite the gravitational forces they'd just endured. "Hull integrity at 82%, sir," Weathers reported. "Marines report they're down to their last few crayons, but are willing to share with the Navy personnel if needed." "Always did like those crayon eaters," Banks mused. "Set course for the hegemony capital. I think it's time we had a chat with their leadership about the terms of their surrender." In his command center, Holy High Admiral Rin watched the battle recordings with a mixture of horror and awe. They did all this with one ship? His aide, whose fur had gone prematurely gray over the past few months, simply nodded. "Yes, sir, and according to our intelligence, Earth is building more." Rin's ears flattened completely against his skull. "May the first ones have mercy on us all." The hegemony's capital world of New Damascus had never fallen in its 1,000-year history. Its orbital defenses were considered impregnable, its automated response systems unbeatable, its strategic position unassailable. "Sir," Lieutenant Weathers reported, "we're picking up over 1,000 defensive platforms. Also, the Marines want to know if they can name the upcoming battle Operation Extra Crispy." Captain Banks pinched the bridge of his nose, fighting back a smile. "Tell them that if they can take out the planetary shield generator without scratching the paint, they can name it whatever they want." "Aura," echoed through the ship's corridors. The rotisserie chicken's approach to New Damascus would later be described by Holy High Admiral Rin as tactically insane, strategically brilliant, and historically terrifying. Instead of engaging the orbital defenses, the human vessel did something unprecedented. It landed right in front of the hegemony's capital building. The defensive platforms, programmed to defend against space-based threats, were completely unprepared for a ship that simply flew through the atmosphere like an oversized aircraft. The planetary shields, designed to prevent bombardment from orbit, did nothing to stop a vessel that was already inside their perimeter. The Marines' boarding action was recorded by countless security cameras, footage that would be studied by military academies for centuries to come. Led by Gunnery Sergeant Williams, they moved with what aliens would later describe as terrifying efficiency tempered by inexplicable good humor. "Remember, crayon eaters," Williams called out as they secured the main hall. "We're here to make history, not blow up the building. Try not to break anything expensive unless it shoots at you first." The hegemony's leadership, found huddled in their secure bunker, were treated to the surreal sight of human Marines, setting up a provisional command post in their own war room. Several of them were indeed snacking on what appeared to be colorful wax sticks while maintaining security positions. Gentle beings, Captain Banks addressed them as he entered, his dress uniform immaculate despite the combat drop they'd just performed. "We need to discuss the terms of your surrender, and I'd prefer to do it before my Marines run out of crayons. They get cranky when that happens." The war ended not with a massive space battle, but with a signing ceremony. The hegemony's unconditional surrender was broadcast across all frequencies, including their quantum network, which was still occasionally playing Danger Zone, thanks to a marine tech specialist who refused to undo his handiwork. In the aftermath, the Galactic Council found itself forced to radically reassess its policies. Humanity, far from being primitive, had demonstrated a form of warfare that combined technical prowess with intuitive creativity in ways the galaxy had never seen. 1 month later, at the formal peace conference, Holy High Admiral Rin found himself seated next to Captain Banks. "I must know," Rin said, his ears twitching with curiosity. "Was this your plan all along? To show us that our reliance on AI and automated systems had made us predictable?" Banks smiled. "Actually, we just did what humans always do. We adapted. Though I have to admit, naming the ship Rotisserie Chicken probably helped. It's hard to be scared of a ship named after food." And yet, Rin mused, that name will now live in infamy throughout the galaxy. Our military academies have already begun requiring their officers to study human history, particularly what you call unconventional warfare. Speaking of education, Banks replied, reaching into his pocket, "The Marines asked me to give you this as a gesture of goodwill." Rin stared at the offered object, a pristine blue crayon. "They say blue tastes the best," Banks explained with a straight face. "Don't ask me how they know that." The image of the most powerful military leader in the galaxy carefully accepting a crayon from a human captain would grace history books for generations to come. It marked not just the end of a war, but the beginning of a new understanding between species. In the years that followed, humanity would join the Galactic Council on their own terms. The USS Rotisserie Chicken was preserved as a museum ship, its crayon-decorated hull maintained in pristine condition. It became traditional for visiting dignitaries to leave a crayon in the ship's memorial hall. But perhaps the most telling change came in the form of a new required course at the Galactic Military Academy. Titled Human Unconventional Tactics and Strategic Creativity, its official logo featured a crayon-drawn chicken soaring through space. The course's first lesson began with a simple question: why did one human ship win a galactic war? The answer, written in blue crayon at the bottom of the syllabus: because sometimes the best way to win isn't to be the most advanced, it's to be the most human. And in Earth's shipyards, a new class of vessels was under construction. Each one bore a name chosen by its marine contingent, each one crewed by beings who understood that victory wasn't about having the best technology or the most sophisticated AI. It was about having heart, courage, and maybe, just maybe, a fresh box of crayons. Thank you so much for listening to this story. I hope you enjoyed it. Be sure to leave it a like and to subscribe if you'd like to see more. Feel free to comment and share it as well. With all that said, go on and check out the video in the top left. I think you might like it.
The stench hit first ozone crackling in the dry air, mixed with the copper tang of old blood and something oily that stuck to your throat when you breathed too deeply. Even from outside the gates of the Apex Trials, Droveth Prime's infamous death arena, the scent was unmistakable. Eric adjusted his grip on the worn, metal-handled crate tucked under his arm and stepped into the main corridor. Lights flickered in the cracked ceiling above, where ancient plasma conduits buzzed and sputtered, barely holding back the dark. Signs in half a dozen alien scripts blinked erratically, advertising side bets, last-minute enhancements, and the rules of combat, which mostly boiled down to, don't interfere, don't complain, and don't bleed on the staff unless you're paying extra. Behind him, 2 security guards made a wheezing attempt at laughter, their mouths lined with vestigial gills and sharp, uneven teeth. "That a weapon, human?" one snorted, eyeing the crate. Eric set it on the floor. "It's my fighter," he said. They didn't even bother hiding the laughter this time. A third guard had to brace himself against the wall, hacking up a glob of fluorescent spit that sizzled as it hit the concrete. Eric knelt and opened the crate. The animal inside looked up at him with sleepy eyes, snorted, and waddled out, its rough fur bristling in patches. It sniffed once, yawned so wide it showed off a mouthful of yellowish teeth, then promptly flopped into the dirt floor of the corridor and began to dig. "What is that?" came a voice from the front of the betting booth queue, thick with contempt and barely restrained laughter. Eric didn't look over. A honey badger, Earth predator. The jeering hit like a wave. Some aliens doubled over, others wiped their eyes with the corners of their robes. The odds boards lit up instantly. Contestant number 16, Earthling's Rat, 9,999 to 1. No name, just the nickname it had been given on sight. Even the display algorithm couldn't be bothered to ask what it was. The honey badger ignored the lights, the noise, the vibrations underfoot from the nearby pre-match brawls. It turned in a tight circle, flopped onto its side again, and licked at its own paw like it was waiting for a nap to finish downloading. Eric sighed, straightened up, and made his way to the registration kiosk. He offered up the datapad and got a brief retinal scan in return. "You sure this is your combatant?" the registrar asked, barely looking up from his console. "Final entries are binding. We charge a cleanup fee if it dies too fast." "I know. And if it doesn't qualify, then it dies." "I know." Behind him, an inebriated miner, pale, skinned, and glassy-eyed, was halfway through swiping his betting card when he misbalanced and face-planted into the terminal. It chirped cheerfully. "Bet confirmed. 500 credits. Earthling's Rat to win." The miner pushed himself upright, blinking at the screen. "Did I just bet on the dog?" Someone next to him howled. "You just gave your paycheck to the pit, friend." "I like his spirit," the miner said solemnly, then belched. Eric pressed his thumb to the fight schedule. He didn't expect much. The honey badger had been a shipping error, a misrouted specimen meant for an ecology class back at the Galactic University. The box had cost more to send back than to enter into the trials. He figured if it survived the first fight, maybe he could scavenge enough from its remains to get something back. As the announcement echoed across the arena, "First match, Earthling's Rat versus Vorak's Serpent." He picked up the crate and walked toward the pit. The arena floor opened like the maw of a giant beast. Lights beamed down from broken pylons, illuminating a battlefield of dried mud and half-digested bones. The crowd above buzzed with anticipation, the scent of stimulants and overcooked meat wafting through the vents. The opposing gate clanked open. The Vorak's Serpent slithered into view. 20 feet long, its body coiled with muscle as thick as hydraulic pipes, scales glinting in shifting shades of green and violet. Its eyes glowed red. Its fangs hissed, venom dripping in steady ropes from its lips. The honey badger waddled into the pit like it was hunting a shady patch to nap in. A gong sounded. The serpent struck instantly. A jet of toxin sprayed outward, catching the honey badger full in the face. It staggered. Eric's heart stopped. The badger sneezed, shook itself. Then it charged. The serpent reared back, fangs bared. The badger leapt not at the coiled body, not at the thick neck, but straight into the open mouth. Screams burst from the crowd. Bookies shouted in disbelief. The honey badger vanished into a whirlwind of scales and muscle, blood spraying. For a full 30 seconds, the serpent writhed, slammed its head into the ground, into walls, into its own tail, trying to dislodge whatever was inside. Then it began to slow. Then it collapsed. The honey badger crawled out of a shattered eye socket, panting, one ear torn, its nose crusted with drying venom and blood. It flopped onto the dirt beside the corpse and rolled. Silence fell. Then came a roar. The bookies scrambled to reset the odds screens. People aliens rushed the betting stations, screaming, demanding reevaluations. The miner, now being carried by two others, let out a wild whoop. Eric just stood at the edge of the pit, feeling the world shift under his feet. The medtechs came to verify the kill. 3 drones scanned the serpent's twitching corpse. Its brain had been shredded, its nervous system practically turned to jelly. "That's not a rat," the announcer muttered through the arena PA. That's something else." Eric looked down at the honey badger. It yawned again. No fear, no recognition, no celebration. It had simply won. The roar did not fade when the serpent stopped moving. It changed pitch, like a storm that realized the mountain would not fall and decided to hammer it harder. Security drones zipped to the carcass. A ref in a rust-colored vest blew a whistle that cut through the chaos. The honey badger rolled once more in the dirt and shook off a patter of red. Eric vaulted the waist-high rail into the service trench and jogged to the handler gate. A medtech in gray armor met him with a scanner wand the size of a baton. The wand hummed over the badger. Tiny glyphs scrolled down a slate. Heart rate up, breathing steady, pupils reactive, the medtech said. He spoke as if baffled that these words belonged to the same sentence. Venom contact on facial fur and whiskers. No airway compromise. You can flush and clean. Eric knelt. He kept his movements slow and predictable. The badger bared its teeth at the wand, then lost interest. He twisted the cap off a squeeze bottle and rinsed the face with saline. He wiped away slime with gauze, careful around the eyes. The badger tolerated it as if he were brushing dust from a stubborn machine. One ear was ragged, where a fang had glanced it. Eric dabbed it with antiseptic and pressed a bit of gauze until the bleeding eased. Vorax venom is mostly hemotoxic, the medtech offered, glancing at the readout. Swells tissue, breaks vessels, nasty. Your animal does not seem to care. Thick skin, Eric said. If it stops breathing or starts staggering, that means the venom got through. It has not. The medtech raised his brows. You talk like this happens often on your world. Not often, often enough to have protocols. The announcer in the tower cleared his throat into the system. The speakers crackled. Adjust your wagers, adjust your expectations, adjust your soul. Earthling's entry continues to surprise us all. Round 2 begins after a short reset. Eric carried the badger back toward the prep alcove, a damp room under the stands where steam piped along the ceiling and sandbags leaned like sleeping guards. He set down the crate and offered a dish of water with electrolyte tablets crushed in it. The badger lapped and sniffed his hand, then curled on the mat with a grunt. Its chest rose and fell in short, efficient breaths. From the walkway above, voices cascaded down. That was a trick, an armored trader barked. Let me see that thing's teeth. Regulations forbid inspections, the registrar replied without looking up. Owners submit profiles. We hazard recertifications if someone lies. It costs a lot. It is cheating, the trader insisted, jabbing a finger toward Eric. No creature that small should do that. It is not cheating, said a soft-voiced engineer in a shimmer suit. We misjudged its risk. That is on us. Beneath the railing, a face popped into view. The miner from earlier leaned over the edge, his cheeks flushed and his eyes wet with joy. Hey, he called. Buddy, you hear the odds swing. It went from impossible to only very unlikely. Do you have a name? Eric asked. Mason, he said, and thumped his chest. Mason, who cannot believe he pressed the wrong button and is now married to Destiny. I am betting on it again. I like that it looks bored. Do not talk so loud. An elderly bookmaker hissed as he shuffled past with a rack of paper slips. You will make the numbers run. On the main board, the figures flickered. Earthling's rat shifted from a joke to a gamble. The crowd's laughter thinned to a blade, then tilted toward awe. Under that hum, Eric could feel something else moving, unease. The way miners looked at dark passages after a tremor. If this was a small animal from Earth, what did the big ones look like? A handler approached from the other side of the alcove, a tall being with smooth copper skin and a ring of studs along what passed for a jawline. He wore a cloak with iridescent angles that threw odd shadows. Beside him stood a cage too large to fit through the door in one piece. You are the human, the handler said. I am Keth of Vera. My beast will meet yours next. Plated carnosaur, 3 meters to the shoulder, tri-toe feet. Bite that can crack steel rebar. It likes to toss prey to break the spine. Eric swallowed. Good to know. Keth smiled without warmth. I admire your nerve. It will be the last thing I admire tonight. I suggest you take pictures while your animal is still in one piece. The gate sirens fired. The board flashed. The announcer's voice rolled like thunder bottled in a can. Round 2. Earth entry versus plated carnosaur from the jungles of Vera. If you are carrying a small child, do not hold it over the rail. Eric clipped the leash to the badger's harness. The badger planted its feet and pulled like a sled dog that had spotted a rabbit. He let it go at the edge of the tunnel and watched it trot into the light without ceremony. Across the pit, the carnosaur made the earth tremble. Armor plates banded its back and thighs. Its head swung on a thick neck built for blunt force. It took a step and the arena felt smaller. The gong hit. The carnosaur did not roar. It exhaled like a furnace catching. It charged with a gait that used hips and tail like a spring. The crowd rose in one motion. The badger ran toward it. At the last instant, the badger veered left under the belly, a blur of muscle and dirt. It hit the inner ankle and latched. The carnosaur stumbled, tried to kick free, then took another step that placed all its weight on a tendon that was no longer anchored. The sound was a flat, ripping pop. The carnosaur went down on one knee and snapped at its own flank. The badger let go, scooted to the other leg, and bit at the back of the knee joint. It tore in short, ragged pulls that sent up a spray of dark blood. The giant twisted, tail lashing, claws raking furrows into the floor. A spike on its forelimb clipped the badger's shoulder. The impact spun the small body into the dirt. Eric flinched. He felt it in his ribs. The badger scrambled upright. It shook once, then darted under the chest again. It opened a trench along the long tendons that ran to the front foot. When the carnosaur tried to stand to slash down, the front foot folded. The beast toppled onto the injured side, mouth snapping, teeth carving empty air. The badger backed out and circled with stiff little steps, gauging distance with animal math older than language. It darted in and grabbed the hamstring behind the last intact rear leg. The carnosaur tried to roll. The badger rode the movement and bit higher, near the big bundle where thigh met hip. Another pop, a wet clunk. The carnosaur collapsed onto its belly. Its head thrashed once. The badger vaulted to the snout and went for the nostril slit. It clawed the soft tissue until the carnosaur reared back in reflex. The badger plunged into the space behind the eye. The thrashing slowed to a tremor. Dust settled in white curtains. The arena quieted all at once, like a valve had been closed. "Stop the count," the ref shouted. Drones zipped, scanned, and pinged a confirmation. The carcass sagged like a dropped tent. The badger dropped from the brow ridge and landed with a thud. It limped slightly. Blood streaked its left shoulder. Eric was already climbing through the handler gate. The medtech met him again, faster this time. No respiratory distress, no visible neurologic signs. That shoulder is a puncture or a gouge. We need to clean it now. If there is a flap, it may need stitches. Stitches should wait until after the event, unless you want to risk sedation. Eric knelt, and the badger pushed its head into his knee, as if claiming the right to be fussed over. The shoulder cut was ugly, but not deep. Skin and subcutaneous fat were opened. Muscle looked intact. The edges did not gape. He flushed it with saline until the fluid ran clear. He picked out grit with clean tweezers. The badger growled at the tweezers, but did not snap. "Topical antibiotic," the medtech said, handing him a tube with a green cap. "Keep it clean. Bandage lightly to prevent debris. If the cut opens wider, it will need sutures and a week to 10 days to heal well. Do not let it lick too much. Do not apply anything that burns." Eric nodded and smoothed the thin film across the wound. He pressed a gauze pad and wrapped it with a self-adhesive bandage that would not slip under fur. The badger licked his wrist between wraps and then sat, offended by the indignity. Kethavera stood at the rail, with both hands gripping the bar. His eyes had gone small. He looked at the ruin of his prize animal, with the stunned vacancy of a sailor watching a ship slide under a wave. "That was not a fight," he said. "That was theft." "It attacked where legs work," the engineer in the shimmer suit said. He had drifted closer to watch. "It cut scaffolds. That is what construction crews sabotage when they cannot get at the main column." "Earth predator," someone whispered. "What else?" "Ass." The announcer tried a joke and then decided against it. "We take a 15-minute recovery before the next card. Betting counters are open. Bring a friend. Bring your questions about life choices." Mason appeared at Eric's elbow like a minor miracle at the worst time. He held 2 paper cones of steaming food and a metal cup that smelled like engine degreaser. He pushed one cone at Eric without waiting for approval. "You need protein," Mason said. You fed the fighter, now feed you. I do not want you fainting, because I need you to keep this going until my payout buys me a freighter. Eric looked at the meat and spice tubers and found he could eat. The food steadied his hands. My plan was to lose and go home, he said, mouth dry even with the drink. Now I have to keep an animal alive that has no fear of anything. There is not a home study course for that. Mason bumped his shoulder. You are doing fine. That bandage looks professional. You did the saline first. That is what my cousin did for a dog when a fence got it. Kept infection away. He changed the dressing twice a day for a week. No drama. The dog was running like new by the second week. It will not have a week, Eric said. He stared at the badger. The little body had curled around the bandaged leg and fallen asleep. It has a few hours at best. From the upper decks came a rumor that moved like a cold front. A cluster of off-worlders in elegant robes began to ask each other simple questions in worried tones. If the small ground thing could dismantle plates and tendons, what could a larger animal from the same planet do? Was the ecology of Earth a collection of tools? Who taught it to go for joints? Did the animal learn by watching machines move? Eric kept his eyes on the badger. He had watched honey badgers on old Earth films as a kid, amazed that an animal could refuse to give up, even when logic said it should. That stubbornness was not romantic. It was a blunt instrument. It meant you had to be careful what you pointed it at. The announcer returned, more respectful now. Our interval extends another 10 minutes, while the grounds crew scrapes and salts. If you are just joining us, you missed a lesson in anatomy performed by a creature that weighs as much as a water jug. Bookies hustled, rewriting odds with chalk on cracked slates in case the boards failed. Earthling's rat still lagged behind the champion on the numbers, but those numbers were no longer a punchline. A few brave souls moved to the line for the underdog. Mason stood there too, his tournament ticket tucked in his shirt like a holy relic. A security officer in matte black walked by with a dossier. He paused and glanced at Eric. If that thing of yours is toxic for handlers, we will require a specialized permit for exit. If it gets loose, we lock this city until we find it. It is not toxic for handlers, Eric said, rubbing the badger's ear with 2 fingers the way it liked. It is just unreasonable. The officer nodded and moved on. The shoulder bandage held. The badger woke, stretched, and put weight on the leg. It favored it but did not flinch. Eric kept a hand on its chest to feel the rhythm. Strong, regular. He checked the gums for color. Pink. Good perfusion. He checked the pupils with a small light. Equal. Reactive. He offered water, and the badger drank without hesitation. He wiped the face again with a damp cloth to clear the last residue of venom from the fur. The announcer exhaled into the mic. Next on the slate, not yet our Earth marvel. The armored sand crab will face a grinder from the outer ring. Those of you looking ahead, you know what that means. If the sand crab advances, we will have a lesson in patience later tonight. The crowd buzzed at that. Patience. That favored armor. Or it favored the thing that refused to stop biting until armor admitted it was still skin. Eric rested his head against the cool concrete of the alcove wall. He let himself breathe the way he taught students to breathe before examinations. In through the nose. Count 4. Out through the mouth. Count 6. He pictured how he would manage the next fight if it happened in an hour. He would rinse the bandage, check the edges of the wound for swelling or leaking, change pads if soaked, offer sugar water if the badger looked wobbly. If it tore the bandage off, he would not fight for it. He would protect the eyes with a cloth if the opponent spat acid or grit. He would say the same small words he said now. Good job. Easy. Hold still. Pain is information. We will learn to listen. Mason settled beside him on the floor, cross-legged, whistling something that had only 4 notes. You know what scares me most, Mason said. It is not that the little thing keeps winning, it is that it never celebrates. It just looks for the next problem to solve. That is how a lot of us are built, Eric said softly. We are not good at parties. We are good at finding the bolt that rattles and making it stop. Mason considered that. I am great at parties, but I know what you mean. Above them, the sand crab slammed into its opponent with a sound like cinder blocks grinding. The round took its time. The crowd shifted from foot to foot. Announcers tried to make patience sound like spectacle. People drifted away to eat and to complain about odds that no longer felt like gravity. Eric cleaned his gear. He refilled the saline bottle from a sterile pouch. He folded fresh gauze and taped 3 pads in a row so he could switch quickly without thinking. He ran a finger along the leash to test for weak stitching. He pressed his palm to the badger's back and felt the sleep shudder that meant pain was present but manageable. He did not kid himself about recovery time. A cut like that on a dog would be a week of rest and careful changes, 2 if the dog ran too hard. A human with a similar wound would have stitches and a clinic visit in 10 days, maybe 14, plus light duty. He would not ask more of the badger than the badger chose to give. He just knew the animal would choose to give everything, and his job was to keep up. When the sand crab finally finished its grinding method, the crew salted the floor again. The announcer gave the crowd a summary in 3 sentences, all of them careful. The board updated for the semi-final, letters sharp and bright, numbers nudged by fear. Mason rose and clapped Eric on the shoulder. "Time to collect more chaos," he said. Eric stood. He clipped the leash to the harness and felt the badger lean into it, forward, hungry for the next puzzle. The shoulder wrap held under the pull. He looked up at the pit. The lights made a halo of dust. The city beyond the arena walls murmured like a sleeping beast. He whispered to the badger anyway. "Easy. One more problem at a time." The badger flicked an ear and snorted. In the stands, someone began a chant that started as mockery and turned, mid-syllable, into respect. It ran around the bowl like fire finding oil. Eric felt the ground under him. He knew it would not stop shaking for a while. He led the badger toward the gate that would open again soon. Above, the bookies stacked fresh slips. The guards checked the locks twice. The engineer in the shimmer suit took a quiet note. Keth of Vera wrapped his cloak tighter, as if the air had cooled. Mason blew on his fingers and told the terminal to be kind. The honey badger blinked at the light, bandage neat on its shoulder, eyes clear, breath even. It yawned once. Then it stared at the sand floor, as if it already knew where the weak places waited. That was enough for now. The sirens pulsed a steady tone that set teeth on edge. Above the pit, the odds boards flared with a new spread that made even the loudest gamblers go quiet. Armored sand crab versus earthling entry. The announcer kept his voice level now. No jokes, no easy jabs. He asked those in the first 2 rows to step back from the rail in case something heavy threw shrapnel. Eric checked the bandage on the badger's shoulder again. No fresh bleed. The edge of the cut was pink, not angry. He pressed gently along the limb to feel for deep tenderness. The badger tolerated it, then pulled free and head-butted the crate as if to say that inspection time was over. He offered a shallow dish of water with a pinch of electrolyte salts. The badger drank, then licked a smear of soft meat from his fingers and went alert at the sound of chains above the tunnel. The gate across the way rose with a grinding complaint. The sand crab came on like a rolling boulder that had learned to walk. A dome of overlapping plates covered most of the body. The color was the pale yellow of old teeth. 2 forelimbs ended in chopping claws that could split a storage drum. Each step ground silica into powder. Heat wavered around its armored back, as if the plates kept a furnace inside. The announcer counted down without flourish. The gong sounded. The sand crab advanced in short bursts, claws up, moving in a rhythm that denied easy timing. The badger trotted toward the left side and nipped at the edge of a plate that shielded a joint. The crab snapped down and missed by inches. The bite left a scrape on keratin and nothing else. The crowd sighed as one animal. Slow fight, no glory. Eric gripped the rail and forced his jaw to unclench. This would be patience. The badger's strength was not blast force. It was a stubborn kind of geometry. It wanted to find joints and seams and pry. He whispered the plan at his own fear. Small cuts, small openings. Do not chase the big bite. The badger probed again. It feinted at a rear plate and then darted under the chassis to rake across a seam where a limb joined the belly. The sound was a rasping rip. The crab jolted, then slammed its whole body down. Dirt leapt. The badger sprang clear, with a dust cloud trailing its tail. A slow chant started high in the stands. It had no words. It was a steady beat that trained lungs to hold. Mason's voice cut through when the beat flagged. He had found a hoarse register that carried, "Stay on the joints." Right there, right there. The crab turned, claws carving wide arcs that tossed grit and shards. The badger kept the claws at its back, always circling to the place where an animal could not see well. It went at the same seam again, then again, opening the cut by less than a finger width each time. On the fourth pass, the badger dug its forepaws into the gap, held for a breath, and pulled. A plate lifted with a sick pop and then settled back. The crab shuddered and took a staggering step. The plate had been anchored to soft tissue. Anchors tore. The sand made a grinding squeal, and the crab rotated its whole mass to crush the spot where the badger had been. The badger had already slid free. It took a chop across the haunch that scored fur but did not open skin. It shook, blinked grit out of its eyes, and went right back to the seam. 10 minutes passed. 15. The announcer stopped talking and let the sound of the fight carry the story. The chant wove around the pit like rope. Even some of the traders who had booed earlier leaned in, hands on the rail, knuckles pale. The crab changed tactics. It dug its own foreclaws into the earth and heaved, sending a wave of dirt at chest height. The badger took it full face. It vanished, then exploded out of the collapsing clod and slammed its head into the open seam like a wedge. It twisted with its whole body. The plate lifted again with a groan, more this time. A clear string of fluid flashed in the light and snapped. The crab's right forelimb dragged for the first time. The claw came down on the badger's back. The impact drove air from the small body and pressed it into the soil. Eric saw the skin buckle and thought of broken ribs. The badger squirmed like a mussel under a boot. It slipped its shoulder, rolled, and slithered free with a hide peel motion that looked wrong and impossible. It came clear with a red streak across the bandage and a new raw line along the flank. Eric was already moving to the handler gate before the medtech spoke. The medic held up a palm. Wait for the count. He hated the rule. He understood it. No interference while both animals were moving. The badger limped 2 steps, tested the leg, then drove forward as if nothing had happened. It went for a different target, a thin membrane behind the small side eye. The crab jerked and slammed its head into the wall. Chips of stone fell. The badger slid, lost purchase, and dug in with claws that threw sparks on shell. Another 10 minutes. The crab's breath came in hot bursts through tiny slits near the underside. Eric could see the rhythm and knew the animal was running on the top of its range. The badger was, too. Its tongue flicked and retreated. Its sides moved like bellows. Heat shimmered above its shoulders. Eric shouted the only thing he thought might help. "Water when you are done, not before. Finish the seam." The badger did not look at him. It found the first seam again and clamped onto a strip that had started to lift. It ground its teeth and shook. The plate came away with a sound like a nail tearing free of wood. Under the plate lay tissue that looked like pale steak. The badger bit and tore. The crab convulsed and tried to fold in on the wound. It could not reach. Its mass refused to bend that way. The badger bit the same spot again. A gush of fluid sprayed. The crab's right side sagged. The badger clawed inward and dug until a bundle of fibers came free and snapped like overstretched strings. The crab shuddered. It tried to raise a claw. The limb only twitched. The crowd understood what that meant. The chant turned into words that hopped from language to language, but all said the same thing. Again. The badger moved to the second seam and repeated the work in smaller bites. It kept its head down when the crab tried another dirt wave. It backed off when the shell shifted to fall. It returned and pried without hurry. It made a hole big enough to fit its head and then its shoulders. It vanished into the crab and reappeared out the other side, dripping, eyes bright. The ref's whistle cut across the arena. The drone spun in and scanned. Readouts flashed on the boards for one lingering second. Nerve conduction flat in the right forelimb. Blood flow critical under the plates. The ref raised a gloved hand. The bell went. The badger stood beside the dead crab as if it had misplaced a nap. It swayed once. Eric jogged into the pit with a towel and the saline bottle. He scooped the badger by the ribs to spare the bandaged shoulder and carried it at arm level so the chest could expand. He set it on the mat in the alcove and went to work. He rinsed the flank cut with steady pressure until the brown dirt turned to pink water and then ran clear. He blotted with clean gauze, tossed the soaked pads into a bin, and checked the depth. Superficial. No muscle exposed. He laid a thin film of antibiotic ointment and pressed a clean pad. The shoulder bandage had a fresh scuff and a little bleed at the corner. He peeled the edge, checked for gap, and added one strip of sterile tape to secure it. He cleaned the eyes with saline, wiping from the inner corner out with separate pads. He checked the gums again. Pink. Capillary refill under 2 seconds. He pinched the skin between the shoulders and watched it snap back. No dehydration. He offered water. The badger drank in short sets, then paused to breathe, then drank again. He put a little honey in a dish and the animal licked it with slow precision. Sugar would hit fast. Not too much, or it would upset the stomach. The medtech hovered at his shoulder with a small infrared thermometer. He aimed at the inner ear and forehead, elevated but within safe range for a short effort. The medic handed over a cool cloth. Eric draped it over the badger's neck and shoulders, careful not to wet the bandage. He used another cloth on the paws to remove sand that had embedded along the pads. One pad had a shallow slice. He cleaned it, dried it, and wrapped a thin layer of self-adhesive around it, snug but not tight. He would change that wrap as soon as the fight ended. Paw pad cuts can take a week to feel normal. The wrap would protect the cut long enough for one more fight. He knew that meant risk. He accepted it with a tight throat. Mason crouched just outside the alcove, his eyes wide and shining. He tried to speak and only managed a laugh that broke into something like a sob. He held out a chipped bottle from a cooler. Eric shook his head. He could not risk anything that dulled his focus. Mason nodded and tucked the bottle away like a contraband treasure. Ketha Vera did not come to the rail this time. He sat on a bench and stared at his hands. The engineer in the shimmer suit slid closer and lowered his voice. He had a small scanner held loose in one palm. He did not point it at the badger. He looked at Eric instead. "The way it pries plates," the engineer said. "It reminds me of how welders test old rivets. Wiggle the joint without breaking the whole seam, then pull only what must fail. Animals learn what works," Eric said. "We have the same lesson with jar lids and stuck bolts. Try steady twist first. If that fails, use a lever." The engineer smiled with quiet respect. "The razor horn will not offer joints that fail quietly. It is an engine that ends distance. It lives on one good charge and the mess that follows." Eric followed the engineer's gaze to the far gate, where handlers were grooming the champion with a brush the size of a broom. The razor horn's hide was a slate gray that caught light like wet stone. 2 long horns projected from its head in parallel, not curved like a herbivore, but set to split and lift. Spines lined its shoulders. Its legs were made for short sprints and violent shoves. The air around it seemed to narrow, so that every path in the room bent toward the horns. The boards pulsed with fresh figures. The odds were still in favor of the champion, but the gap had shrunk to a number that tasted like a dare. Arguments broke out in the aisles. Some wanted to recalibrate the entire ecology of Earth on the spot. Some called for a rule review. One heavy trader demanded a drug screening and was told to file a written protest and stop yelling at the techs. A lanky scholar asked if Earth had things larger than a honey badger. Eric told him yes, and kept his face polite when the scholar went pale. Mason came back from the betting line, clutching a new ticket and a fried pastry. He pressed the pastry into Eric's hand and nodded toward the boards. "I doubled down," he said. "I told the terminal, I love a story with a bad idea at the center. It beeped at me like an old dog that understands a word. We are committed." Eric forced a bite and felt the grounding weight of sugar and heat. His hands steadied. He adjusted the badger's harness to keep pressure off the bandaged shoulder. He loosened the chest strap by a notch so the lungs could do their full work. He checked the wrap on the paw again and changed it for a fresh strip when the old one took grit. He cleaned the ear that had been torn in the first round and dabbed a bit more ointment along the ragged edge. The badger grunted and leaned a little of its weight against his shin. That small truss set a hook in his chest that he tried hard to ignore. He spoke to the medtech in a lower voice. "If I throw the flag to stop the fight, how fast can we get him out?" 10 seconds to clear the other animal with drones, the medic said. "Then we go in. You lift. We cover. If ribs break, we will keep the chest supported. If a horn punctures the belly, we compress and run. I have fluids ready. I have a capsule with oxygen for short transport. "I cannot promise anything if a horn finds the heart." Eric nodded. He looked at the razor horn and pictured angles. He pictured the way its head would need to drop to charge. He pictured the line to the eye and the way a small body could ride a crest of hide to a place where horns could not reach. He also pictured how fast a mistake could end everything. He decided he would stop the fight if the badger lost its rhythm, or if breathing went ragged. He would not let stubbornness turn into cruelty. He accepted that the crowd would riot if he pulled early. He accepted that riot beats a dead animal. The announcer spoke again. He sounded like a man who had seen a storm climb a hill. "Final round in 30 minutes. The grounds crew will remove what remains of the sand crab. The rail teams will install extra barriers on the south and west edges. If you are here for the first time, this is your last chance to buy a blast shield. I am not joking." Time markers lit out along the inner ring. 25 minutes. 20. Eric used the window. He offered more water, small amounts spaced apart. He inspected the claws for chips. One was worn to a flat edge, but intact. He rubbed a dab of balm into the paw pads, then wiped away the excess so the wrap would hold. He watched the breathing slow. He counted to 12 between rises. He put a hand on the ribs and felt smooth work. He closed his eyes for 5 breaths and opened them again. The chatter on the walkway shifted from jokes to plans. A young broker told her partner they would sell the shop if Mason hit his number. A guard told a vendor to secure the vats. A child with silver flecks in his hair asked his father if Earth had cats that could do this. The father used a voice that did not carry and said that Earth had house cats that acted like kings, and a sea that ate ships, and storms that flattened cities, and that someone from that place could carry a ridiculous animal into a bad idea and make the whole room agree. It was the most important thing in the galaxy for one night. The badger slept for 10 minutes. Eric timed it. When it woke, it stood and shook off like a dog out of rain. The bandage held, the paw wrap held, the eye was clear. The medtech took another temperature reading and nodded. Elevated from effort, not danger. Eric swapped the towel for a fresh, cool one and let the badger sit with it draped like a tiny cape while the minutes clicked. When the call came to report to the tunnel, Eric rose and clipped the leash. He looked at the surrender flag on its hook and unclipped it. He folded it once and tucked it into the back of his belt, where his hand could find it without thought. He took one last look at the badger's gums and watched the pink flash back under his thumb. He whispered the plan once more, one problem at a time. Mason touched his shoulder and spoke without theatrics. "Stop it if you must. I will still buy you dinner when this is over." Eric managed a thin smile. "Hold me to it." They walked toward the light that made the dust glow. The crowd did not jeer now. It made a wide sound that felt like weather. Across the pit, the razor horn pawed at the dirt and tossed its head. It made a low bellow that vibrated the air without needing volume. The announcer kept it simple. Champion, challenger, final. The badger leaned forward until the harness took the strain. It blinked once in the light as if adjusting a lens. Eric steadied his breath and found his mark on the rail. He lifted his chin at the medtech. He touched the folded flag. He placed his other hand on the cool metal and felt it hum with the machine of the arena gearing up to send everything forward. That was enough for this moment. The fight would begin when the bell found them. The city held its breath, and for a quiet beat, even the bookies forgot their ledgers. The gong did not just sound, it split the air like a hammer strike on brittle glass. The crowd surged forward against the rails, their bodies pressed shoulder to shoulder, eyes locked on the pit. The razor horn pawed at the dirt once, twice, and dropped its head. Its horns glinted, both long as spears, polished by years of combat. The muscles across its shoulders bunched and quivered, ready to explode. The honey badger lowered itself too, not crouched in fear, but in a stance that looked like it had remembered something from long ago, an instinct that said charging headfirst at a nightmare was reasonable. Its tail bristled, ears pinned back. Eric's breath caught. Then they moved. The razor horn thundered forward, hooves tearing gouges in the dirt. Its bellow rattled the inner walls, sending dust cascading from cracked pylons. The badger sprinted to meet it, claws throwing grit behind it, body low, eyes fixed. Impact seemed inevitable until the badger dropped at the last instant. The Razorhorn's horn skimmed inches above, close enough to shear fur, but the little predator twisted sideways, rolled, and clawed its way up the massive beast's neck before momentum carried them apart. The crowd screamed. The Razorhorn thrashed its head, smashing against the wall, trying to dislodge the scrap of fur and teeth, now anchored near its jaw. The badger held, claws gouging into hide, jaws snapping for anything soft. The horned giant slammed itself into the floor, rolled in desperation, its spines tearing gouges into the arena sand. The badger vanished beneath its bulk. Eric's stomach clenched. He grabbed the rail with both hands, the surrender flag half raised, then the badger burst from under the Razorhorn's chest, bloodied but still moving, a flap of skin hanging loose along its flank. It shook itself, teeth bared, and went straight back in. "Ribs intact," the medtech muttered from beside Eric, scanning through the drone feed. "Laceration, shallow, bleeding fast but not catastrophic. Your animal still fights." The badger scrambled onto the beast's shoulder and went for the eye. The Razorhorn jerked its head violently, but the small predator latched on with a grim stubbornness that froze the arena into silence. Its teeth sank into the corner of the socket. The Razorhorn howled, a noise so deep it vibrated through bone. It staggered, flailed, tried to impale itself against the wall to crush the badger, but the badger only dug deeper. Its claws raked across tender tissue, blood sprayed, painting the arena floor black under the lights. Eric's hands shook. He wanted to pull the flag, to end this, but the fight had already tipped. The giant's steps grew uncertain. It stomped, faltered, staggered again. Each thrash became slower, more desperate. Its vision gone on one side, it spun wildly, but its body betrayed it. The badger clung on. Bite, claw, rip. No pause, no hesitation. 20 minutes in, both combatants were coated in blood. The Razorhorn bellowed again, weaker this time, a sound full of fatigue. Its knees buckled. It collapsed to the side, the weight of its body shaking the arena like a quake. And still the badger held on. It was only when the giant beast rolled flat, breath coming in rattles, that the badger let go. It stood on the champion's skull, sides heaving, tongue lolling, fur matted into stiff spikes of red. It growled once, sharp and guttural, as if to remind everyone in the pit that it was not done until it chose to be. The announcer didn't speak. His mic crackled, feedback screaming. His voice finally broke through, hoarse, reverent. "The Razorhorn is down, the new champion," he swallowed. "Earth's honey badger." The crowd erupted. Some screamed in triumph, others in horror. Bookies collapsed behind their counters as odds tables glitched and credits transferred faster than the terminals could print receipts. The minor mason screamed himself hoarse, waving his ticket until he dropped to his knees in disbelief. Eric vaulted the barrier and sprinted to the badger, dropping to his knees in the gore-soaked dirt. The medtech was already there, with a field kit. Multiple lacerations, the medic rattled off. One along the flank, 3 centimeters, through dermis. Superficial fascia, intact. Ribs stable. No abdominal penetration. Bandage required. Paw wraps intact, no fresh damage. Hydration borderline, treat now. Eric flushed the flank wound with saline until the blood thinned. He pressed gauze, wrapped a fresh bandage tight enough to hold but loose enough for breathing. He checked eyes, ears, gums. Gums pale, but responding. No collapse, no gasping, still strong. The badger growled at the medtech's hands, then sagged against Eric's knee, exhausted but alive. "It will need a week, minimum," the medtech said firmly. That flank wound should close in 7 to 10 days with daily care. Paw pad cut the same. Monitor for infection, change bandages twice daily, no exertion. This animal should not fight again in that span. Eric nodded, relief flooding through him like cool water. "It won't." The crowd thundered, but he heard none of it. He heard only the badger's steady, rasping breaths as he lifted it gently into the crate, patting it with towels. He latched the door, sat back, and for the first time that night, allowed himself a full breath. The payout carts arrived, wheeled by sweating staff, stacked with gold bricks that clinked with each step. Mason stood nearby, staring at his own terminal slip, now verified by 2 guards. His jaw opened and closed, his face somewhere between laughter and fainting. I own a ship," Mason whispered, then promptly toppled backward onto the dirt, out cold. The legend began even before the badger's crate left the pit. Whispers spiraled upward through the stands, caught in every language, translated, embellished. If this was Earth's rat, then what else had Earth hidden? What monsters walked forests and deserts where such creatures were common? Eric ignored them all. He carried the crate through the back corridors, past the scent of burned oil and blood, past the stunned guards who no longer laughed. He stepped out into the night air of Droveth Prime, heavy and dry, stars flickering through the smog. He set the crate down on the back of the transport cart and sat beside it. The badger shifted inside, snorted once, and fell asleep, utterly indifferent to its new legend. Eric leaned back, head against the cart, the noise of the arena fading into the distance. He hadn't come here for glory, or credits, or legend. He had come to get rid of a shipping mistake. Instead, he left with a survivor. And somewhere in the galaxy tonight, across bars, ships, and marketplaces, someone would be whispering about the trial that ended with a small, stubborn predator from Earth standing on the body of nightmares. The honey badger yawned. That was enough.
Dr. Kvix adjusted his atmospheric processor with trembling appendages as he prepared to address the Galactic Council. Behind him, the massive holographic display flickered with carefully curated images of Earth, each one selected over months of meticulous observation. The council chambers stretched above him, its crystalline architecture housing representatives from over 300 spacefaring civilizations. Today, they would all learn about his groundbreaking research on humanity. Esteemed council members, he began, his translator converting his harmonic tones into standard galactic common. As lead sinoanthropologist of the Scatheri science vessel Truth Seeker, I come before you with disturbing findings about the recently discovered human species. The chamber's soft ambient lighting dimmed as he activated the first hologram. Earth's blue sphere rotated slowly, highlighted by data streams that his team had collected over the past standard year. Our observation platforms have documented concerning behavioral patterns. Kvix manipulated the controls, zooming in on various urban centers. Humans exhibit extreme individualistic tendencies. They frequently defy established authority, ignore carefully structured protocols, and act on emotional impulses rather than logical imperatives. Murmurs rippled through the assembled representatives. The harmonious collective of the Pleiadians shifted their color patterns to shades of concern, while the crystalline Aldebarans refracted light in frequencies indicating distress. Kvix continued, satisfaction humming through his central nervous column. Observe this typical human interaction. The hologram shifted to show a ground transport collision in a place his data identified as Houston. Two humans emerged from their vehicles, gesturing animatedly. What Kvix didn't show was the scene that followed. Both drivers helping each other exchange information, and a passing stranger stopping to make sure everyone was all right. Their history provides even more compelling evidence. He displayed carefully selected scenes from human historical archives. Time and again, they demonstrate a concerning focus on individual gain over collective benefit. In the upper observation ring, junior researchers are rewatched with growing unease. She had been part of the observation team, stationed on one of the smaller monitoring platforms. Her own data told a different story, but her concerns had been dismissed during mission briefings. She had seen humans run into burning buildings to save strangers, watched them form vast networks to help during natural disasters, and observed them share resources with those in need without expectation of return. Based on our comprehensive analysis, Kvix proclaimed, I must recommend that the Council carefully restrict human integration into galactic society. Their unpredictable nature and resistance to structured authority make them potentially disruptive to our carefully balanced civilization. The Council's chief administrator, a towering Centaurian named Angstel, leaned forward. Your reputation for thorough research precedes you, Dr. Kvix. Do you have evidence of how humans might react to distress situations? The galaxy can be dangerous for emerging civilizations. Indeed, Kvix projected new data streams. Our model suggests that humans would either ignore distress calls from non-human species or attempt to exploit such situations for personal gain. Their entertainment media frequently depicts scenarios of conflict with alien species, suggesting deep-seated xenophobic tendencies. Zeri's sensory tentacles coiled in distress. She had watched thousands of human entertainment narratives during her research. Yes, some depicted conflict, but far more showed hopes of peaceful contact, dreams of galactic cooperation, and scenarios where humans sacrificed everything to help alien species. The council chambers erupted in discussion. Kvix stood proudly, his reputation as the galaxy's leading xenoanthropologist secure. His warning about humanity would be remembered for generations. As the session concluded, Zeri slipped away from the observation ring, clutching her personal data core. Inside it were thousands of recordings that told a different story. Humans delivering supplies to elderly neighbors, emergency services working tirelessly during disasters, global relief efforts coordinating to help regions in crisis. But who would believe a junior researcher over the renowned Dr. Kvix? Little did any of them know, events were already in motion that would prove just how wrong they were about humanity's true nature. Senior Medical Officer Lyra pressed her upper appendages against the cold surface of the medical transport's control panel, all four of her eyes fixed on the rapidly declining quantum core readings. The Meraxian vessel Healing Light shuddered around her, its usually pristine white corridors now bathed in the crimson glow of emergency lighting. Core stability at 28% and falling, announced First Engineer Tex, his scale-line throat pulsing with stress. The containment field is barely holding. Lyra's secondary heart began beating faster, joining the rhythm of her primary one. In the cargo hold behind them, 40,000 doses of Centurion fever antidote were slowly warming above their crucial storage temperature. The colony on New Proxima had reported over 3,000 cases already, and without this medicine. "What about the Sktheri research station?" she asked, her translator struggling to maintain clarity through her rising anxiety. "They're only 2 light hours away." Communications Officer Pell swiveled in her suspension chair, her bioluminescent spots glowing a worried amber. "They're responding." But she hesitated, her tendrils curling inward. "They're advising us to avoid the nearby human space at all costs. They say humans are likely to either ignore our distress call or attempt to salvage our ship for parts." Another violent shudder ran through the ship. The lights flickered, and for a moment, the artificial gravity wavered. "Core stability at 22%, Tex reported grimly. "We have maybe 30 minutes before total failure." Lyra's tertiary brain ran the calculations while her primary and secondary brains weighed the options. The Sktheri were the galaxy's foremost experts on emerging civilizations. Their warning about humans had been broadcast across all major channels, but the nearest non-human assistance was 5 hours away at best. "Officer Pell." Lyra straightened her posture, a decision crystallizing across all 3 of her brain centers. "Broadcast an emergency signal on all frequencies, including human channels." Medical Officer Lyra. Hell's spots shifted to a deep purple of concern. The Sktheri reports clearly state, "The reports won't matter if we're dead, and thousands of colonists die from Centurion fever." Lyra cut in, surprising herself with her firmness. "Send the signal." The next 3 minutes felt like an eternity. The core continued its descent toward critical failure, and Lyra found herself wondering if the Sktheri had been right. Perhaps humans would simply... Multiple contacts. Pell's spots flashed bright yellow in surprise. 3 vessels just dropped out of FTL travel. They're human ships. The main screen activated, showing 3 vessels of varying sizes. Their designs were unlike anything in the galactic registry, less elegant than Meraxian ships, more functional than aesthetic, with sharp angles and exposed hardware that would make any Centaurian architect faint. "This is Captain Chen of the Earth Medical Transport, Hope's Horizon." A voice came through in perfect galactic common. "We've detected your quantum core destabilization. We have experience with similar systems and are ready to assist. Please share your shield frequencies. Before Lyra could respond, 2 more messages arrived. Mining vessel Deep Rock Pioneer here. We've got spare quantum stabilizers if you need them. Research ship Curiosity's Child standing by. We have power cells charged and ready for emergency transfer. Lyra's 3 brains struggled to process this response. Not only had humans answered their call, but 3 separate vessels had diverted their courses to help, and none of them had mentioned payment or salvage rights. Medical officer, Tex called out, his scales now a pale shade of worry. Core at 17%. We need to decide now. Lyra took one last look at the Scatheri warning flashing on her secondary screen. Then she reached out and opened a channel to the human vessels. This is Senior Medical Officer Lyra of the Meraxian Transport Healing Light. We gratefully accept your assistance. We're also carrying urgent medical supplies that need to reach New Proxima within 40 standard hours. Understood, Healing Light. Captain Chen responded without hesitation. Let's get you fixed up and back on your way. Those people need their medicine. As the human ships moved into position around them, Lyra couldn't help but wonder what else the Scatheri might have gotten wrong about humanity. Captain Sarah Chen kept her voice steady as she coordinated with the other human vessels, but her mind was racing through contingency plans. The Meraxian ship's quantum core readings were worse than she'd initially thought. On her command deck's main screen, the healing light hung against the star-studded backdrop, its elegant white hull designed for beauty, rather than the practical redundancies human ships favored. Engineering team ready for transfer. Her chief engineer, Raj Patel, reported through the ship's comm. He'd already suited up with his team, their modified EVA suits adapted for working with alien technology. But Captain, these readings, we've never dealt with a Meraxian quantum core before. No time like the present to learn, Sarah replied, managing a small smile despite the tension. The mining vessel's stabilizers will buy us time to figure it out. The Deep Rock Pioneer had already moved into position, its sturdy frame dwarfing both medical ships. Its captain, a gruff woman named Mackenzie, kept a running commentary as her crew prepared the emergency stabilizers. These babies have saved our hides in the Kuiper Belt more times than I can count, Mackenzie transmitted. They're not pretty, but they work. On the research vessel, Curiosity's Child, Dr. Amanda Torres had been rapidly comparing the Meraxian core specifications with known quantum technologies. Captain Chen, we've analyzed their containment field. It's similar to the Centaurian design we studied last year. We're sending you the modification protocols now. Sarah watched as her crew coordinated with the other ships without missing a beat. No one had even questioned diverting from their original courses. The Hope's Horizon was supposed to be heading home after a 3-month relief mission to the Pleiades colonies. The crew had been talking about the upcoming solar festival for weeks. Engineering team. Transferring now, Raj reported. The airlock camera showed him and his team crossing to the Meraxian vessel, carrying tools and equipment that hadn't existed 6 months ago. Human engineers had a habit of modifying everything they touched, much to the confusion of other species. Senior Medical Officer Lyra's voice came through, her translator conveying a mix of hope and anxiety. The core is at 14%. The medical supplies, the stasis field is weakening. Understood, Sarah responded. She opened a channel to all 3 human ships. Listen up, everyone. Those supplies are needed at New Proxima within 40 hours. Failure isn't an option. The next 20 minutes were a blur of activity. Mackenzie's crew installed the quantum stabilizers while Raj's team, guided by Dr. Torres's analysis, worked to modify the containment field. The Meraxians watched in fascination as the humans improvised solutions that would make any standard engineer faint. Core stabilizing, Tex, the Meraxian engineer, announced with obvious relief. Up to 32%, 40%. The stabilizers will hold, Mackenzie assured them. But you'll need a proper dock for full repairs. Sarah had already been calculating travel times and distances. The Hope's Horizon was the fastest of the 3 human ships, equipped with the latest drive systems for emergency medical response. She opened a channel to Lyra. "Medical officer, our ship can reach New Proxima in 36 hours. We should transfer the supplies and—" "Captain," her first officer, David Kim, interrupted quietly. "The crew's families. The Solar Festival." Sarah glanced at the crew on her bridge. They'd already missed 3 holidays this year. The Solar Festival was the biggest celebration back home, and they'd been promised time off. But as she met their eyes one by one, she saw the same determination she felt. The crew of the Healing Light did everything right. She transmitted to all channels. They maintained their course as long as possible, trying to complete their mission. "We're not letting them down now." She paused, then added, "Any crew who wish to transfer to the other vessels for faster return to Earth." "Not a chance, Captain," her helmsman called out, followed by similar responses across the ship. "Well then," Sarah allowed herself a genuine smile. "Medical Officer Lyra, let's get those supplies transferred. My crew will show yours our cargo systems. They're not as elegant as yours, but they're fast." The Maraxian officer's translator took a moment to process before responding. "Captain Chen, the Scatheri reports never mention this aspect of humanity. Why would you delay your celebration to help strangers?" Sarah thought about the colony she'd visited, the faces of people who needed help, alien or human. Because someday we might be the ones sending out a distress call. And even if we're not, helping is what humans do. The Grand Nexus station hung in space like a luminous snowflake, its crystalline spires catching light from 3 different suns. In the station's bustling trade district, beings from 100 different species gathered at the famous Starfall Cafe, where stories spread faster than light itself. Today, the usual hum of conversation had taken on a different tone. At a corner table, Captain Lyra of the Healing Light sat surrounded by an eager audience, her 4 eyes bright as she recounted her experience with the human ships. "They didn't even discuss payment," she explained, her translator crystal pulsing with earnest energy. "The mining vessel used their own quantum stabilizers, expensive equipment, and when I tried to arrange compensation, their captain just laughed and said, 'Pass it on.'" A Centaurian trader's crystal matrix flickered with skepticism. "But the Scatheri reports—" "Look," interrupted a gruff voice. A Rigelian cargo pilot leaned forward, their armored exoskeleton gleaming under the cafe's ambient lighting. "Last week, my ship hit an unexpected debris field near the Horsehead Nebula. Cracked our main drive housing. Know who stopped to help? Human mining ship. They didn't just repair it. They reinforced it better than new. Wouldn't take payment either." Similar stories began emerging around the cafe. A Pleiadian scientist described how Earth universities had freely shared breakthrough research on gravity wave manipulation. An Aldebaranian medical coordinator spoke of human doctors volunteering during a crisis on their colony worlds. Near the cafe's observation window, Station Director Venix watched the growing crowd with all 3 of their sensory clusters fully extended. As the station's administrator, they had accessed the official Scatheri reports on humanity dozens of times. Yet the evidence mounting in their database told a different story. Their assistant, Min Sho, a human liaison officer recently assigned to the station, approached with the daily reports. "Director, you might want to see this." The data crystal displayed a curious trend. Human vessels were consistently deviating from their registered flight paths, burning extra fuel and time to pass near common trade routes and colony worlds. The pattern made no sense until Min Sho explained. "They're conducting wellness checks," she said, smiling at the director's confusion. "After that incident with the Maraxian medical transport, a lot of our captains started taking alternate routes just to make sure everyone in their sector was okay." "That seems inefficient," Venix observed, their middle sensory cluster pulsing with confusion. "Maybe." Min Sho shrugged. But last week, the Star Wanderer found a Danubian scout ship with a failing life support system because of these inefficient routes. No distress signal. Their communications were down. The crew would have died if the humans hadn't checked on them. In another corner of the cafe, a young Andromedan researcher was showing footage from Earth's historical archives on their portable projector. The images contradicted everything in the Scatheri reports. Humans forming vast networks to help strangers during natural disasters, creating organizations dedicated to helping other humans and animals alike, risking their lives to save others without hesitation. Their entire culture has countless examples of this behavior, the researcher explained excitedly. They have ancient stories, myths, and legends all centered around helping others. They even have a human phrase for it, paying it forward. Director Venix watched as the stories continued to spread throughout the station. Their security feeds showed similar discussions happening in the diplomatic sector, the merchant quarters, and even the usually stoic engineering division. The galaxy was beginning to see a very different picture of humanity than the one painted by the Scatheri. As if to punctuate this shift, a new alert appeared in their feed. A human vessel, the Stellar Guardian, had just requested emergency docking. Their cargo hold was full of medical supplies, and they'd picked up fragments of a transmission about a possible epidemic in the Outer Rim colonies. They hadn't received an official distress call. They simply heard there might be trouble and came to help. Venix approved the docking request immediately. Perhaps, they reflected, the true danger of humanity wasn't their independence or unpredictability. Perhaps the real shock was how their simple acts of kindness could reshape the very foundations of galactic society. The warning came from a small human research station on the edge of the Carina Nebula. Dr. Elena Rodriguez had been monitoring stellar activity when her instruments detected something that made her blood run cold. The nearby star, HD 93129A, was about to release a massive coronal mass ejection. This is Dr. Rodriguez of Earth Science Station, Stellar Watch broadcasting on all emergency frequencies. She transmitted, her voice steady despite her racing heart. We're detecting an imminent Class X solar event. 3 habitation rings are in the projected path. Estimated time to impact, 4 hours. In the Galactic Council's Emergency Response Center, the alert triggered immediate chaos. The habitation rings house over 2 million beings from dozens of species. Chief Administrator Nextel's crystalline form pulsed with rapid color changes as they processed the incoming data. Evacuation protocols suggest we need at least 6 hours to safely transfer the populations, a Pleiadian coordinator announced, their bioluminescent patterns showing clear distress. The Scatheri research vessel Truth Seeker is nearest to the area, another coordinator reported. They're requesting that we follow standard procedures and wait for proper authorization before. This is Captain Sarah Chen of the Hope's Horizon. A new voice cut through the chamber. The same human captain who had helped the Meraxian transport weeks ago. We're already en route with our experimental shield technology. 7 other human vessels are converging on the location. Nextel's color patterns shifted to show confusion. Captain Chen, the Council hasn't authorized. With respect, Administrator, Sarah interrupted. We can discuss authorization after we save those people. In the first habitation ring, Curator Lurin watched in mounting terror as the emergency alerts flashed across their screens. The ring's shield systems were never designed to handle a stellar event of this magnitude. Around them, the ring's 30,000 residents were beginning to panic. Then the first human ship arrived. The Hope's Horizon looked tiny against the massive habitation ring, but it moved with purpose. 6 more human vessels emerged from FTL travel within minutes, each taking strategic positions around the rings. This is Captain Chen to all rings. Sarah's voice came through on all channels. We're deploying experimental shield harmonics. Our ships will create a protective barrier while you evacuate. Please begin moving residents to your central hubs. That's impossible. Dr. Fix's voice cut in from the Truth Seeker. Your ship's shields cannot withstand. Already done it once, Sarah replied. Titan Colony, Sol System. We lost 3 ships but saved 16,000 people. The shield modifications came from that experience. Aboard the Hope's Horizon, Sarah turned to her crew. This is volunteer only. What we're about to do, the shields will hold, but our ships are going to take one hell of a beating. We're staying. Her first officer, David Kim, spoke for the entire bridge crew. Similar responses came from the other human vessels. The solar storm hit like a celestial hammer. The human ship's shields blazed brilliant blue, creating a protective web around the habitation rings. Inside the barrier, evacuation ships darted back and forth, transferring residents to safety. On the Galactic Council's emergency channel, the human captains maintained a steady stream of communication, adjusting shield harmonics and power distribution on the fly. Their ships groaned under the stellar onslaught, but they held position. Ring 1 cleared. Ring 2 at 60% evacuation. Shield power at 40%, rerouting from non-essential systems. Hull temperature climbing, but we're not moving. In the council chamber, Maxtall watched in amazement as the humans coordinated their efforts without any central authority, each ship adapting independently while working in perfect concert with the others. Hours later, when the storm finally passed, the human ships were scorched and damaged, their hulls bearing the scars of their stand against the star itself. But the habitation rings were intact, and not a single life was lost. As repair crews swarmed the damaged vessels, Captain Chen received a priority message from Earth. She expected a reprimand for acting without authorization. Instead, she found a list of every human ship in the sector, all volunteering to help with the recovery efforts. Send them our coordinates, she told her communications officer, a tired smile crossing her face. Looks like we've got more work to do. Junior researcher Zuri sat in her private quarters aboard the Truth Seeker, her sensory tendrils coiled tightly against her body as she reviewed the footage for the 100th time. The human ship's defense of the habitation rings played on one screen while her original research data filled 3 others. Her third heart began its stress rhythm as she overlaid the timestamps. During the exact period when Dr. Kvix claimed humans were exhibiting dangerous individualistic behavior, her observations showed something entirely different. She had recorded thousands of instances of humans helping each other, emergency services rushing into danger, global relief efforts, stranger helping stranger. A soft chime announced an incoming transmission. Zeri quickly minimized her screens, but relaxed when she saw it was from Lyra, the Miraxian medical officer she befriended after the quantum core incident. Have you seen the latest from the habitation rings? Lyra asked without preamble, her 4 eyes bright with excitement. The humans didn't just save everyone. They're staying to help with repairs. They're treating it like some kind of community project. They're calling it a space barn raising, whatever that means. Zeri's tendrils unknotted slightly. Lyra, I need your help. Can you send me your complete sensor logs from when the human ships helped you, including all behavioral data? Of course, but why? Please, Zuri interrupted, her tone carrying an urgency that made Lyra's secondary heart skip. It's important. As soon as the Miraxian data arrived, Zeri began her analysis. The pieces were falling into place. Dr. Kvix's report had used selective editing so subtle that even the Galactic Council's fact-checkers had missed it. He had taken footage of human emergency responses and reframed them as chaotic behavior. Scenes of humans rushing into danger to help others were labeled as reckless individualism. Her door chime sounded. Enter, she called, quickly saving her work to a secure data crystal. Dr. Kvix himself glided in, his senior researcher robes immaculate as always. Ah, Zeri, still analyzing the human response to the solar storm. Fascinating display of their chaotic nature, wasn't it? Actually, sir, Zeri straightened her posture, all 4 of her hearts pounding. I've been reviewing our original research. All of it. Kvix's primary tendrils twitched. There's no need. My report was quite thorough. Like how thorough you were in editing out the human emergency services. Zuri projected an original footage stream onto her main screen, or how you removed every instance of their relief efforts. You don't understand. Kivix's color patterns shifted to warning hues. The Scatheri have spent centuries building our reputation as the galaxy's humanitarian leaders. When we discovered humans, their natural tendency to help others threatened everything we worked for. Their chaotic, unstructured assistance makes our carefully organized aid programs look less impressive. Zuri completed, her tendrils fully extended now in a stance of challenge. So you deliberately misrepresented them to the Council. I presented the facts in a way that protected our cultural heritage. Kivix countered. The Scatheri way is about order, structure, proper procedures. The Scatheri way is about truth. Zuri cut in. She initiated a data transfer to the Galactic Council's secure channel. That's why I'm sending them everything. The original footage, the edited versions, the timestamps showing deliberate manipulation. Even this conversation. Kvix's colors paled. You cannot. My reputation is worth less than the truth, Zuri finished, and worth far less than the lives that could have been lost if humans had followed our warnings and stayed away when they were needed. As Kivix fled her quarters, Zuri received another transmission from Lyra. More human ships had arrived at the habitation rings. They were organizing repair teams, sharing resources, teaching local engineers their shield modification techniques. Zuri added this new footage to her report. Let the Council see humans as they truly were, not as threats to anyone's reputation or status, but as beings who helped simply because they could. Because that's what humans did. And maybe, she reflected as she authorized the final data transfer. It's what the Scatheri could learn to do too. The Grand Council chamber had never been so silent. The holographic displays showed Zuri's unedited footage in its entirety. Hours of human emergency responses, disaster relief efforts, and spontaneous acts of assistance. Chief Administrator Mextel's crystalline form remained still, absorbing every detail. Researcher Zuri. Mextel's voice resonated through the chamber. Your evidence is overwhelming. We owe humanity a profound apology. Zuri stood before the Council, her tendrils relaxed for the first time in days. Beside her, Captain Sarah Chen of the Hope's Horizon watched the proceedings with quiet attention. The human captain had been invited to represent Earth's interests during this historic session. However, Mextel continued, these revelations raised disturbing questions, not just about the Scatheri deception, but about our own protocols. The administrator's crystal matrix pulsed with new colors. During the solar storm crisis, human ships acted without authorization, ignored standard procedures, and took tremendous risks. And in doing so, they saved millions of lives. The chamber erupted in discussion. A Pleiadian representative rose, their bioluminescence bright with emotion. The humans' methods during the evacuation defied all established protocols. Each ship acted independently, yet somehow maintained perfect coordination. It shouldn't have worked, but it did. Because we didn't have time for protocols. Sarah spoke for the first time, her voice carrying clearly through the chamber. In a crisis, every second spent waiting for authorization costs lives. My crew knows this. Every human ship knows this. We act first and file the paperwork later. Precisely. Mextel's colors shifted to decision patterns. And that is what we must learn from humanity. Their greatest strength isn't their technology or their resources. It's their ability to act decisively while working together. Each human ship during the crisis made independent decisions while supporting the others. No central authority, no approval chain, just immediate action. The Council's historians began recording as Mextel outlined a series of radical changes. Emergency protocols would be streamlined. Ships of all species would be empowered to render immediate assistance. The emphasis would shift from proper procedures to practical results. In the observation gallery, Lyra watched with all four eyes wide. The Maraxian medical officer had been invited as a witness, along with representatives from dozens of species who had experienced human assistance firsthand. Each had their own story of how humans had helped them without hesitation or expectation of reward. "There's more." Zeri stepped forward, her research tendrils extended. "The human concept of paying it forward. It's spreading. The Centaurian fleet has already modified their patrol routes to include wellness checks, just like human ships do. The Aldebarans are establishing their own emergency response teams based on human models. Even some young Scatheri are volunteering for immediate disaster response training." Sarah smiled at this. Her crew had been teaching emergency response techniques to anyone who wanted to learn. The Hope's Horizon had become a floating classroom between missions, with engineers and medics from a dozen species learning human methods of rapid response and adaptation. "Which brings us to our next decision," Nextal announced. "We propose the establishment of a new emergency response network, not controlled by the Council, but coordinated between all willing species, a system that combines human adaptability with the unique strengths of each civilization." The chamber's holographic displays shifted, showing a map of known space. Points of light indicated every registered ship that had volunteered for the new network. The number was staggering. Thousands of vessels from hundreds of species, ready to help anyone in need. "We were wrong about humanity," Nextal concluded. "We saw their independence as a weakness, their emotional responses as a flaw. Instead, they have shown us a better way. Not through rigid structures or careful protocols, but through immediate action and genuine care for others." Sarah stood a little straighter, feeling the weight of the moment. "We're not special," she said simply. "We just believe that helping others is the right thing to do. And it seems we're not the only ones who think that way." As if to prove her point, an emergency signal flashed on the chamber screens. A transport was in trouble near the outer rim. Before the Council could respond, ships of 6 different species were already changing course to help. Not because they had to, not because it was protocol, but because that's what people did when others needed help, no matter what species they happened to be. The Earth-designed Emergency Response Center floated serenely in orbit around Proxima Centauri, its crystalline observation dome reflecting starlight in patterns that please both human and alien aesthetics. Inside, Zeri stood before the main control center, her research tendrils moving gracefully across the holographic displays as she monitored rescue operations across 3 sectors. 1 year had passed since the Council's historic decision, and the galaxy had changed in ways no one could have predicted. The young Scatheri scientist now led the Joint Species Emergency Response Initiative, or JSERI, a position that would have been unthinkable in the old days of rigid hierarchies. "Incoming priority signal," announced Lyra from her medical coordination station. The Maraxian's 4 eyes focused on the data stream. "Passenger liner reporting engine troubles in the outer rim. 200 civilians aboard." Zeri's tendrils flowed through the sector data. "Nearest vessels. 3 ships already responding," Lyra reported with a smile. "The human vessel Star Shepherd, a Scatheri research ship New Horizon. And this is interesting, the Healing Light." Zeri recognized the name. It was Lyra's old ship, now part of the Rapid Response Fleet. On the main screen, she watched the 3 vessels converge on the liner's position. No hesitation, no bureaucratic delays, just immediate action. Captain Sarah Chen's voice came through the comm system. She had been appointed as humanity's representative to JSERI's advisory board, though she still preferred active duty on the Hope's Horizon. "Zari, just finished reviewing your proposal for the new training program. The combination of Scatheri analytical methods with human practical exercises is brilliant. When can we start?" "The first class begins next week," Zeri replied, watching as the rescue ships reached the liner. "We have students from 12 species enrolled. Even Dr. Kavix has volunteered to teach the theoretical components." That had been an unexpected development. After the scandal of his deception, Kavix had resigned his position in shame. But months of watching humans work alongside his people had transformed him. He now dedicated himself to understanding and teaching what he once feared: the art of immediate practical assistance. The main screen showed the rescue in progress. The human ship provided power support, while the Scatheri vessel used its advanced sensors to diagnose the engine problem. The healing light stood ready to receive passengers if evacuation became necessary. 3 species working in perfect concert, each contributing their unique strengths. Director Zeri, a young Scatheri aide, approached, offering a data crystal, the latest statistics from the network. The numbers were remarkable. Emergency response times had decreased by 60%. Survival rates in crisis situations had nearly doubled. But more impressive were the cultural changes. Species that had once been rigidly isolated now worked together regularly. Knowledge and resources were shared freely. New emergency signal, Lyra announced. But it's different. A Danibian colony is requesting assistance with a planetary engineering project. Not an emergency, they just need help. Zeri felt her heart's warm. This too had become common. Species reaching out for help before situations became critical, knowing they would be met with willing assistance rather than bureaucratic procedures. I remember, Sarah's voice carried a smile, when we were told humans wouldn't assist. That we were too individualistic, too chaotic to work with others. Now look at us, all of us. The observation dome's transparent sections offered a view of nearby space, where ships of various species went about their duties. Many bore the distinctive blue stripe that marked them as emergency response vessels. Each had a unique story of lives saved, help given, and bonds formed. On the wall of the control center, a simple plaque bore the words that had become JSERI's unofficial motto: "In space, no one succeeds alone." Below it, in smaller text, "Dedicated to those who teach us that helping others is never a sign of weakness, but the greatest strength we possess." Zeri's tendrils moved through the sector data one last time before her shift ended. Somewhere out there, another call for help would come, and when it did, someone would answer. Not because of protocols or regulations, but because that's what people did. After all, she reflected, watching the stars shine through the dome, that's what humans had taught them, and some lessons were too valuable to forget. The old ship floated silently in space, its gray hull reflecting the distant starlight. Most people called the U.S. Steadfast a piece of junk, but Captain James Walker saw something different when he looked at his command. The ship might be 30 years old, but there was beauty in its unusual design. The way its hull curved unlike modern vessels, how its old-style engine glowed with a soft blue light instead of the sharp white of newer ships. Walker stood on the bridge, watching his crew work at their stations. They weren't the best in the fleet. No one assigned their top people to an outdated training vessel, but they were his crew, and they worked hard. Some were old veterans like him, ones who couldn't get better posts. Others were fresh faces, young officers using this posting as their first step towards something bigger. "Captain, engineering reports the weekly power core tests are complete," said Tom Miller, his first officer. Miller was young, but he had a good head on his shoulders. Unlike most junior officers, he didn't look down on the Steadfast. Walker nodded, checking the readings on his screen. "How did the numbers look this time?" "Better than expected, sir. Engineer Roberts says the core is running at 95% efficiency. That's impossible for a ship this old, but she swears the readings are correct." This made Walker smile. The Steadfast Power Core was special, part of an experimental program that the military had abandoned years ago. Modern ships used cores that were smaller, lighter, and supposedly more efficient. But Walker had studied the old designs. They weren't inefficient. They were just built for a different purpose. "Tell Roberts to keep monitoring those readings. I want to know if anything changes." Walker turned his attention to the main viewport, watching as a modern patrol ship passed by. The newer vessel was sleek and powerful, with weapons that could hit targets at twice the range of the Steadfast's old guns. But Walker knew something that most people had forgotten. Sometimes the old ways had advantages that weren't obvious at first glance. The bridge crew worked quietly, running through their normal training exercises. They were practicing basic maneuvers today, the kind of things that would bore crews on more advanced ships. But Walker had added his own twists to the exercises, making his crew think about problems differently. "Sir," called out Lucy Green from the sensor station, "I'm picking up some unusual readings from the shield harmonics during our turns." Walker walked over to her station, looking at the data. Most captains would ignore such small variations. Modern shields were meant to be stable and consistent. But the Steadfast's old shield system worked differently. It could change and adapt in ways that newer designs couldn't match. "Record those readings," he told Green. "I want to study them later." He had been collecting data like this for months, building a picture of what his ship could really do. The military thought ships like the Steadfast were too power-hungry, their systems too demanding to be useful. But Walker saw patterns in the data that told a different story. The day continued with more exercises. Walker watched as his crew practiced emergency procedures, power management, and basic combat drills. They weren't as fast as crews on modern ships, but they were thorough. They understood their ship's systems instead of relying on automatic controls to do everything. During the lunch break, Walker sat in his office, studying old technical manuals. The Steadfast was part of the Guardian-class experimental program, ships built to test new ideas about space combat. The program had been canceled when newer, supposedly better designs came along. But Walker had spent years piecing together why these ships had been built this way. The power core's massive size wasn't just inefficiency. It was built to handle energy in ways that modern cores couldn't match. The shield system's high power demand came from its ability to change frequency and strength in ways that newer shields had abandoned as unnecessary. Even the hull's unusual shape had a purpose, though Walker was still working to understand exactly what it was. A knock at his door interrupted his studies. "Enter," he called out, and Chief Engineer Roberts walked in. She was an older woman who had served on Guardian-class ships when they were new. "Captain, I've been looking at those power readings you asked about," she said, putting a data pad on his desk. "There's something strange happening when we run the shield harmonics at full power. The core isn't just handling it. It's becoming more efficient. That shouldn't be possible." Walker picked up the pad, looking at the numbers. "The old designers knew what they were doing, Mary. They built these ships to handle things that modern ships can't do. We just need to figure out what those things are." Roberts nodded slowly. "Most of the fleet thinks we're just a floating museum piece. But you got ideas about this ship, don't you, sir?" "I do," Walker admitted. "The Guardian program was canceled before they finished testing everything these ships could do. I think they gave up too soon. There's something special about the Steadfast. We just need to prove it." The afternoon shift brought more routine tasks. Walker had his crew practice power management drills, teaching them how to handle the core's massive energy output. Modern ships had automated systems for this, but the Steadfast required manual control. It was harder work, but it meant his crew truly understood how their ship worked. As the day shift ended, Walker stood at the viewport again, watching the stars. Tomorrow they would patrol the quiet sectors of space where nothing ever happened. The fleet kept the Steadfast away from any real action, thinking it was too old and weak to be useful. But Walker knew better. His ship wasn't weak, it was different. And sometimes, being different was exactly what you needed. He thought about all the data he had collected, all the patterns he had noticed. The way the shield harmonics changed during turns, how the power core became more efficient under high loads. The unusual ways the hull dispersed energy. Alone, each thing seemed like a quirk or a flaw. But together, they painted a picture of a ship that could do things its designers might never have imagined. Someday, he whispered to himself, everyone will understand what you can really do. He patted the wall of his ship gently, feeling the slight vibration of its systems through his hand. The Steadfast might be old, but age didn't always mean weakness. Sometimes it meant having secrets that the young had forgotten. The night shift crew began arriving, taking their stations. Walker gave them their orders for the night. More exercises, more data collection, more learning about their ship's true capabilities. As he headed to his quarters, he thought about all the modern ships out there, with their crews who relied on computers to do their thinking for them. They might be faster and more powerful, but they had forgotten something important. The best weapons weren't always the newest ones. Sometimes, the best weapons were the ones that everyone else had forgotten about. In his quarters, Walker added the day's data to his private files. Another piece of the puzzle. Another step toward understanding what the Steadfast could really do. Someday, they would need ships that could do more than just follow standard tactics. When that day came, Walker would be ready. His outdated, underestimated ship would show everyone that sometimes the old ways were the best ways. He just hoped they would figure it out before it was too late. The emergency alert woke Walker in the middle of the night. Red lights flashed through his quarters as he quickly put on his uniform. When he reached the bridge, his crew was already at their stations, faces tight with worry. "Report," Walker ordered, taking his seat. Tom Miller turned from his console, his face pale. "Sir, we're receiving emergency broadcasts from Fleet Command. Long-range sensors have detected a massive force entering human space. It's the Meridian Compact." Walker felt his stomach tighten. Everyone knew about the Meridian Compact, an alliance of alien species known for their advanced technology and aggressive expansion. Until now, they had stayed away from human territory, but there had always been rumors that they saw humanity as a threat. "Show me," Walker said. The main screen lit up with sensor data. Even from a distance, the numbers were frightening. Hundreds of ships, all of them more advanced than anything in Earth's fleet. Their energy readings were off the charts. "Orders from command, sir," Lucy Green called from communications. "All ships are to fall back to defensive positions. The Steadfast is ordered to begin evacuating civilian outposts in Sector 7. Walker nodded slowly. Of course, they wouldn't want his old ship in the fight. The Steadfast was considered too weak, too outdated to face modern warships. But something about the sensor readings caught his eye. "Ms. Green, zoom in on the enemy fleet's energy signatures." Walker studied the patterns carefully. There was something familiar about them, something that reminded him of his research into the Steadfast's systems. The next few days were a blur of activity. The Steadfast moved from outpost to outpost, loading civilians onto emergency transports. Walker's crew worked tirelessly, helping families pack what they could carry and comforting children who didn't understand why they had to leave their homes. Between evacuations, Walker spent every spare moment studying the data they collected about the Compact's fleet. Their ships used energy in ways that seemed impossible. Weapons that could tear through modern shields, engines that moved faster than anything humans had built. But the more he looked, the more he saw patterns that connected to his research about the Steadfast's old systems. "Captain," Engineer Roberts called him to engineering one evening. "I've been looking at the Compact's shield frequencies. They're using modulation patterns that are similar to what our old system can do, just more advanced." Walker leaned over the engineering console, excitement building in his chest. "Show me the comparisons." Roberts pulled up two displays, one showing the Steadfast's shield harmonics, the other showing the Compact's patterns. They weren't identical, but the basic principles were the same. The Guardian program had been developing something similar 30 years ago, before it was canceled. "Their technology works on the same principles we were exploring," Walker said quietly, "but they took it further than we did. They perfected it while we abandoned it for simpler designs." As they continued their evacuation mission, more reports came in about the Compact's advance. Earth's modern ships were failing against the alien technology. Their weapons couldn't penetrate the Compact's shields. Their own shields collapsed under the alien weapons. Everything that made Earth's fleet modern and efficient was proving useless against the invaders. During one evacuation, Walker found something interesting. The outpost they were clearing had an old research station and in its databases, he discovered files from the Guardian program that he had never seen before. The station's computers were so old that they had been forgotten during system updates, leaving these files untouched for decades. "Look at this," he showed Miller and Roberts in his office. The Guardian ships weren't just experiments. They were built based on theories about advanced alien technology. The designers thought that simple, brute force systems might work better against highly advanced enemies than our modern, refined technology. Miller looked confused. But why would older technology work better? Because it's not about being old or new, Walker explained. It's about using power differently. Modern ships try to be efficient, using just enough power for each task. But the steadfast systems are built to handle massive energy loads. They're not efficient, but they're incredibly adaptable. The evidence was in the Compact's own ships. Their advanced technology used principles similar to what the Guardian program had been exploring. But where the Compact had refined and perfected these systems, the Steadfast's crude, powerful approach might actually be more flexible. More bad news arrived with each passing day. The Compact was pushing deeper into human space, and Earth's fleet was taking heavy losses. Modern ships fought bravely, but couldn't stand against the alien technology. The Steadfast continued its evacuation duties, moving further from the front lines as the situation grew worse. Walker kept gathering data, testing his theories in small ways during their flights between outposts. He pushed the power core harder than usual, tested shield configurations that no modern ship would try. The results supported his ideas. The Steadfast systems could do things that shouldn't be possible according to modern military doctrine. "Sir," Miller caught him after a late shift. "The crew's been talking. They know you're working on something. They've seen how you're testing the ship's systems, studying the Compact's technology. They want to help." Walker looked at his first officer for a long moment. Everything he had learned told him that the Steadfast might be able to fight the Compact effectively, but attempting it would mean risking his crew, his ship, and his career. The safe choice was to follow orders and stay away from the fighting. But then another message came through. The Compact had reached New Haven, humanity's largest colony world. Earth's fleet was gathering for one last stand, but everyone knew it would probably fail. Modern ships just couldn't compete with the alien technology. Walker stood on his bridge, watching the stars through the viewport. His crew waited quietly, knowing that their captain was making a difficult decision. They had evacuated their last outpost. New orders would come soon, probably telling them to retreat even further from the fighting. But Walker had made up his mind. The Steadfast might be old, but it wasn't weak. Its outdated systems, which everyone thought were too crude and power-hungry to be useful, might be exactly what humanity needed. The ship no one feared might be the only one that could stand against the Compact's advanced technology. "Plot a course for New Haven," he ordered. "It's time to show everyone what this old ship can really do." His crew straightened in their seats, ready to face whatever came next. They had spent months learning their ship's true capabilities. Now they would put that knowledge to the test, proving that sometimes the old ways were the best ways. The Steadfast's engines glowed brighter than usual as they turned toward New Haven. Whatever happened next, they would face it together. The ship that everyone thought was too old and weak to fight was about to show the galaxy that being underestimated could be the greatest advantage of all. The Steadfast raced through space toward New Haven, its old engines pushing harder than they had in years. In engineering, Mary Roberts worked with her team to implement Walker's ideas. They weren't just breaking the rules of modern ship design, they were rewriting them. "Divert power from the secondary systems," Roberts ordered, her hands moving across the control panel. "Route everything through the main core." Modern ships would never do this. It was too dangerous, too wasteful. But the Steadfast's massive power core could handle loads that would burn out newer designs. On the bridge, Walker and Miller studied the latest data about the Compact's fleet. They had been collecting information during each encounter, watching how the alien ships fought. Their advanced technology had patterns patterns that matched theories from the old Guardian program files. "Look here," Walker pointed to a sensor reading. "Their shields change frequency to match incoming fire. That's why our modern weapons can't hurt them. But the Steadfast's old shield system was built to do something similar." Miller leaned closer. "Our shields can change frequency too. They can do more than that." Walker pulled up his research files. The Guardian program was developing shields that could absorb energy and redirect it. Modern ships abandoned the idea because it used too much power. But we have power to spare. Through the ship's intercom, Robert's voice came from engineering. "Captain, we've finished the shield modifications, ready to test when you are." Walker looked at his crew. They were all watching, waiting. They had followed him this far, trusting that their captain knew what he was doing. Now it was time to prove that trust wasn't misplaced. "Take us to the asteroid field," Walker ordered. They had passed a dense cluster of space rocks on their way to New Haven. It would be perfect for testing their ideas. The Steadfast moved carefully through the asteroid field. Walker had his weapons officer, Jack Thompson, target a medium-sized rock. "Fire one torpedo, low yield." The torpedo shot out, hitting the asteroid. As expected, chunks of rock flew everywhere. But instead of bouncing off the Steadfast's shields, something different happened. The shields glowed brighter than usual, and the energy readings spiked. "Engineering to bridge," Roberts called. "Captain, the shields didn't just block the debris. They absorbed the kinetic energy. The power core is processing it, adding it to our reserves, just like you thought it could." Walker smiled. This was what the Guardian program had been working toward. Shields that didn't just protect, but turned enemy attacks into power. Modern ships couldn't do this because their power cores weren't strong enough. But the Steadfast's inefficient core was perfect for it. They spent the next few hours testing different configurations. Each test showed them something new about their ship's capabilities. The old power core could handle enormous energy loads. The shield system could be tuned to frequencies that modern sensors barely detected. Even the unusual hull design played a part, helping to channel and redirect energy in ways that newer ships couldn't match. "It's like putting together a puzzle," Miller said, watching another successful test. All these old systems that everyone thought were obsolete, they were actually built to work together in ways we're just now understanding. Walker nodded. The Guardian program engineers were ahead of their time. They saw that highly advanced technology might not always be the answer. Sometimes you need systems that are simple but powerful, adaptable instead of efficient. As they worked, more reports came in about the battle at New Haven. Earth's fleet was fighting bravely, but they were losing. The compact ships were too advanced, their weapons too powerful. Modern shields couldn't stop them, and modern weapons couldn't harm them. But Walker saw something in the reports that others had missed. The compact ships were advanced, yes, but they were also predictable. They relied on their technology working in specific ways. They never expected to face something like the Steadfast, something that could turn their own power against them. "Ms. Green," Walker called to his sensor officer, "show me the energy patterns from that last test." The display lit up with data. The Steadfast's shields hadn't just absorbed the energy from their tests, they had amplified it. The power core was able to take that energy and make it stronger. "Chief Roberts," Walker called engineering, "could we modify the shields to release stored energy in a controlled burst?" There was a pause before Roberts answered, "Yes, sir. The core can handle it. But the release would be massive, probably enough to overload any normal shield system in range." That was exactly what Walker wanted to hear. Modern shields were carefully tuned, precisely balanced. But the compact used more advanced versions of the same technology. If the Steadfast could overload their shields the same way. "One more test," Walker ordered. They set up a series of sensor buoys to simulate enemy ships. The Steadfast's modified shields absorbed energy from small weapons fire, held it, amplified it through the power core, and then released it in a massive burst. The test results were better than Walker had hoped. "Sir," Miller said quietly, "this could actually work. We could hurt them." Walker looked at his crew. They had all seen the test results. They knew what their ship could do now. But using these abilities in real combat would be dangerous. The power levels they were dealing with could tear the Steadfast apart if anything went wrong. "I won't order anyone to stay," Walker told his crew. "What we're planning to do goes against every modern naval doctrine. If it fails, we'll lose the ship and probably our lives. Anyone who wants to transfer off before we reach New Haven can do so." The bridge was quiet for a moment. Then Thompson spoke from his weapons station. "Sir, we've all seen what this ship can do. Modern ships are dying out there because they can't adapt. But the Steadfast, she's different. She's special." One by one, other crew members nodded. They had spent months learning their ship's true capabilities. They had seen the test results. They believed in their captain and in their ship. "Very well," Walker said. "Let's finish the modifications. When we reach New Haven, we'll show everyone why they should have paid more attention to this old ship." The Steadfast continued toward New Haven, its systems humming with more power than they had in years. The ship that everyone thought was too old and weak to fight had become something else, something that could stand against the most advanced fleet in known space. Walker stood at his viewport, watching the stars streak by. Soon, they would face the Compact's fleet. Soon, they would show the galaxy that sometimes the old ways, the forgotten ways, were exactly what you needed to win an impossible fight. The Steadfast dropped out of faster-than-light travel at the edge of the New Haven system. The view on the main screen made everyone on the bridge fall silent. Hundreds of ships filled space around the colony world. The sleek, purple-hulled vessels of the Meridian Compact facing off against Earth's white and gray fleet. "Status report," Walker ordered, his voice steady despite the scene before them. "Earth fleet is heavily damaged," Lucy Green reported from her sensor station. "They've lost 30% of their ships. The Compact's fleet is barely scratched. Their shields are holding against everything we throw at them." Walker watched the battle unfold. Earth's modern ships fought bravely, but their weapons splashed harmlessly against the Compact's advanced shields. When the alien ships fired back, their energy weapons cut through human shields like they weren't even there. "Engineering reports all systems ready," Miller said. "The power core is running at maximum capacity. Shields are configured according to your specifications." Walker nodded. They had spent the entire journey here preparing for this moment. The Steadfast systems were running in ways that would make any modern engineer scream in horror. Power readings that should have blown out their circuits were instead being channeled and controlled by the old ship's overbuilt systems. "Sir," Thompson called from weapons. "Fleet Command is ordering us to stay back. They're saying we're not equipped for this fight." Of course they would say that. Looking at the Steadfast's official specifications, no one would think this old training ship could make a difference. But Walker knew better. His crew knew better. "Send no reply," Walker ordered. "Cut our transmitters. From here on, we work alone." He studied the battle pattern, looking for the right moment to make their move. The Compact ships flew in perfect formation, their movements precise and coordinated. That precision would be their weakness. "Take us in," Walker ordered. "Full power to the engines. Plot a course straight through their line." The bridge crew looked at him in surprise, but they obeyed. The Steadfast's engines roared to life, pushing the old ship faster than it had moved in years. On the screen, they could see other human ships trying to warn them off, probably thinking the Steadfast's crew had lost their minds. The first alien ships noticed them coming. Their purple hulls gleamed as they turned to face this new threat. Walker could almost imagine their crews laughing at the sight of an outdated human vessel charging straight at them. "Enemy ships powering weapons," Green reported. "They're targeting us." "Hold course," Walker said calmly. "Wait for my signal." The Compact ships opened fire. Their energy weapons, so deadly to modern human vessels, lashed out at the Steadfast. But instead of cutting through their shields, something different happened. The old ship's shields glowed bright blue, absorbing the energy of the attacks. Power core holding steady, Roberts reported from engineering. Shield energy levels rising. The absorption is working exactly like we planned. More alien ships joined the attack, probably confused by how this obsolete vessel was surviving their weapons. Each shot they fired just made the steadfast shields glow brighter. The power core hummed louder, taking in all that energy and storing it. "Sir," Miller pointed at the tactical display. "We've drawn their attention. 3 of their heavy cruisers are moving to cut us off." Perfect. The compact ships were reacting exactly as Walker had hoped. They were so confident in their advanced technology that they never considered it might be used against them. "All hands, brace for maneuver," Walker ordered. The Steadfast's engines screamed as Walker ordered a turn that should have been impossible for a ship this size. But the old engines handled it, their excessive power pushing them through. Now they were surrounded. Compact ships on all sides, their weapons still firing. Earth's fleet watched in confusion as this old training vessel drove deeper into the enemy formation, its shields glowing brighter with each hit it took. "Power levels at maximum," Roberts called. "The core can't absorb any more energy. We have to release it now." Walker looked at his tactical display. The Steadfast was right where he wanted it, in the middle of the tightest concentration of enemy ships. Their precise formation, usually a strength, now worked against them. "On my mark," Walker said, his hand hovering over his control panel. He waited 2 more seconds, letting 3 more shots hit their shields. "Now, release all power through the shield grid." The Steadfast shields flared like a newborn star. All the energy they had absorbed, amplified by the massive power core, burst outward in a wave of blue-white fire. The blast caught the nearby compact ships completely by surprise. Their advanced shields, so perfectly tuned and efficient, couldn't handle this crude but overwhelming surge of power. Ship after ship went dark as the energy wave overloaded their systems. The most advanced fleet in known space was being beaten by technology they had considered primitive. "Direct hit on enemy vessels," Thompson reported, his voice filled with amazement. "Their shields are failing. I'm reading multiple hull breaches across their fleet." The Steadfast wasn't finished. Its power core was already building up another charge, drawing energy from the chaos around them. Walker had his ship turned tightly, presenting fresh shield sections to enemy fire, absorbing more energy for their next attack. "Earth fleet is responding," Green called out. "They're targeting the ships we've damaged." Walker allowed himself a small smile. Finally, the modern ships had targets they could hurt. While the Steadfast absorbed and redirected the compact's energy weapons, Earth's fleet could attack the weakened enemy vessels. The battle was far from over. The compact still had many ships, and they were already trying to adjust their tactics. But Walker had shown them something they never expected, that their advanced technology could be beaten by a ship they had thought too weak to matter. "Keep us moving," Walker ordered. "Don't let them predict our pattern. Every time they hit us, we get stronger. Show them why they should have feared this old ship from the start." The Steadfast moved through space like a dancer, its outdated engines pushing it through maneuvers that looked impossible. Each time the compact ships fired, the old vessel's shields absorbed their attacks. Each time the shields released their stored energy, more enemy ships went dark. The battle for New Haven had turned. The ship no one had believed in was proving that sometimes the old ways were the best ways, and Walker's crew, who had trusted in their captain and their ship, were showing the galaxy that being underestimated was the greatest advantage of all. The space around New Haven had become a battlefield unlike anything in human history. The Steadfast moved through the chaos like a ghost, its glowing shields absorbing every shot the compact ships fired. But the old ship was starting to show signs of strain. Hull stress increasing, Roberts reported from engineering. "The power core is handling the load, but our structural integrity is at 80% and falling." Walker gripped his chair as another blast rocked the ship. The Compact's fleet had finally realized the true threat the Steadfast pose. Instead of dismissing it as an outdated relic, they now focused their attacks on the one ship that could hurt them. "Bring us around for another pass," Walker ordered. "Target their command ships this time." The Steadfast turned, its old engines groaning under the strain. The enemy had adapted their tactics, spreading their ships out to minimize the damage when the Steadfast released its stored energy. But Walker had expected this. He had spent years studying warfare, learning how to use his ship's unique abilities in ways no one had imagined. "Sir," Green called from her station. "New contacts arriving. The Compact is bringing in reinforcements." The tactical display showed more purple dots appearing at the edge of the system. Fresh enemy ships. Their crews probably warned about the strange human vessel that could turn their own weapons against them. The Steadfast had bloodied the Compact's nose, but now they were angry. "Message from Fleet Command," Miller reported. "They're ordering all ships to fall back. They say we can't win against these numbers." Walker studied the battlefield. The Steadfast had given Earth's fleet a fighting chance, but the enemy still outnumbered them. A wise captain would retreat now, save his ship and crew to fight another day. But Walker saw something in the enemy's movements that gave him an idea. "Look at their formation," he told Miller, pointing at the display. "They're trying to trap us, force us into a position where we can only absorb attacks from one direction. But that means they have to bunch up their ships again." Miller's eyes widened as he understood. They think they've learned how to beat us, but they're actually giving us exactly what we need. Walker nodded. "Tell engineering to divert all remaining power to the core. We're going to show them something new." The Steadfast's engines fired, pushing the old ship straight toward the trap the Compact had laid. Enemy ships moved to surround them, their weapons charging. They thought they had figured out the limits of this strange human vessel. "Sir," Roberts called from engineering, "if we take hits from all sides at once, the power levels will be higher than anything we tested. The core might not be able to handle it." "It'll hold," Walker said firmly. "This ship was built for moments like this. They just didn't know it yet." The Compact ships opened fire. Energy beams struck the Steadfast from every direction. The shields glowed brighter than ever, absorbing power faster than they had thought possible. The whole ship vibrated as the power core worked to contain the massive energy surge. "Hull stress critical," Roberts shouted. "Power levels exceeding maximum tested capacity." Walker watched his displays carefully. The Steadfast's systems were handling more power than should have been possible, but the old ship's overbuilt design was proving its worth. Where modern ships would have failed, the Steadfast endured. "All hands," Walker called over the ship-wide comm. "Prepare for emergency maneuver. Braced for impact." In the next moment, Walker triggered something no one had ever tried before. Instead of releasing the stored energy in a single direction, he ordered the shields to pulse in a rotating pattern. The result was spectacular. The Steadfast became the center of an expanding spiral of energy. The blast caught the enemy ships in waves, each pulse timed to hit them as their shields tried to recover from the previous hit. Ships that could have survived one blast fell to repeated hits that came too fast for their systems to handle. Enemy ships losing power across all sectors. Thompson reported, "Their formations are breaking up." The Compact's careful trap had become their worst nightmare. Ships collided as they tried to escape the energy storm centered on the Steadfast. Others lost power completely, their advanced systems overwhelmed by the crude, but overwhelming force being thrown at them. "Earth fleet is advancing," Green called out. "They're moving to support us." Finally understanding what the Steadfast could do, Earth's modern ships pressed the attack. They targeted enemy vessels whose shields had been overloaded, their weapons now effective against the previously invulnerable targets. But the Steadfast wasn't finished yet. Even as warning lights flashed across every console and the hull groaned under impossible stresses, Walker had one more card to play. "Plot a course for their flagship," he ordered. "Everything we have left. One final push." The old ship's engines burned bright as they drove toward the heart of the enemy fleet. The Compact's flagship, a massive vessel that dwarfed the Steadfast, tried to retreat. But Walker had studied their tactics too well. He knew exactly where they would try to go. "Release remaining power on my mark," Walker ordered. "Engineering, give us everything the Corps has left. Don't hold anything back." The Steadfast closed the distance, taking more hits as it went. Its shields were wavering now, the power core straining to contain the energy being forced into it. But Walker had timed it perfectly. Just as the enemy flagship began its escape maneuver, Walker gave the order. Now, the Steadfast released every bit of stored power in a single focused blast. The enemy flagship's shields, already stressed from the previous attacks, couldn't handle the concentrated energy. The massive ship's power grid overloaded, cascading failures spreading across its hull. "Enemy flagship is breaking up," Thompson reported, his voice filled with awe. "The rest of their fleet, they're retreating." The Compact's remaining ships, seeing their flagship destroyed by a vessel they had dismissed as obsolete, began jumping away from New Haven. The most advanced fleet in known space had been defeated by technology they had considered primitive. Walker looked around his bridge. Warning lights flashed everywhere. Smoke rose from overloaded circuits. The Steadfast had pushed itself far beyond its designed limits, but it had survived. It had won. "Stand down from battle stations," Walker ordered. "Begin damage control procedures." He opened a channel to engineering. "Chief Roberts, how's our old girl doing?" "She's hurt, sir," Roberts replied, pride mixing with concern in her voice. "But nothing we can't fix. The core is stable, just needs time to cool down. This old ship saved all our lives today." As the adrenaline of battle faded, messages began pouring in from Earth's fleet. Ships that had once looked down on the Steadfast now sent congratulations and praise. The old training vessel had become a legend in a single battle. Walker stood at his viewport, watching Earth's ships move to secure the system. The Steadfast's victory would change everything. Military doctrine would be rewritten. The value of old technology would be re-examined. And somewhere, the designers of the Guardian program would know their ideas had finally been proven right. "Not bad for an obsolete ship," Miller said, standing beside his captain. Walker smiled, patting the wall of his bridge gently. She was never obsolete. She was just waiting for the right moment to show what she could do. Sometimes, the old ways are the best ways. We just have to remember how to use them. The Steadfast floated quietly in space, its battle-scarred hull reflecting the light of New Haven's sun. The ship no one had feared had saved humanity's largest colony and destroyed an alien armada, not by being the newest or the most advanced, but by being exactly what it was. A well-built ship with a crew who believed in it, ready to prove that being underestimated was sometimes the greatest advantage of all.
The silence in the command room was heavy as the massive gates of the Galactic Council Station finally came into view. Captain John Davis stood on the bridge of the USS Dakota, watching the enormous structure grow larger through the main screen. His weathered face showed no emotion, but his hands gripped the armrest of his command chair until his knuckles turned white. 3 months late, Lieutenant Steve Parker said quietly from the navigation console. He didn't need to add anything more. Everyone on the bridge knew what that meant. Outside the viewports, they could see the other delegations already docked. The Kretok fleet was unmistakable with their sleek silver ships that looked more like art pieces than war vessels. The Varathi crystal ships sparkled even in the distant starlight, their ancient technology a mystery to everyone. And there were the Zephan dreadnoughts, massive war machines covered in scars and weapons that spoke of countless battles. Compared to these massive fleets, Earth's small group of ships looked pitiful. The Dakota, the Phoenix, the Liberty, and 3 smaller escort vessels. Each ship bore the same strange marks and discoloration, though anyone looking closely might notice they looked more like old stains than battle damage. Ambassador Lydia Brooks entered the bridge, her diplomatic uniform crisp despite their long journey. She had spent weeks preparing for this moment, practicing speeches and studying alien customs. None of that preparation had included being 3 months late to their first meeting with the galactic community. "Captain, we need to dock soon," she said, trying to keep the worry out of her voice. "The longer we wait, the worse it looks." John nodded slowly. He reached up and touched the comm button on his chair. "This is Captain Davis to all ships. Prepare for docking. Remember, we're representing all of Earth here. Act professional." The docking procedure went smoothly, though John noticed several alien vessels moving away from their approach vector. Whether this was normal procedure or deliberate disrespect, he couldn't tell. As they secured to the station, he could see alien faces pressed against viewports watching them. The docking bay was massive, designed to accommodate ships from dozens of different species. The human delegation walked across the metal floor, their boots echoing in the cavernous space. Alien workers stopped their tasks to stare, making clicking and chirping sounds among themselves. The council chamber was even more impressive, a sphere of holographic displays and floating platforms, with delegates from various species arranged in a complex hierarchy. The humans were directed to the smallest platform, tucked away in a corner where they could barely see the main proceedings. Vex Thor, the council leader, appeared as a shimmering hologram. Its crystalline body pulsed with colors as it spoke, its words translated by their earpieces. "The Terran delegation arrives at last," Vex Thor announced, its tone carrying clear disapproval throughout the chamber. 3 standard months after the appointed time. Several delegates clicked and chirped what could only be laughter. Tarvex, the Kretak representative, made a gesture that their briefing materials had identified as contempt. Ambassador Brooks stepped forward. "Honored Council, I apologize for our delay. We encountered unexpected challenges on our journey here. Earth is eager to join the galactic community and contribute our knowledge and resources." "Challenges?" Tarvex interrupted, its melodic voice somehow managing to sound condescending. "Perhaps the Terrans are simply not advanced enough to navigate standard space lanes." More clicking laughter echoed through the chamber. John felt his jaw tighten, but Brooks continued calmly. "We are prepared to demonstrate Earth's capabilities and discuss trade agreements, territorial boundaries, and technological exchange." Vex Thor's hologram shifted to a deep purple. "Terrans will accept the assignments determined by this council. Your tardiness shows disrespect for galactic protocols. You will receive territory in the dead zones, sectors 7 through 12. Trade agreements will be determined after you prove your worth." The dead zones. John had reviewed the star charts during their journey, vast areas of space marked as uninhabitable, with no resources or strategic value. Essentially, they were being given the worst possible assignment. "With respect," Brooks said, trying to maintain diplomatic protocol, "perhaps a more detailed discussion of territorial assignments would be beneficial. We've prepared comprehensive data on Earth's military capabilities and resource contributions." The Zephon delegate, a massive creature that looked like it was made of rock and metal, spoke for the first time. Its voice was like grinding stone. "Show us these capabilities." Brooks nodded to John, who activated a portable holographic display. It showed clean images of Earth's fleet, technical specifications, and military rankings. Standard diplomatic presentation materials. The chamber fell quiet for a moment, then erupted in what was clearly laughter. The Vorathi delegate's ancient form vibrated with amusement. "These are your war vessels?" Tarvex asked, making that contemptuous gesture again. "How charming. They barely qualify as transport ships by our standards." John noticed Steve Parker's hand move toward his sidearm. "Then stop. Good discipline." They had all been briefed on maintaining calm under provocation. "We appreciate the Council's evaluation," Brooks said smoothly. "Earth is eager to learn and grow within the galactic community." Vex Thor's colors shifted to a dismissive yellow. "You may begin patrols of your assigned sectors immediately. This council expects regular reports. Any violations of galactic law will result in immediate expulsion from this body." The meeting continued with other delegates discussing matters that didn't include Earth. The humans stood on their small platform, ignored by everyone except for occasional glances that ranged from dismissive to openly mocking. When they were finally dismissed, the human delegation walked back to their ships in silence. Only when they were aboard the Dakota with the airlock sealed behind them did anyone speak. "Well," Steve said, removing his dress uniform jacket, "that went about as expected." John moved to the observation port, looking out at the alien vessels. Their technology was clearly superior, their ships larger, their presence in the galaxy established. But as he watched, he noticed something. The alien ships were pristine, gleaming with pride and power. The human ships, by contrast, were stained. Dark marks covered the hull plates. Some areas showed hurried repairs, and one section of the Dakota still bore the distinctive pattern of something that had burned through the armor and been patched from inside. "Captain," Steve said quietly, "should I tell the crew about our assignments?" John turned back to his officers. Lydia was already at a terminal, reviewing the data they'd been given. The dead zones weren't just worthless territory. According to their own readings, something was very wrong with those sectors. High energy readings, distorted communications, and worst of all, no ships that entered certain areas ever reported back. "Tell them to prepare for patrol duty," John said simply. "And Steve?" "Yes, sir?" "Make sure maintenance gets those hull stains cleaned up. We want to look professional for the next council meeting." Steve nodded, though they both knew the stains would come back. They always did. It was just a matter of time before the humans encountered whatever made the dead zone so dead. As the human ships detached from the station and set course for their assigned territories, the other delegates watched from their observation decks. The humans departed without ceremony, their small fleet disappearing into the darkness of space. In the council chamber, discussions continued about various topics. Trade routes were adjusted, territorial disputes were resolved, and new technologies were shared among the established members. "The Terrans seem quiet," the Varathi delegate observed during a break in proceedings. "All new species are overwhelmed at first," Tarvex replied dismissively. "They'll learn their place soon enough." Vexthor's hologram pulsed with a thoughtful green. "Did anyone else notice their ships?" "Primitive designs," the Zephan delegate rumbled. "Barely spaceworthy." "No," Vexthor continued. "The markings, the stains, those weren't decorative." The chamber fell quiet for a moment. "Probably just poor maintenance," Tarvex said confidently. "New species rarely understand proper ship care." The discussion moved on to other matters, and the mystery of the human ships was forgotten. After all, what could a species that arrived 3 months late possibly know about real combat? Outside the station, the human fleet was already adjusting course for Sector 7. Aboard each ship, crews prepared for what they knew was coming. Weapons were checked, systems were tested, and medical bays were stocked with extra supplies. In the Dakota's medical bay, Dr. Nancy Wright examined the surgical equipment one more time. The tools were well used, and despite her best efforts, some still carried faint stains that wouldn't wash out. She knew from experience that they would be needed again soon. On the bridge, John sat in his command chair, studying the tactical displays. The dead zone showed areas of complete sensor blackout, regions where even quantum communications failed. His crew moved around him with the practiced efficiency of people who had done this too many times before. "Captain," the communications officer called out, "we're receiving automated warnings about our new patrol area. Standard safety protocols." "Anything specific?" "The usual. Avoid certain coordinates. Maintain minimum safe distance from anomalies. Report any unusual readings immediately." John nodded. Warnings that meant nothing because they didn't explain what the dangers actually were. But he and his crew already knew what lurked in the darker corners of space. They had spent months fighting their way through it just to reach the council station. "Set course for Sector 7, he ordered. "All ships maintain formation, shields at full power." As the human fleet accelerated toward their assigned territory, the council station grew smaller behind them. None of the other delegates bothered to watch them leave. Why would they? Just another new species being shown their place in the galactic order. Aboard the Dakota, Steve Parker stood at the tactical station, running final checks on the weapon systems. He paused at the secondary display, which showed the external sensor readings. There it was again, that slight energy fluctuation at the edge of their detection range. He'd seen it before, too many times. "Steve," John called from the command chair. "How long until we reach the first coordinate?" 12 hours at current speed, Captain." "Good. Notify all ships to run full diagnostics before we arrive. I want everyone ready." "Aye, sir." The crew continued with their preparations, their movements practiced and precise. They had done this before many times. The Council thought they were giving Earth the worst possible assignment, but they didn't understand. The human crews had spent months clearing exactly these types of zones just to reach civilized space. As the ships disappeared into the darkness, the last thing visible from the station was the faint trail of their engines. And perhaps, if anyone had been looking closely enough, they might have noticed that the dark stains on the hull seemed to pulse slightly in the starlight. But no one was looking that closely. The aliens had already dismissed the humans as unimportant. They would learn their mistake soon enough. 2 weeks after their first council meeting, Captain Mary Johnson stood in the requisitions office aboard the council station. She had been waiting for 4 hours, holding a simple request form for replacement parts. The queue number on the screen still hadn't moved. The office was designed for multiple species with seating areas and interfaces that could accommodate any alien physiology. Mary chose to stand, partly because all the chairs seemed designed for creatures with more or fewer joints than humans, and partly because sitting felt wrong after so many months of combat readiness. "Next," the Varathi clerk announced in its musical tone. 3 beings ahead of Mary filed forward, receiving instant approval for their requests. Complex technical equipment, rare materials, entire ship systems, all approved with a casual wave of crystalline appendages. Finally, Mary's number appeared on the screen. "Request for standard hull plating. Grade 5, she said, handing over the pad. "Our ship sustained minor damage during our journey here." The clerk examined the request, its crystal body dimming slightly. "Terran vessels, hull damage. Denied." "Denied?" Mary kept her voice level. "It's standard maintenance material. Terrans have not established resource credits. Furthermore, damage. Claims must be verified by Council inspection team. Processing time, 90 standard days." Mary felt the familiar weight of frustration. "We've already submitted damage reports from our journey. The battle scans clearly show..." "Battle scans?" The clerk's color shifted to what Mary had learned was confusion. "Terran vessels reported no combat encounters en route to station." Of course we did. Every single ship denied. "Next." Mary walked out of the office, her jaw clenched. This was the 5th department that had rejected their basic requests. Food synthesizer components, medical supplies, even simple data access, all denied for reasons that seemed to change every time. In the corridor, she met General Henry Clark and diplomat Susan Taylor. Henry looked even grimmer than usual, his gray hair making him appear older than his 45 years. "Let me guess," Mary said. "More denials?" "The Kretak Trade Commission refused to even review our planetary resource surveys," Susan replied, her usual diplomatic calm fraying. "They suggested we learn better survey techniques from established species. The Zephan wouldn't grant us access to standard tactical databases," Henry added. "Apparently, our military structure is too primitive to understand their basic combat manuals." The 3 humans walked together toward their temporary quarters. The station corridors were busy with alien species, all seeming to move with purpose, while the humans struggled through basic administrative tasks. "I don't understand this," Mary said quietly. "We've met every requirement they listed. Our documentation is complete, our ships passed all technical inspections, and we've already deployed to our assigned sectors." "It's not about requirements," Henry said grimly. "It's about making us understand our place. They want us to give up and go home." Susan stopped at an observation window, looking out at the human ships docked along the outer rim. The Dakota, Phoenix, and Liberty looked tiny compared to the massive alien vessels, but Susan could see the human crews working tirelessly on maintenance and repairs. "Look at our people," she said softly. "They've been working non-stop since We arrived. Chief Martinez hasn't slept in 30 hours. Dr. Wright is running diagnostics on medical equipment that shouldn't need it. Mary followed her gaze and noticed something she hadn't paid attention to before. The human maintenance crews moved differently than the alien workers. Faster, more urgent, constantly checking their surroundings, like soldiers expecting an attack. Meanwhile, in the Council diplomatic zone, the daily session was beginning. The humans were required to attend, though they rarely spoke. Ambassador Lydia Brooks sat on their small platform reviewing notes that she knew wouldn't matter. Today's topic was resource allocation for the outer territories. The same territories the humans had been assigned to patrol. The dead zones remain. Unproductive, Vexthor announced. Sectors 7 through 12 show no resource potential and minimal strategic value. The Terrans patrol those zones now, Tarvex added with what might have been amusement. Perhaps they will find some use for empty space. The Zephan delegate rumbled thoughtfully. Unusual energy readings reported from Sector 9, possibly residual quantum fluctuations. Natural phenomena, the Varathi representative dismissed. Those sectors are known for sensor ghosts, nothing of concern. Lydia felt her earpiece activate. It was John Davis communicating from the Dakota. Ambassador, we've just completed our first full patrol of Sector 7, requesting permission to file our report. She tapped her acknowledgement, then raised her hand to speak. The council chamber quieted. Earth would like to submit our preliminary patrol report for Sectors 7 and 8. Unnecessary, Vexthor responded quickly. Initial patrols rarely provide useful data. Wait until you've completed multiple cycles. With respect, Lydia continued, our findings may be relevant to the current discussion. We've detected several anomalies that Terrans may not contribute to tactical discussions until they complete orientation period, Tarvex interrupted. Standard procedure for new species. Learn before attempting to teach. The other delegates clicked and chirped in agreement. Lydia sat back, noting that the orientation period hadn't been mentioned at any previous session. The rules seemed to change whenever humans tried to participate. After the session, the human delegation gathered in their quarters. The room was cramped compared to those assigned to other species, with basic furnishings that required them to adapt rather than being adapted for them. They're not going to let us contribute anything, Henry said bluntly, no matter what we find out there. I managed to get 5 minutes with a Vorathite trade advisor, Susan reported. He admitted that dead zones are usually assigned to new species as a test. Apparently, most give up after a few months and request reassignment to civilized sectors. So it's a hazing ritual, Mary concluded. More than that, John said, entering the room. It's designed to break us. They want us to come running back begging for better treatment. Then they'll know they can control us. The group sat in silence for a moment. Through the small viewport, they could see the station's main docking area, where alien crews moved around their pristine ships with casual efficiency. Captain, Lydia said carefully, Steve Parker mentioned that our ships have unusual markings, stains that won't come out. Is there something about our journey here that I should know? John exchanged glances with Mary and Henry. The military personnel shared some communication that the diplomats couldn't read. Nothing relevant to council proceedings, John replied diplomatically. But that night, when most of the station was in its sleep cycle, Bill Martinez worked in the Dakota's engineering bay. He was cleaning weapons systems that officially weren't supposed to need cleaning. The energy signatures were all wrong for standard maintenance. Hey, Bill, a voice called. It was Nancy Wright, the ship's doctor. You still up? Yeah, you? She held up a data pad. Medical supply inventory. We're running low on trauma kits. Again? 4th time this month, and the council won't approve our requisition for more. Bill paused in his work, looking at the energy weapon he was calibrating. Its setting went far higher than standard military specifications. You know, Doc, other species don't seem to run through medical supplies this fast. Other species don't seem to run through much of anything this fast, Nancy agreed. Have you noticed their ships? Nothing ever seems to break. Nothing needs constant repair. Yeah. Bill returned to his work. But their ships don't have the same Modifications ours do. Nancy left soon after, but Bill continued working. Near dawn, he discovered something interesting. The energy readings from the weapon's power core showed traces of something that shouldn't exist. Exotic particles that, according to Council technology databases, were purely theoretical. He made a note to report it to Captain Davis, then decided against it. Some things were better documented quietly. Across the station, similar scenes played out. Human crews working through the night, maintaining equipment that seemed to require constant attention. Alien observers occasionally asked questions, but the humans offered only standard explanations. Preventive maintenance, calibration checks, standard military procedure. In the command center of the Council station, automatic systems recorded these patterns. Unusual power draws, excessive maintenance cycles, modified equipment signatures. The data was flagged for review but never reached anyone's attention. After all, new species always had adjustment periods. 3 weeks into their station rotation, the pattern was clear. Every human request faced maximum bureaucratic resistance. Every report was dismissed, every suggestion ignored. The other species continued their business without acknowledging the humans beyond basic protocol. Yet the human ships kept departing for their patrols, returning with their crews showing signs of fatigue that went beyond standard duty cycles. Ship rotations that should have been routine seemed to leave maintenance crews working overtime. Medical staff documented injury rates that seemed excessive for peaceful patrol duty. "They're testing us," Susan concluded during one of their evening meetings. "Everything about this is designed to see how much we'll tolerate before we break." "The question is," Mary said grimly, "what happens when they realize we've been through worse than anything they can devise?" John was quiet for a moment, then stood by the viewport. Outside, the alien fleets floated in perfect formation, their pristine hulls reflecting the station's lights. "They'll keep pushing," he said finally, "until they understand why our ships look different, why our crews act different, why we don't break. And then they'll wish they'd listened when we tried to warn them about the dead zones." The room fell silent. Outside, the station continued its endless rotation, maintaining the fiction that humanity was just another new species learning its place in the galactic community. In Sector 8, the USS Liberty reported another anomaly. In Sector 9, energy readings spiked beyond normal parameters. And in Sector 7, something that shouldn't exist had been detected at the edge of their patrol range. The Council databases automatically filed these reports under new species training data and marked them for review in 6 months, standard time. By then, according to historical patterns, the humans would either accept their place in the hierarchy or voluntarily withdraw from Council membership. What the databases didn't account for was the possibility that humanity wasn't like other species, that their late arrival hadn't been a failure of navigation, but something else entirely. In the quiet hours before dawn, Chief Martinez completed his weapon modifications. Dr. Wright organized her medical supplies, and Captain Davis reviewed patrol reports that no one at the Council would ever read carefully enough to understand. The bureaucratic nightmare continued, but so did human resistance. Not through protests or demands, but through relentless preparation for something the aliens couldn't see coming. Something that had already killed many humans on their journey to the Council. Something that waited in the dead zones, patient and hungry. Something that the Council would eventually come to understand was the real reason why humanity's ships carried the stains of war, and why their crews could endure any administrative torture the bureaucrats could devise. Because compared to what waited in the dark between stars, Council paperwork was nothing at all. The first disappearance happened on day 28. The Kretak exploration vessel Silver Wind had ventured too close to Sector 9 during a routine asteroid survey. When they failed to report at their scheduled check-in, the Council dispatched search vessels. They found nothing, not even debris. On day 31, a Varathi scientific probe lost contact while approaching Sector 11. The last transmission was a brief burst of static and what sounded like screaming, though Varathi claimed their probes didn't carry audio equipment. By day 35, 3 more ships had gone silent in the vicinity of human patrol zones. In the Council chambers, the atmosphere changed. The dismissive chatter died down. Delegates spoke in hushed tones, glancing toward the small human platform with something that wasn't quite suspicion, but wasn't friendship either. Unusual patterns, Bextor announced during the emergency session. Ships approaching Terran. Patrol zones experience communication failures. Coincidence, Tarvek said, but its melodic voice carried less confidence. The dead zones are known for sensor interference. 5 ships, the Zephan delegate rumbled. 5 ships in 7 days. This exceeds normal anomaly rates by 300%. Ambassador Lydia Brooks stood up. Earth offers full assistance in search and rescue operations. Our ships are already on patrol in those sectors. The chamber fell completely silent. It was the first time in weeks that anyone had acknowledged the human presence beyond basic protocol. Terran vessels will maintain current assignments, Vexthor responded after a pause. Search operations will be conducted by established species. With respect, Lydia continued, our crews have been patrolling those areas for weeks. We have detailed sensor logs and denied. Terrans lack advanced search capabilities. The session ended abruptly. The human delegation filed out, aware of the stairs following them. In the corridor, they were stopped by an unusual sight, an unescorted alien approaching them. It was Rix, a young Varathi engineer who had occasionally asked polite questions about human technology. Its crystalline form pulsed with nervous energy. Ambassadors, Rix spoke quietly. Forgive the interruption. May I speak privately? Henry and Susan exchanged glances. Unofficial contact between species was technically allowed but rarely practiced. Of course, Lydia said. They moved to a small alcove off the main corridor. Rix's glow dimmed to almost invisible. The missing ships, it began hesitantly. They were all investigating energy patterns, similar to readings reported from your patrol zones. Go on, Henry encouraged. Council leadership says the disappearances are unrelated to Terran presence, but the technical staff disagrees. We see correlations, patterns. What kind of patterns? Susan asked. Power spikes preceding contact loss, gravitational anomalies, and this is difficult to explain. The final transmissions contain data that shouldn't exist. Before they could respond, Rix noticed other aliens in the corridor and quickly moved away. Forgive me, I must go, but be careful. Something is not right. The humans returned to their quarters, finding John Davis waiting for them. His expression was grimmer than usual. We intercepted transmissions from the search teams, he said without preamble. They found something. The missing ships? Parts of them, twisted metal, hull sections that show damage patterns unlike anything in Council military databases. The search teams are trying to keep it quiet, but their crews are scared. That night, Captain Lisa Brown returned from patrol with the USS Phoenix. Her crew moved through decontamination procedures with mechanical precision, their faces showing a weariness that went beyond normal fatigue. Dr. Nancy Wright was waiting in the medical bay when the first crew members arrived. Anything to report? She asked, running standard scans. Just routine patrol, Doc, the chief communications officer replied. His vital signs suggested otherwise. Elevated stress hormones, irregular heartbeat, dilated pupils, and the new hull damage. Asteroid debris. Happens all the time. Nancy nodded, though the scorch patterns she'd observed looked nothing like asteroid damage. She'd seen those marks before, during their journey to Council space. Burn patterns from weapons that officially didn't exist. In the command room, Lisa briefed John privately. We found the Silver Wind, she said simply. And? It was torn apart, hull breached from the inside. Whatever killed them knew how to bypass Kretuk shielding. John was quiet for a moment. Casualties? 37 total. But John, that's not the worst part. We found their distress logs. They were attacked by something that matched their ship exactly. Like fighting a mirror image. The implications hung in the air. The threats they had fought on their way to Council space were adapting, learning, getting stronger. Meanwhile, in the Council's military planning center, automated analysis systems were processing the search team data. The computers flagged multiple anomalies, weapon signatures that didn't match any known species. hull damage patterns suggesting directed energy weapons far more advanced than Council standards, and most disturbing, biological remains that defied classification. The duty officer, a young Zephan named Crack, reviewed the flags. His training said to escalate unusual findings, but his experience said some things were better handled quietly. He decided to run one more analysis before alerting his superiors. The results made his rocky hide shift color with concern. The biological samples contained human DNA, but they also contained something else. Something that somehow incorporated the genetic markers of whatever species they consumed. The Silver Wind Crew's tissue samples showed Kretak DNA merged with unknown organic compounds, as if something had been studying them, copying them, becoming them. Crack reached for the alert system, then stopped. The humans had been in those sectors for weeks. If these things could copy biological patterns and if human DNA was present, he needed more information before triggering full emergency protocols. Aboard the Dakota, Captain Davis convened his senior staff. Mary Johnson, Lisa Brown, Henry Clark, and the ship commanders formed a circle in the war room. The displays showed tactical readouts that civilian diplomats weren't supposed to see. "Situation is escalating," John began. "The things we fought getting here are now in Council space, and they're not just attacking anymore, they're learning." "How bad is it?" Mary asked. Lisa answered, "Silver Wind wasn't destroyed randomly. Whatever killed them had studied Kretak shield technology, learned their communication frequencies, and used their own systems against them. The aliens have no defense against something that can become them. Recommendations? We need to inform the Council," Henry said. "Warn them about what we've encountered." "They won't listen," Lisa pointed out. "We've been trying to file reports for weeks. They think we're too primitive to have meaningful tactical intelligence." "What about the disappearances? Surely they blame us," Mary interrupted. "The timing is too convenient. Humans arrive, ships start disappearing in human patrol zones. They're already suspicious." John nodded slowly. "So we're on our own." Again. The room fell silent. Outside, the Council station continued its normal operations, blissfully unaware that its newest members were already fighting a war that could destroy everything they'd built over millennia. In her laboratory, Nancy Wright examined tissue samples that had arrived with the latest casualty report. Officially, they were human injuries from patrol duty. Unofficially, they showed defensive wounds from attacks by creatures that shouldn't exist. The wounds were healing incorrectly with cellular patterns that suggested attempted replication, as if the attackers weren't just trying to kill, but to learn, to copy, to become. She sealed the samples and marked them for deep analysis. The results would take hours, but she suspected she already knew what they would show. The next morning brought more disappearances. A Zephon battlecruiser, the Iron Mountain, failed to complete its patrol. This time, the Council couldn't ignore. Its Zephon vessels were considered invulnerable, their military technology the finest in the galaxy. The emergency Council session was held behind closed doors, but the human delegation was summoned. "Explain," Vexthor demanded. Its crystalline form now a deep red that indicated anger. "Why ships fail only near Terran zones? We've been trying to submit reports about," Lydia began. Silence. "Evidence suggests Terran involvement in recent disappearances. Your vessels will submit to full inspection. Your crews will be interrogated." "That's impossible," Henry stepped forward. "Our ships have been in constant communication with Council monitoring systems. We've been following all assigned patrol routes. Yet only ships approaching your positions disappear." The Zephon delegate suddenly rumbled, cutting off the debate. "Combat alert. Priority 1. Energy signatures detected. Something approaches the station." Alarms began wailing throughout the Council chamber. Displays lit up showing massive readings just outside the station's defensive perimeter. But there was nothing visible on any screens. Then the lights went out. Emergency power kicked in, bathing everything in red light. The displays flickered back to life, showing impossible readings. 20 ships had appeared from nowhere, surrounding the station. Ships with energy signatures matching various Council species perfectly, but the real ships were either in the Council chamber or accounted for through tracking systems. Mirror ships, Vexthor announced, its voice carrying the first hint of fear. Impossible. Purely theoretical. The human delegation stood calmly, while aliens scrambled for emergency positions. John Davis activated his private comm unit. All human vessels, this is Delta Protocol. You know what to do. Outside the station, the human ships that had seemed unremarkable for weeks suddenly displayed capabilities that made the aliens freeze in shock. Weapon systems activated that shouldn't exist. Shields engaged at levels far exceeding their rated capacity and movement patterns that broke known physics. The Dakota Phoenix and Liberty moved to intercept the mirror ships with precision that suggested months of practice against exactly this threat. Terrans, Vexthor's voice crackled. Over the general comm, explain your vessel's capabilities. Those modifications are not in your filed specifications. John looked at the council leaders, seeing understanding begin to dawn in their expressions. With respect, he said calmly, we tried to warn you. We've been fighting these things for months. They're not just mirrors. They're something else, something that learns from what it kills. The battle outside intensified. Human weapons fired energy patterns that seemed specifically designed to disrupt the mirror ship's copying ability. Alien vessels tried to join the fight but found their own weapons ineffective against enemies that matched their technology perfectly. How do you know how to fight them? Tarvex asked. Because, Ambassador Brooks answered quietly, we've been doing it since before we reached your space. We weren't late to your meeting. We were delayed fighting these things so they wouldn't. Follow us here. The council chamber erupted with questions, but they were drowned out by the sound of the battle reaching its climax. Through the viewports, they could see the truth. Human ships scarred and stained from months of combat, working in perfect coordination against an enemy the council was only now realizing existed. The blood on humanity's ships wasn't from poor maintenance. It was from a war they had been fighting alone to keep the rest of the galaxy safe. And now, finally, the council was about to understand what that war had cost and why humanity had never flinched at bureaucratic harassment. They had faced so much worse. The Varathi engineer Zixtal was running emergency diagnostics when its appendage accidentally triggered a human data core. What appeared on the screen made its crystalline form pulse with shock. Holographic recordings filled the repair bay, images of space battles unlike anything in council archives. Massive creatures tearing through reality itself, ships fighting against odds that defied military doctrine, and humans, bloodied and exhausted, standing their ground against horrors that made the current crisis seem small. Zixtail tried to close the files, but more kept opening. Combat footage from the USS Liberty showed Captain Peter Williams coordinating impossible maneuvers. Medical logs displayed injuries that shouldn't be survivable. After-action reports detailed 3 months of constant warfare in regions. Council maps marked as empty space. Emergency alert, the computer announced. Automatic data broadcast initiated, broadcasting to all connected systems. Zixtal scrambled to stop the transmission, but human systems were designed differently. The files were already spreading across the station's network, reaching every terminal, every display, every connected device. In the Council Emergency Center, delegates froze as their screens filled with human recordings. The carefully maintained calm shattered as reality forced itself into view. Vexthor watched footage of the Dakota fighting something that twisted through dimensions, its hull breaching while the crew continued firing. This is impossible. These battles occurred in sectors we map as peaceful. Not peaceful, Ambassador Brooks said quietly. Just cleaned up. By us. The Zephan delegate activated an isolated terminal, pulling up its own military databases. Cross-referencing the human battle footage with historical records produced disturbing correlations. Energy signatures matched theoretical models of extinct threats, it announced in its grinding voice. Threats we believed destroyed millennia ago. Threats we designed our entire military doctrine to fight, hoping we'd never need it. Extinct threats fighting with current generation technology, Tarvex added, its melodic voice strained. This is not possible. Captain Mary Johnson stepped forward. They're not extinct. They evolve. They learn. They become stronger every time. We fight them. The ships you just saw attacking your station, they're based on technology they learned by destroying others. Your technology. The Council Chamber's main display activated, showing the results of the ongoing battle outside. Human ships moved with precision born of experience, their weapons targeting specific points on the mirror vessels that alien forces couldn't identify. How? Do you know their weak points? The Zephan delegate demanded. Because we've killed them before, Henry Clark answered simply. Hundreds of times. We lost ships, crews, entire colonies learning how to fight them. That's why we were late to your meeting. The data streams continued. Medical files showing Surgeon Mary Chen performing surgery on a crewman whose DNA was being rewritten in real time by alien contamination. Engineering reports detailing how Chief Bill Martinez had invented new weapons specifically for entities that could phase through normal matter. Tactical data proving that humanity had developed countermeasures for threats the Council didn't even know existed. Show them the deep space footage, John Davis said to his communications officer. The largest display activated, showing external camera recordings from 3 months earlier. The Dakota approaching what looked like empty space until massive creatures emerged from the dark between stars. Tentacles the size of space stations, ships that breathed and bled, weapons that bent reality around them. Footage of Lieutenant Steve Parker coordinating point defense while the bridge leaked atmosphere. Of Dr. Nancy Wright operating in zero gravity as the ship spun through impossible maneuvers. Of human Marines in boarding actions against vessels made of organic matter that regenerated faster than they could be damaged. This is your data, Vexthor said, its color shifting to confused. Purple. Why did your reports never mention these encounters? They did. Susan Taylor replied, activating her diplomatic pad. Every report we filed, every request for resources, every tactical briefing we attempted to share, all of it was dismissed, denied or ignored. She displayed the human submission logs, hundreds of detailed reports all marked as primitive species orientation data or new member adjustment period documentation. None had been reviewed by actual council members. We were fighting this war while you were testing our paperwork skills, Mary Johnson said bluntly. The battle outside reached a critical point. 6 mirror ships remained, their copied systems adapting to human countermeasures. The Council's defensive fleet, despite outnumbering the attackers, suffered losses, as conventional weapons proved ineffective. Captain Davis, Vexthor addressed John directly for the first time with respect. Your ships are severely outgunned. Why do you continue fighting? Because, John replied, watching the tactical display. This is what we do. What we've been doing for months. What we tried to tell you we were doing. He activated the Dakota's command channel. All human vessels execute protocol blackout. The alien delegates watched in amazement as human ships suddenly disappeared from sensors, only to reappear in perfect formation behind the mirror vessels. The attack was swift and coordinated, striking at points that seemed random to alien observers, but followed a pattern learned through costly experience. How is this possible? Tarvex asked. Your technology was judged inferior to ours. It is inferior, Henry admitted. But we've been fighting things that laugh at superior technology. We learned adaptation, we learned survival. We learned to kill monsters with primitive tools because that's all we had. The recordings continued playing on multiple screens. Footage of humanity's journey to council space became a horror story of constant battle, desperate innovation, and sacrifice. Crews stranded on damaged ships holding out for weeks against creatures that hunted through hyperspace. Entire battle groups vanishing, their fate known only through scattered distress signals. This explains the blood, Zixtal said softly. The stains on your ships aren't maintenance failures. No, Nancy Wright confirmed. They're from crew members who died holding the line. From passengers we couldn't save. From things that bleed, but shouldn't exist. We tried to clean them, but some stains don't wash out, some memories don't fade. The battle outside reached its conclusion as the last mirror ship fell to coordinated human fire. The council station's alarms finally stopped wailing, but the silence in the chamber was even more oppressive. Damage report, Vexthor commanded. 37. Council vessels lost, the automated system responded. 43 severely damaged, human casualties, 7 wounded, none fatal. The disparity was stark. Council forces, with their advanced technology and superior numbers, had been decimated. Humanity, fighting with primitive ships, had suffered minor casualties. "Why didn't you tell us?" Bexathor asked, its color now a confused mix of red and blue. "Why endure our mockery when you could have revealed this? Would you have believed us?" Ambassador Brooks asked gently, "A species that arrives late claiming they've been fighting galaxy-threatening monsters that you've never detected? With technology you've already judged as inferior." The council delegates exchanged glances. The question answered itself. The Zephon delegate reviewed its military assessments. "Our doctrine requires overwhelming firepower, shock and awe. Your humans practice surgical precision, minimalist efficiency. You fight not to destroy, but to survive." "Survival against impossible odds," Tarvex added, its voice carrying newfound respect. "This explains your crew behavior. Always alert, always prepared, always assuming the worst." Captain Davis activated the main display one more time. "Would you like to see our actual journey logs? Not the sanitized reports we tried to file, the real data." The council watched as humanity's true story unfolded. Week after week of constant combat, ships limping between battles, crews working miracles with damaged systems, memorials for the fallen that lined the corridors of human vessels, battle hymns sung before operations that had no right to succeed, brothers and sisters in arms holding each other as they bled out in space. "This is the Terran war doctrine," General Clark explained. "Survive today, fight tomorrow, save everyone you can, never give up, never surrender, because the alternative is extinction." Zixtal's crystalline form pulsed with understanding. "You weren't testing us during our bureaucratic procedures, we were testing you, and you endured because you've endured worse." "Months worse," Mary Johnson confirmed, "but we had hope. Hope that reaching Council space meant safety, that your advanced technology could help us understand and fight these threats more effectively. Instead," Susan Taylor continued, "we found a bureaucracy that couldn't conceive of the threats we'd already faced. So we continued fighting alone, protecting the very species that dismissed us, hoping you'd listen before it was too late." Thaifo. Revelations hung heavy in the chamber. Council species that had prided themselves on technological superiority now understood they'd been living in protected space, sheltered by a species they'd considered primitive. "The blood on our ships," Captain Davis said quietly, "is from every human who died making sure these things never reached you, from every crew member who held their position while monsters boarded their vessels, from every Marine who went hand to hand with nightmares so their shipmates could seal the bulkheads." He paused, looking at each alien delegate. "We tried to warn you. Through proper channels, through direct reports, through diplomatic submissions. You taught us patience, you taught us humility. But the creatures didn't care about protocols or procedures." The main screen showed the final frame of the recorded data, a simple message logged by Captain Peter Williams 3 months earlier, just before the Liberty's final battle in deep space. "If anyone finds this log, know that humanity will never stop fighting. For ourselves, for each other, for anyone who needs protection, even if they don't know they need it, even if they never ask for it. This is who we are. This is why we survive." The recording ended, leaving the council chamber in profound silence. Outside, human ships maintained defensive positions, their scarred hulls a testament to battles fought in darkness and distance, protecting species that had never known danger existed. "We owe you an apology," Bexathor said finally. "And more than that, we owe you our lives." The human delegation stood quietly, processing the moment they had fought months to reach. Vindication, but at what cost? How many had died to prove a point that bureaucracy had prevented them from making peacefully? "Apologies don't bring back the dead," John Davis said softly. "But maybe now we can work together. Maybe now you'll listen when we report threats. Maybe now the blood on our ships means something." Outside the station, the stars seemed different, less bright, less safe. The council had lost its innocence but gained something perhaps more valuable: the knowledge that protectors watched in the darkness, bleeding so others could sleep peacefully. The war wasn't over. The mirror ships were just one manifestation of threats that evolved faster than solutions could be found. But now, at least, humanity wouldn't have to fight alone. The bureaucratic nightmare had ended. The real war was just beginning. 3 days after the mirror ship attack, the council chamber looked different. The small platform assigned to humans had been moved to the center position, the place of honor. Alien delegates spoke in subdued tones, their earlier dismissiveness replaced by quiet respect. Ambassador Lydia Brooks stood at the new human position, but this time the chamber didn't merely tolerate her presence, it waited for her words. Earth submits its formal report on threat assessment for sectors 1 through 24, she announced. This time no one interrupted. The tactical displays activated, showing detailed maps created from months of human combat experience. Red zones marked areas where reality itself was unstable. Amber regions indicated where mirror entities were known to spawn. Black sectors showed places where entire human battle groups had gone silent. "These are your findings," Vexthor asked, its crystalline form now a respectful green. "Our blood map," Captain Mary Johnson answered simply. "Every red mark cost us a ship. Every black zone took a crew. Every amber warning came from humans who died to send the information." The Zephan delegate, now identified as Supreme Commander, Crack studied the tactical data with professional interest. "Your mapping suggests we've been living inside a protective barrier, that these threats exist in a pattern around council space. Not random luck," General Henry Clark confirmed. "Humanity's route to council space took us through what we call the breach zones, where these things slip through from elsewhere. We fought them because we had to, because they were blocking our path. And they followed you," Tarvex observed, its melodic voice uncertain for the first time. "They always follow," John Davis said grimly. "That's why we kept fighting, not just for survival, but to keep them contained, to keep them from reaching populated space." The council chamber processed this information. Screens displayed casualty reports, battle analyses, and footage of threats that challenged every understanding of physics and biology. Creatures that existed in multiple dimensions. Ships that learned and adapted in real time. Weapons that targeted consciousness rather than matter. "You fought alone for months," the Varathi elder, now introduced as ancient historian Zentoth, spoke with newfound respect. "Protecting species you'd never met for no reward, facing extinction daily. Why?" Ambassador Brooks looked at her team. The diplomats, the soldiers, the engineers who had witnessed unimaginable horrors, yet continued serving. "Because someone had to. Because these things don't negotiate. Because if we hadn't fought them in the dark between stars, they would have eventually reached your worlds. And you never demanded recognition," Vexthor noted. "Even when we mocked your arrival, denied your requests, dismissed your warnings." "Recognition doesn't kill monsters," Captain Lisa Brown said quietly. She had just returned from another patrol, her crew moving with that distinctive human tension. "Bullets kill monsters. Sacrifice kills monsters. Holding the line when everything tells you to run kills monsters." The chamber's automation systems chimed, indicating an incoming priority message. The tactical display shifted to show real-time sensor data. "Energy signature detected," the automated voice announced. "Multiple contacts approaching from Sector 12. Pattern matches known threat classifications." Alarms began wailing through the station. Alien crews scrambled to battle stations with panic barely concealed. But human crews moved differently, smoothly, efficiently, like they'd done this 1,000 times before. "Council command to human vessels," Vexthor addressed them directly. "Request immediate tactical consultation." John activated the Dakota's command systems. "All human ships in standard defensive formation. Council vessels maintain perimeter positions. Follow our lead. These things respond to patterns they've seen before." "But our ships are more advanced," Crack protested. "Superior firepower, better shielding." "Didn't help last time," Mary pointed out gently. They copy your advancements, they can't copy experience. The approaching threats resolved on the displays. Not mirror ships this time, but something worse. Organic vessels that pulsed with biological energy. Ships that breathed and moved like massive predators. Biovessels, Steve Parker identified from the Dakota's tactical station. Standard pack, hunting formation. 12 primary entities plus spawner craft. How do you fight them? Tarvex asked, its earlier arrogance completely gone. Carefully, Henry Clark answered. They regenerate damage, learn from attacks, and their organic weapons. Target living tissue directly, but they have weaknesses. They always have weaknesses. The battle began with human ships taking point positions. Alien vessels watched as humanity's scarred fleet engaged with movements that seemed almost choreographed. Target prioritization that defied military doctrine. Weapons fire that struck specific organic zones rather than attempting overwhelming damage. They're not trying to destroy them, Zentoth observed with wonder. They're trying to disrupt their biological cohesion. Learned that the hard way. Captain Peter Williams had been monitoring from the sidelines but now joined the tactical discussion. Lost the entire scout wing before we figured out they share a biological link. Cut the neural connections, the pack loses coordination. The council watched as human tactics proved their worth. Not through superior technology, but through understanding, born of repeated exposure to death. Every human movement showed learned responses to threats the aliens hadn't even classified yet. Permission to implement council defensive protocols, the Zephan commanded, seeking human approval rather than expecting obedience. Granted, John nodded. But follow our targeting patterns. Your weapons are stronger than ours, but you need to hit specific points for maximum effect. The combined fleet worked together, but the hierarchy had changed. Alien vessels followed human tactical guidance, trusting the scars on human ships over their own advanced systems. Incoming biological torpedoes, the automated systems warned. Organic matter configured as projectile weapons. Scatter formation Delta, Mary Johnson called out. Human ships dispersed in a pattern that seemed random, but created perfect interlocking fields of fire. The alien ships hesitated, their tactical computers unable to predict such apparently chaotic movement. Follow them, Vexthor commanded. Trust their experience. As council vessels mimicked human maneuvers, they discovered the pattern's logic. The biological torpedoes, guided by shared consciousness, crashed into each other rather than their intended targets. Human doctrine had learned to turn the enemy's strengths against them. Bio-pattern disruption successful, Steve reported as the enemy vessels began showing signs of confusion. Pack cohesion down 60%. Now we hit the spawner craft, Henry called out. Council vessels, concentrate fire on the largest biological mass. Humans will handle defensive screens. The battle turned with the coordinated assault. Alien ships finally working effectively with human tactical knowledge proved devastatingly successful. The biofleet retreated, but not before humanity's early warning systems detected more signatures at the edge of sensor range. They'll return, John said with certainty. They always return, stronger, smarter, with new adaptations. And we will be ready, Vexthor declared. Its crystalline form now pulsed with determination rather than confusion. All vessels maintain combat readiness. Human tactical doctrine is now primary protocol for station defenses. The council chamber reconvened after the battle. The atmosphere had completely transformed. Aliens stood when humans entered. Tactical. Stations displayed human battle maps as primary references. Requests for human assessment preceded standard procedure. Earth delegation, Vexthor announced formally. The council offers its deepest recognition. The honor guard position is permanently yours. Your ships will lead all defensive formations. Your tactical knowledge will be integrated into council military doctrine. And most importantly, Tarvex added, its melodic voice carrying genuine warmth. Your warnings will be heard, always, without question. Crack approached John directly. Supreme Commander Davis, as ranking military officer, I request cross-training for Zephon battle groups. Our warriors wish to learn human survival techniques. John smiled. the first genuine smile he'd shown since arriving at Council Space. Granted, but fair warning, our training is hard and messy, and sometimes the only way to survive is to do things that go against everything your instincts tell you. We will learn, Crack promised, as you learned when you had no choice. Months later, the Council Station had been restructured. Human ships maintained positions at every defensive hardpoint. Alien crews rotated through human-led training programs, learning to fight threats that Council Space had pretended didn't exist. The bureaucratic nightmare was a memory, replaced by streamlined protocols that prioritized survival over paperwork. Human report submissions got immediate command attention. Resource requests were approved within hours rather than months. But the biggest change was visible on every ship in Council Space. Pristine alien vessels now bore scars with pride. Hull stains were no longer cleaned immediately but left as reminders. Battle damage went unrepaired just long enough for crews to understand what real combat meant. Captain Sarah Jenkins, newly arrived from Earth with fresh reinforcements, stood on her bridge watching the Council Station approach. Next to her, Varathi engineer Rix served as exchange officer, learning human systems while teaching advanced alien technology adaptation. Interesting approach pattern, Rix commented. Direct vector through what my people would call dangerous space. Sarah smiled. It's not dangerous if you know what you're doing, and if you're willing to bleed a little along the way. Through the viewport, the station grew larger, surrounded by the combined fleets of species working together. Human vessels stood alongside alien ships of every design, all bearing the marks of battles fought side by side. Captain, her communications officer reported, priority message from Council Command. They're requesting human tactical assessment for upcoming exploration mission. Deep space, high risk. Tell them we'll be ready, Sarah responded. We always are. Somewhere in the dark between stars, threats continued to move toward populated space. Mirror ships evolved new strategies. Bioships developed stronger pack dynamics. Reality warping entities tested dimensional barriers, but they no longer faced humanity alone. Council Space had learned that survival sometimes required blood on the hull, that bureaucracy couldn't protect against nightmares, that sometimes the most advanced species were those who'd learned to fight with primitive tools and indomitable will. The blood on human ships had become a symbol across Council Space, not of battle or destruction, but of sacrifice and protection. New species joining the Council underwent orientation by human instructors, learning that pride could be fatal, but humility kept you alive. And on quiet nights, when sensors detected new threats at the edge of known space, no one panicked. They simply called for human tactical assessment, confident that whatever nightmares the darkness held, someone had already faced them and lived to share the knowledge. Humanity had arrived late to the galactic community, but they had arrived when they were needed most. The blood on their ships told a story, not of primitive violence, but of a species that stood between civilization and chaos, asking nothing in return but the chance to keep fighting. The Council had learned to read that story, and in the years that followed, when others spoke of humanity's place in galactic history, they all agreed. Earth had arrived exactly when they were supposed to. Some stains never wash out. Some stains are meant to be preserved. Some stains remind entire civilizations that survival comes at a cost, paid by those willing to bleed for strangers they've never met. In Council Space, no one mocked the blood on human ships anymore. They saluted it.
Look, I'm not saying humans are the best species in the galaxy at handling other species' offspring. That would be bragging, and we try to stay modest about our various talents. I'm just saying that when Ambassador Krill of the Vrexthier Dominion came storming into Starbase 247's premier interspecies care center demanding to know my qualifications, I might have been a bit too honest. I once successfully babysat a litter of Terran wolverines, I said, adjusting my name tag that read Parker Maxwell Chief Assistant Caretaker, and I still have all my fingers. The ambassador's secondary mouth twitched, which I'd learned was either a sign of amusement or imminent violence with their species. Given that all 4 of their arms were currently crossed, I was betting on the latter. You consider this? Relevant experience. The universal translator couldn't quite capture the mix of incredulity and disdain in their voice, but their spinal ridges were doing that peculiar ripple thing that basically screamed, "You absolute moron." I shrugged. A gesture that I'd discovered was wonderfully ambiguous across most species. Well, they were particularly grumpy wolverines. Had to bottle feed them every 2 hours. They tried to eat my face 3 times before breakfast, but we worked through our trust issues. Behind the ambassador, my boss, the esteemed Dr. Nix L.A., a centaurian with far too many degrees in xenopediatrics, was making their equivalent of a face palm. All 6 of their eye stalks were curled in what I'd come to recognize as mortified embarrassment. But here's the thing about humans that most species don't quite get. We have this incredibly useful ability to be completely truthful while simultaneously underselling and overselling ourselves. It's a talent born from millennia of dealing with job interviews and first dates. Besides, I continued, gesturing to the playpen where I'd successfully managed to get a baby Jovian gas floater to share its favorite hydrogen snacks with a young Martian crystal crawler. I'm pretty good at improvising. Did you know that Arcturian slug tots really love bubble wrap? Keeps them entertained for hours. We just have to make sure they don't try to eat it. The ambassador's upper set of eyes narrowed while their lower set widened, a classic Vrexthier expression of confused calculation. I could practically see them running risk assessments in their head. Their species was notorious for being protective of their young, to the point where this was the first time in recorded history they were even considering leaving their cubs with non-Vrexthier caregivers. And what they finally asked, mandibles clicking in what I assumed was suppressed anxiety, "Makes you think you could handle Vrexthier cubs? We are apex predators. Our young can bite through titanium alloy before they learn to walk." I grinned, reaching into my pocket and pulling out my special emergency snack, a protein bar that could survive a nuclear blast and probably predated the formation of several small stars. Good thing I always carried titanium-grade teething toys then, and snacks that could double as building materials if we ever need to construct an emergency shelter. That got me another mandible click, but this time it was accompanied by that weird chirping sound that meant either they were amused or planning my imminent demise. In my experience, there was usually about a 50-50 chance either way. Dr. Nix L.A. had finally recovered enough to glide forward, probably to try and salvage the situation with actual professional credentials and statistical safety records. But before they could speak, one of the ambassador's cubs, who had been suspiciously quiet until now, launched itself from its hiding spot behind their parents' ceremonial robes directly at my face. Now, most species would flinch. It's a natural reaction when 8 pounds of razor-sharp claws and teeth are hurtling toward your relatively soft and puncturable head. But anyone who spent time around Terran cats knows exactly what to do in this situation. I caught the cub mid-leap, redirected its momentum into a gentle spin, and ended up with an armful of purring Vrexthier youngling, who was now trying to groom my hair with its secondary tongue. "Oh yeah," I said casually, scratching under the cub's chin with my free hand. "I also used to volunteer at a big cat sanctuary. You should see my lion whispering credentials." And that, my friends, is how I ended up responsible for the first Vrexthier cubs ever entrusted to non-Vrexthier care. Though in retrospect, maybe I should have mentioned the wolverines had actually been stuffed animals, and my cat sanctuary experience was mainly cleaning litter boxes. But hey, how much trouble could a few apex predator cubs really be? Narrators note the answer, as it turns out, was quite a lot of trouble indeed. Remember how I said Vrexthier cubs can bite through titanium alloy before they learn to walk? Well, it turns out that's not just proud parent bragging, it's actually a massive understatement. By the end of my first hour with the triplets, I'd gone through 14 indestructible toys, 3 reinforced play mats, and 1 very unfortunate maintenance droid that made the mistake of beeping too aggressively in their general direction. "Okay, kids," I said, watching as little Trix systematically dismantled what had previously been an industrial-grade climbing frame. "Let's try something different." Vex and Rix, the other 2 cubs, paused their game of who can headbutt the hardest to stare at me with all 4 of their eyes. I'd quickly learned that this level of focused attention from Vrexthier cubs usually preceded either a brilliant moment of interspecies bonding or complete chaos. The odds were about 10 to 90 in favor of chaos. I reached into my emergency kit, which by now resembled a doomsday prepper's panic room, and pulled out my secret weapon, a roll of bubble wrap. The cub's head frills perked up immediately. "Now I know what you're thinking," I said, slowly unrolling the precious cargo. "This looks suspiciously like that boring force field material your parent wrapped around her transport pod. But watch this." I popped 1 bubble. The reaction was instantaneous. All 3 cubs froze, their sensory whiskers vibrating at what I'm pretty sure was the exact frequency of pure joy. Their secondary mouths dropped open in perfect synchronized amazement. Yeah, I grinned, popping another bubble. That's right. Each one makes its own unique sound. It's like a puzzle and a snack wrapper combined. Of course, that's when Ambassador Krill decided to make their surprise inspection visit. They burst through the door in full diplomatic regalia, probably expecting to catch me failing miserably at handling their precious offspring. Instead, they found their cubs sitting in a circle, taking turns carefully popping bubbles with their claws while I taught them how to make different pitch sounds by varying the pressure. We'd even worked out the first few notes of Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star. Though our version sounded more like a garbage compactor having an existential crisis. The ambassador's mandibles did that weird twitchy thing again. What exactly are you doing with my cubs? Teaching them the basics of acoustic physics through interactive play, I replied smoothly. Thank you, 3 years of working in retail, I could now BS with the best of them. It helps develop fine motor control and promotes cooperative learning behaviors. I carefully didn't mention that I'd discovered this technique by accident when I was unpacking some new equipment, and the cubs went absolutely bonkers over the sound. Sometimes the best teaching moments come from happy accidents and mild property damage. And this is safe. They eyed the bubble wrap suspiciously, probably trying to calculate its tensile strength and toxicity levels. Completely harmless, I assured them. Though I should warn you, they might try to recreate the popping sounds at home by crushing your furniture. But hey, at least they're not eating it anymore, right? That's when Little Vex decided to demonstrate their new skill by performing a perfect rendition of what I'm pretty sure was the Vrextheer national anthem in bubble wrap pops. The ambassador's secondary mouth dropped open in what I hoped was impressed surprise rather than horrified rage. That's actually the traditional hatchling's first hunt melody, they said weakly. How did they? Oh, you know how it is, I waved casually. Kids pick up everything. Yesterday they learned about gravitational constants by watching me chase down a floating Jovian infant who got too excited about their lunch. Did you know that if you combine anti-grav diapers with pureed quantum carrots, you can break at least 3 laws of physics? The ambassador made a sound that might have been a laugh, if laughs could sound like someone strangling a saxophone. You are. Not what I expected, Caretaker Maxwell. Thanks. I think I was about to elaborate when the station's lights flickered ominously. The cubs, naturally, took this as a signal to begin their favorite game, Let's All Pounce on Parker at Once. As I went down under a pile of happily chirping apex predator babies, I caught sight of Dr. Nix L.A. in the doorway, their eye stalks all pointing in different directions, never a good sign. Parker, they said in that too calm voice that meant something had gone terribly wrong, we may have a slight situation developing. And that's when the real fun began. Remember, kids, always keep extra bubble wrap in your emergency kit. You never know when you'll need to entertain a group of alien cubs during what's about to become the most interesting shift of your career. You know that moment when everything goes wrong at once, and you realize all your jokes about being prepared for anything are about to be put to the test? Yeah, this was that moment. The station's lights didn't just flicker this time, they died completely, leaving us in the eerie red glow of emergency lighting. The gentle hum of environmental systems, that background noise you never notice until it's gone, faded into silence. And because the universe has a sense of humor, this happened right as Ambassador Krill was leaving for the biggest diplomatic summit of the cycle. The backup systems will engage momentarily, Dr. Nix L.A. assured everyone, their eye stalks swiveling independently to monitor all corners of the room. Though I noticed they were slowly backing away from the door, which was never a good sign. They were right about the backup systems engaging. They were wrong about it helping. The ventilation kicked in with a wheeze that sounded like a chain-smoking elephant trying to play a kazoo. The air that began circulating had a distinctly wrong quality to it, not immediately dangerous, but definitely not the carefully maintained atmospheric mix our various species needed. I watched as the environmental readout on my wrist display, standard issue for all caregivers dealing with multi-species children, began showing numbers that made absolutely no sense. The temperature was fluctuating wildly, humidity was doing things that defied several laws of physics, and the atmospheric composition was starting to resemble a bad day on Venus. This is suboptimal, I said, using what Dr. Nix L.A. called my suspiciously calm human voice. The Vrextheer cubs, who had been contentedly shredding their 15th set of unbreakable toys, suddenly went still. Their sensory whiskers began vibrating in that way that meant they were picking up something the rest of us couldn't yet detect. Given that Vrex Theer evolved as apex predators on a death world that made Australia look like a petting zoo, this was concerning. The summit chamber ambassador Krill's voice crackled through the emergency comm system, appears to be sealed, with all of us inside it. By all of us, they meant every adult Vrex Theer on the station, along with about 24 other species diplomatic representatives, which explained why the cubs' whiskers were doing their best impression of seismographs during an earthquake. They could sense their parents' growing anxiety. The environmental systems in the summit chamber are. Struggling, the ambassador continued, their voice carrying that special tone that meant I'm trying very hard not to panic but seriously considering it as an option. That's when I noticed the temperature was dropping. Not in the gentle someone left the window open way, but in the who ordered liquid nitrogen for breakfast way. The cubs huddled closer together, their scales beginning to dull, a sure sign they were getting too cold. Dr. Nix LA's eye stalks all curved into what I recognized as their were completely screwed position. The emergency shelter is 3 levels down, they said, but with the lifts non-functional and the main corridors potentially compromised. I looked at my charges: 3 Vrex Theer cubs, 2 Jovian gas floaters gently bobbing near the ceiling, a clutch of Martian crystal crawler eggs that were starting to pulse worryingly, and various other assorted alien younglings who all had very specific environmental needs that were rapidly not being met. Right, I said, reaching for my emergency kit. Time for Plan H. Plan H, Dr. Nix LA's eye stalks straightened in confusion. Yeah, you know, Plan Human. I started pulling out supplies: emergency thermal blankets, portable atmosphere generators, and yes, more bubble wrap. Because when all else fails, you can count on humans to come up with a completely ridiculous plan that has no business working but somehow does anyway. The cubs perked up as I pulled out the bubble wrap, probably hoping for another music lesson. Sorry kids, this time it was for insulation. Though I had to admit, the popping sounds might come in handy for keeping everyone calm during what was about to become the galaxy's most unusual evacuation. Dr. Nix LA, I said, wrapping the crystal crawler eggs in thermal blankets while simultaneously using my foot to prevent Trix from eating a piece of the now failing environmental control panel. I'm going to need you to trust me on this one. All 6 of their eye stalks focused on me with laser intensity. The last time you said that, we ended up with a zero-gravity ballet performance by the Plutonian slug tots. Hey, they won first prize in the station's talent show, didn't they? I grinned, already mentally plotting our route to the emergency shelter. Besides, this time will be much more interesting. We're about to attempt something that's either going to be a brilliant display of human ingenuity or the galaxy's most memorable daycare disaster. The lights flickered again, and the temperature dropped another few degrees. The cubs huddled closer to me, their scales now a concerning shade of gray. When you say interesting, Dr. Nix LA began, I mean, we're about to find out exactly why humans are considered either the galaxy's best or craziest babysitters. I hoisted my emergency kit onto my shoulder and scooped up the nearest cub. Now, who's ready for an adventure? The answering chorus of chirps, whistles, and what might have been either excited squeals or warning sirens, it's hard to tell with Jovian gas floaters, suggested that at least some of our charges were up for it. The rest were probably just looking forward to the chaos that inevitably followed human emergency planning. And chaos, my friends, was about to become our best friend. Because when you're responsible for a dozen alien kids with wildly different biological needs, and everything that could go wrong has gone wrong, sometimes the only solution is to embrace the madness and hope your species' reputation for pulling off the impossible holds true for just one more day. Spoiler alert, it did. Though I'm still not sure how we're going to explain the thing with the maintenance droid and the makeshift petting zoo to station management. Listen, I've had some interesting days as a daycare worker. There was the time we had to convince a baby Neptunian cloud whale that the station's plasma conduits weren't food. Or that memorable afternoon when a Martian crystal crawler decided to metamorphose a day early and we all learned that soundproof rooms aren't necessarily crystalline psychic resonance proof. But leading a parade of alien children through failing station corridors while juggling environmental needs that contradicted several laws of physics, that was definitely going in my top 5. Everyone stay together, I called out, checking my wrist display for the umpteenth time. Jovian floaters, remember your buddy system. No tricks. The wall panels are not snacks, I don't care how shiny they are. Dr. Nixele glided alongside me, all 6 eye stalks swiveling in different directions like the world's most anxious surveillance system. The atmospheric pressure is becoming problematic. That was an understatement. The corridor ahead was starting to look like a heat mirage, which was impressive considering it was also approaching temperatures that would make a penguin ask for a sweater. The station's environmental systems weren't just failing, they were having what humans would call a mental breakdown. Okay, time for a creativity check, I muttered, pulling up short at a junction. The cubs, who had been surprisingly well behaved, only 3 attempted escapes and 1 half-hearted attempt to eat a light fixture, clustered around my legs. We've got 3 possible routes to the emergency shelter. One's too hot, one's too cold, and one's got gravity fluctuations that would make a roller coaster jealous. Perhaps we should, Dr. Nix-LA began, but they were interrupted by a distant sound that reminded me of a garbage disposal trying to digest a metal chair. Change of plans, I announced, quickly distributing emergency gear. Everyone grab a buddy and a thermal blanket. Jovian floaters, you're our advanced scouts. Those gas bags of yours are perfect for detecting pressure changes. Crystal crawler eggs go in the insulated carrier, and somebody please make sure Vex stops trying to adopt that maintenance droid. The droid in question beeped pathetically as Vex attempted to groom it with their secondary tongue. At least the cub's parental instincts were kicking in at a convenient time. But the designated evacuation routes, Dr. Nix-LA protested, are probably about as useful as a chocolate teapot right now, I finished, already hurting our charges toward what maintenance logs labeled as Storage Shaft 7B, but what I discovered was actually a pretty decent shortcut during my late-night snack runs. Sometimes you have to think outside the box, or in this case, inside the maintenance shafts. That's when I unveiled my secret weapon, the anti-grav card I'd modified for just such an occasion. Well, technically I'd modified it for moving heavy supplies, but I'd always suspected it might come in handy for an impromptu evacuation. All aboard the HMS, please don't let this plan fail, I announced with more cheer than the situation probably warranted. Crystal crawler eggs in the padded compartment, smaller species in the main carriage, and Vrexthier cubs. Well, you 3 just keep doing what you're doing. What they were doing, as it turned out, was forming a surprisingly effective honor guard around the cart, their predator instincts apparently extending to protecting smaller species in times of crisis. Who knew apex predator cubs could be so helpful when they weren't trying to eat the furniture? This is highly irregular, Dr. Nix-LA observed as I began securing everyone in place with a combination of safety harnesses and what might have been slightly too much bubble wrap. Irregular is what humans do best, I replied, checking the cart's power supply. Besides, irregular beats frozen, cooked, or subjected to gravity that can't make up its mind. The next 20 minutes were a blur of problem solving that would have made MacGyver proud. We used emergency thermal blankets as makeshift slides over the really bad patches. The Jovian floaters turned out to be excellent at neutralizing gravity fluctuations when properly motivated. Turns out they really like those quantum carrots I keep in my emergency kit. And the Vrexthier cubs? They apparently have a previously undocumented talent for detecting structural